until I see you again. To the end we begin. Taste the shine, still hold me in the dying moments. Can't look to the distance, and you won't miss us. We're coming to resist them, and when there's nothing gonna be left, by a single breath in a sea of death, we're gonna stand and defy them. So come in and seal your blood, 'cause we are sworn to redemption. Come bring all you can bring, it means nothing. We're waiting. Just like the tales of prophecies, just like the heartbeat of the seas. We gather. Ignite us not what struck the gate. Ignite us not what God you bring. We're all afraid and boys will raise the dead. We go. 'Cause in the dying moments, can't look to the distance, and you won't miss us. We're coming to resist them, and if there's nothing gonna be left, but a final stand, so be it. Gonna meet them in the fire. Come in and seal your blood, 'cause we are sworn to redemption. So come bring all you can bring, it means nothing with violent precision. So very unforgiving. Just like the tales of prophecies, just like the heartbeat of the seas. We gather. Ignite us not what struck the gate. Ignite us not what God you bring. We're all afraid and boys will raise the dead. We go.
tabiatimin.
This city never sleeps, chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, a sight you won't believe. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting, a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage burst through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow.
fabuleux. Je mène la danse et on se tire genre Formule 1. Nouvelle vie, on passe à un autre stade. Fini la nostalgie, aujourd'hui on saute les obstacles. Oui, pas de semblant, vite, on supprime cicatrices. Le but c'est d'être libre, indépendant. Viens ma main, lance sur la danse. Le chemin de la victoire nous attend.
Dímelo claro de una vez, que no soy un santo, pero te haré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo, si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Una egoísta, te busco la noche si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Una egoísta, te busco la noche si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Tú lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Tú lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Why will people want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving.
taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never kill. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, this is our sanctuary. Our decay, and we won't let go. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never kill. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never kill. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a Oh, there is a light the darkness can never kill.
My thoughts are racing every time I see you. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. That's why I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this was happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows it, I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. What you doing?
eyes, I'm taking everything you own.
You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And anybody never lie, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest, burning up inside of my chest, burning up inside of my chest, burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
The lies I tell myself help push it away, and I'm chasing whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a way. This porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece of
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. We are here with day 2 of our competition, which means we are one step closer to determining our Tactician's Crown World Champion for Set 16. My name is Nekra, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm stoked to be joined at the top of the day by CLE and Panda. How are you both feeling after yesterday?
I mean, this day 2 is really intense because it's all set up by day 1 and all the action. Getting your huge lead, very, very important.
There's a smile on my face for a good reason. Emiya finally on top on that day 1. I hope to see more of that all across the day as well.
Let's see just how long that smile lasts, or if
Uh-oh.
we can. I know we really have a little bit of regional bias, I think, for some of our casters here. CLE.
No bias. Just saying that Emiya may have had the best day ever. And surely that can't continue, right, Panda?
I believe in it. I have full hope in all my players. That's all I'll say.
But in seriousness, EMEA did have the best day ever, full stop. There's no actual like ifs, ands, or buts we've got to put on that one. But day 2 is where it gets serious. Day 1 points are going to carry over, and our competitors are going to play an additional 7 games. After 2 games, we will cut 8 players. After 2 more games, we're going to make an additional cut. And at the end of today, we will have our 8 competitors that will take to the stage tomorrow in the grand finals for the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. These eliminations are tough, guys. I mean, there's kind of no other way to slice that.
And the biggest thing is the players who barely survived the cut yesterday, they're still not in a good position. They have to continue playing this first or 8th coin flip style if they like it or not to try and continue climbing the standings and surviving each of those cuts as well.
Survival is very much the name of the game. Just make it to the next round because anything can happen. A lot of these players like to coin flip games and see if they go first or 8th. You know, the more coins you flip, maybe you go first more often the next games.
dare I say that it's just a one game at a time scenario as well. It's even not just about survival, it's just about taking it one step at a time. At the end of today, our pick'ems powered by AWS will open back up. So make sure that you set a reminder and you get your opinions locked in, because there's still treasure tokens and little legends and all of that other good stuff on the line for you if you can get the predictions right for tomorrow. And we'll try to remind you at the end of the day to go check that out and see how they're doing. How are you guys doing with your pick'ems so far?
I flipped the coin.
And how did that go for you?
Not great. Marcel P was in my crystal ball to go first overall. That cannot happen anymore. That's all I'll say. That didn't go great.
My unwavering belief in Double, I think, has been rewarded. He is number one in my pick'ems, so I'm still very happy coming to day 2.
Well, just as a little bit of an update to all of you watching at home, so far on day 1 of our competition, our shortest game was 6-1 because Darth Noob hit Bilgewater 10 and decided to end it all early. And our longest game of the day was actually one that we showed on broadcast. We went to 7-1. So how are you both doing in that regard?
Both of them I'm not correct with, but we also knew the Darth Noob game was kind of over on like 4-1 when he basically got 10 Bilgewater, so we can move it even earlier if we want.
The cannons came out. I think there's not much to do against the Bilgewater cannons when they come out in full force.
That is true. Well, let's look back on some of the action that we had yesterday and give you some of those highlights in case you missed it. It was just so exciting to be able to see the start of our day. We had some really heavy hitters we got to focus in on. Of course, a lot of the conversation revolving around Wei-Shin Iverson, who won 3 TFT Pro Circuit Cups, and Hwamye, who comes into this being able to accomplish something that we didn't think would be possible again, to deliver the same performance that Malala had in Set 10 Remix Rumble.
And it didn't quite pan out for Hwamye. Unfortunately, it was just barely cut across that 8-player cut yesterday, but there are still some very strong CN players for that region to root for in this day too.
This fight that we're seeing on screen was so incredibly close between Dasik and Brosif, both making it into this next day, but in different scenarios on the leaderboard. And so it was just a great cooking by Dasik here, using all of the extra resources he was given.
He got that orange so early, he was actually going to print a Radiant item from the Ornn if that game had extended any further than that. But I love being able to watch kind of all of the backline access some of these comps got. Kind of an unfortunate end for Wei-Shin Iverson there, but we were able to see things like Volibear, Warwick, and Yone even just kind of going crazy back there.
Even some Ishtal games. Milo had a very risky Ishtal game that he played to perfection. We saw on the alternate lobbies over there. I think Ishtal will be one of those comps that the players near the bottom of the standings need to lean into a little bit more for these first few games.
Yeah, but I think we're also seeing reroll was very, very prevalent, especially the Leona Malzahar as being one of the premier comps right now to play as far as consistency goes.
I love the celebration there by Brosif, and I also love how many people have taken the Food Fight Tactics augments just to see the pies and all the desserts getting flung across their components.
And talking about reroll, we have to touch on Darius as well, especially for someone like Revan there on the left. So impressive yesterday, that line. The few players who did play a lot of it had even first places with a 3-cost reroll you don't expect to win games.
It was very exciting to see how the games from yesterday finished, and let's take a look back at the standings for where our players landed after 6 games to the day. As we talked about already, unfortunately, one of the favorites for this competition, Hwamye, got eliminated at the end of yesterday in a pretty close tiebreaker, in fact, for 20 points.
Yeah, it was lower than we expected, and this final 8 players that got eliminated, we had some people on Twitter, Remy specifically, saying this looks like a final lobby at a Tactician's Crown. It's sad to see a lot of these players go.
Even someone like Ironbog we've seen play this fast 9, risky style, making top 8 very often, didn't quite pan out yesterday, and we found that instead of the first, the 8th place is coming in hard.
On this page, Lil Bear, the APAC regional winner, is also going to be the one in the hot seat moving into the rest of the day. Lee Chu-chuan also has a very hard day cut out for him. But as we move over towards the middle of the standings, these are the players that have a realistic chance to make it through these 7 games today and still make it into the grand finals.
I'm really looking at YBI1 and Wei-Shin. I think 2 fan favorites to win the entire thing even coming into this weekend. They still have, like you mentioned, Necro, a realistic chance of making it through. The record is around 24 points from the start of day 2 to make it still to the top 8.
And these players set up much better. But the problem is, it's not that big of a difference being, 26 at the bottom of the previous page, 29 at the bottom of this one. And so unless you're really far ahead, it's a very sketchy day to try to make that final lobby.
We don't exactly have anybody that's really going to be a huge distance away from the field, because Double unfortunately lost that huge lead that he had after going first, second to start the day. But Revan, with a bunch of consistent performances, is actually going to be the player leading the charge there in first place, 39 points. That's a pretty good lead to have on the competition, but still a slim one.
I will say, for this first page, you cannot get too complacent. You have to still keep your head on your shoulders and say, I have to play some good, clean TFT, because we have seen some players in the past, not maybe at TACCON, but at regionals, choke leagues like these.
And there's at least 6 games today that they have to play before they can move on to the finals. And so every game, every point matters.
Double 61 got off to a hot streak, one of the best starts to a Tactician's crown we have ever seen at this level. And we're going to have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, where Clement is going to break down why Double was able to get an edge over his competition.
Thank you so much for the warm welcomes here, Necra, and I am going to talk about Double's incredible history right here. As Necra mentioned, 31 points in the first 4 games, the best in Tactician's Crown history, and for 3 firsts to appear, that has only been done once by Jinzi. But however, he does have one hurdle to cross here, and it is his epic duel against Reddy. We're going to take stock of the situation right here before we go into the fight. This is Double's actually one and only reroll game. He is much more of a macro player. He has no real positioning moves to make right here because it is going to be an air axiom in the corner, and it is going to be a fully itemized LeBlanc, Darius, but no items on the Draven or the Kindred. Now, let's roll this clip and see how he fares against Reddy for the first time. Now, Reddy is also playing into another very, very strong reroll composition. It is going to be the Jinx and Freljord composition. And you've probably heard me complain about this in the broadcast many times before, but Rito, please, Dumbify, a little bit too good coming into these fights right here. Both of these are kind of a grind and push composition. And as we see the fight go on here, we will notice that there's taking a lot of time to get past that Dumbify and also to just crunch down the front line. And as that Jinx hits 18 auto attacks, she starts going into overdrive, starts mowing down the entire front line right here. And unfortunately for Double, his backline does not survive the onslaught. Now this is the really, really important moment, and I want chat to play around with us. This is going to be a chess puzzle. Double, as we all know, did win this game, but he did so with only one carousel pick that changed his fate. Take stock of the situation, 3-star Draven, 3-star LeBlanc, fully itemized, no gold left to actually upgrade most of his units right here. Have you guys all memorized the situation?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Got it. Okay, now we are going to go to the carousel. Let's take a look at the picks right here. There's some good AP items, some good mana regeneration items, and some tank items on the board. A pivotal fight ahead. I'm going to give you 5 extra seconds. Chat, I want you to be in on the fun here with our casters on the analyst desk and the telestrator. And we're going to go with Necra first.
Okay.
What item does Double pick to win this game?
I want to say that it is some type of tank item. I feel like in that last fight, Double struggled to have his front line stay alive. And so there's 2 approaches I would have taken to this. Either pick a tank line, because I think he's missing burn. So maybe that burn would be very good to help with the front line. Or you actually pick a mana generation item for Kindred so that her cast can actually help keep your front line alive.
You're on the right track, but can you actually just narrow it down to one item pick?
Oh, okay.
Just one, just one.
All right, and then you know what? I'm going to say. Oh, that's so cool. That's so tough.
Come on, we got a shoulder run here, please.
Even Shroud.
Even Shroud. Okay, how about you, CLE?
We have a 3-star Draven that has no items on it, so I probably would go for the damage item, probably the Striker's Flail.
The Striker's Flail?
My pick.
That's also a good answer.
I think that was
gold.
close. I think maybe it's a Sunfire. I didn't see where the Silas went. He has a Morello, but maybe he went off of the Golem, so the Sunfire would help in having the burn on the Golem all the time. or there's no armor shred as well. So
You have to
Alright,
give one
Sunfire.
item. Sunfire,
Yes.
Sunfire, Even Shroud, and you were also Even Shroud.
No, he's
Striker's
Guard
Flame.
Striker's Flame. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, and chat, the correct answer is actually he beelines directly for the Nashers here, the
Really?
mana regeneration. And this is super important. Why? Because if we see his board as he goes back, he will have to optimize all of this. Remember, he only has one Reforger left. We're going to take a look at the plays he actually makes to win this game. And it does come down exactly to the wire. So if you did not get the right choice, you would have lost. Now let's look at Double's execution. He first spends all of his gold after selling his Annie, but he can't really get any upgrades. We already mentioned that. Removes the items onto the LeBlanc. Because he does have the Jeweled Gauntlet, the Nasher's Tooth is actually a stronger item here as the mana regeneration, and he can then shift the Shojin over to the Kindred.
I'll get half credit for this.
Necro was the closest. Necro was the closest for sure. As he takes that play, let's look at how close the fight actually was. Because in the previous fight, the Kindred did not cast until about 15 seconds into the fight as it actually got going there. He does some minor positioning, but it's not really impactful. Let's look at how different this fight actually ends up between Double and Ready. And if we look at the timer at the top right here, that is going to be the most important thing. 22 seconds into the fight, Kindred gets the first ult down across the entire front line with the shielding power. A huge difference in the frontline combat right here. Both of these comps are trying to grind each other out. And she even gets a second cast as it's just the back line into the back line. And look how close this fight actually goes. It's projectiles in mid-air. Both carries fall at the same time. But it is Double that gets the jousting win, the first hit in, and that is how Double secured the best start in Tactician's Crown history.
Wow, thank you so much, Clement, for that breakdown, that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. Really cool to be able to see the specific optimizations that our competitors at this World Championship level are going for in order to get that edge over the competition. There have been a couple of other performers, though, that have done quite well, and I'm talking about comps. So real quickly, I want to go over the top compositions that we saw from day one. We got a chance to see the first clash across the regions, and we see kind of like a clear pattern, I think, from this first page.
Yep, there's Fast 9 and there's Reroll. A lot of the Reroll strategies do well from playing from behind, as we covered yesterday, but these Fast 9 comps, specifically around Galio and Rise, are doing very, very well.
And Demacia we see they're not doing so, but it's mostly because we saw a lot of those Demacia players pivot into Galio, Rise, Demacia at on stage 5 for the Fast 9 instead. So we're seeing those stats reflected around players who were not able to get out of that.
On this second page, we're able to see some of the other compositions that maybe weren't as played and not quite doing as well, specifically those melee carries, the Yone and the Warwick, kind of struggling there in the middle.
But there was one composition that is actually quite an outlier, and you did not get a chance to see on those two pages, and that was Shadow Isles. Both Dasik and Setsuko actually piloting that to a first place yesterday.
And it did terribly in the TPC. Only a 3% win rate throughout the rest of this set, and now both of them piling it to wins. And Setsuko also got a second with it.
And they did it with very unconventional means, with things like artifacts, for example, coming in, emblems like the long shot emblem on Callista from Dasik. So really creative players that were able to elevate that usually normal line into a first place potential as well.
It was really cool to be able to see the Shadow Isles perform and also the competitors from each region that came out on top. I think when you take a look at this list, it's also competitors that maybe you might not have expected to see as the top players in each region.
Yeah, at the top we see on our sweet LED transition we have mid-feed Setsuko, Li Xiao, and Revan, who, you know, we've talked a good bit about, but I think the notable thing is it's not YBY1, it's not Weijin Iverson, it's not Huame, it's not even Double, who's, you know, second. It's pretty good. But some of these more unknown characters.
I think in special cases like APAC and Americas for Midfield and Setsuko, they did so playing unconventionally to how the region usually plays. APAC we saw was a lot of Fast 9, a lot of coin flippy first or 8th place style game plans, whereas Midfield is the complete opposite. He wants to usually play around top 4s, around consistent comps like Warwick, for example. And for a day one, I think it makes a lot of sense just trying to get points on the board.
Also, we see on our regional AVP graph on the screen, EMEA was off to an incredible start, also an incredible finish as well. But APAC, probably the biggest surprise being towards the bottom here, really struggling to get out of even the fives as an AVP as a region.
Which is just so unprecedented, because I feel like when you look back at last Tactician's Crown, even the fact that APAC was dominating in the grand finals, you would have expected maybe history would be able to repeat itself. But there's kind of another comeback kid, another comeback story that we want to highlight before we get into the first game of the day. And that is out of the top regional performer from EMEA, and that's Revan. What an amazing story this player has had to be able to accomplish what feels like almost an impossible feat, to come back on the brink of elimination yesterday, and just even before getting into the competition, a lot of people had written him off.
Yeah, it's a story that's really interesting because he used to be a League of Legends pro, had to retire due to a hand injury, and then came into TFT in an attempt to find competition once again. He moved from League of Legends to a creator role to then competing again in TFT, with Movistar Koi joining especially into the TFT scene. He said, you know what, I want to try this again, but in TFT instead. And we saw yesterday in particular with the Darius reroll, he played such an incredible role, playing 4 different games of Darius, winning 2 of those as well, showcasing that 3-cost reroll can also win. But really the narrative is the biggest thing for this player.
This set was a great set, right? First time that Spain has made it to the Tactician's Crown, but it started early, right? Winning the first TPC this set, and then after that, really not showing up much at all. He only needed like 14 points to make it on to week 2, and so his journey has been amazing.
It's all about coming back. That's what it is, and silencing the haters. I think when he moved in TPC, he was an invite for KO Coliseum the first season of TPC. He's a player who, a lot of the competitors in EMEA said he doesn't have the level to play in TPC. He doesn't have the level to hang with the best of the best, but he came in with a very unique playstyle, very high pressure, high tempo playstyle, and he shut everyone up. That's the real key moment where he really did well. He was in the top leaders in pro points, made 2 final lobbies as well. And this season, he took it up yet another notch. He won Shurima Cup. He won his first qualification in TAC round as well. But CLE, what happened after that?
Well, I mean, it kind of all fell apart. He just had terrible performances, and now going into the Tactician's Crown, he was kind of rated low by some people. And by some people, I mean me. I put him dead last in my tier list, and now he's all the way up at the top. And so today, he has said on Twitter, he said publicly to his stream, he knows what he's going for. Today is the day to make history.
Revan got relegated out of the TFT Pro Circuit after the performance at the EMEA Regional Finals, with a win here in day 2, and also being able to make it to the Grand Finals tomorrow. Revan will actually reclaim a spot in the TFT Pro Circuit, and that would be a huge feat. We've never seen this happen for a player before, but I think it would be very cinematic to see where Revan has started, where he has gone, and where he can grow to be able to see him reach that height.
And it's almost on purpose. Revan as a player seems to farm for content, these kind of storylines where he hits this peak, and then suddenly he's quiet yet again. He's not quite there at the level that we expect from him, but in the biggest moments, when the lights are shining the absolute brightest, he comes back and silences everyone and says, you know what, I deserve to be here as well.
So you're telling me that he's doing this for the entertainment factor?
Listen, I would
TPC
not.
was all about the entertainment.
I have a belief deep in my mind that it is the pure content farm.
Listen, it's all about the redemption arc, right? It's all about the stories of these players and how they're performing. And so many of these players in our lobby need the very exact same thing here on day 2. I'm looking specifically at Wajan Iverson in this lobby, who came in after winning 3 TPCs, very much the opposite of what Revan was doing. Incredible consistency, something we never thought would ever be done, and now sitting at 26 points. This is his worst start to a Tactician's Crown ever, and so him starting off strong in day 2 is exactly what he needs.
And it's the contrast, especially with reroll. I think Wajan had 3 games of reroll, did not work for him at all. It really worked much better when he was playing around more flexible 4-cost or 5-cost lines. 8th place with Darius, for example, whereas Revan played 4 games of Darius, had a lot of success. So I think each of these players have different strengths. I think Wajan is a very complete TFT player. He can find a lot more edge playing for riskier and lines that really kind of ask more of you as a player, and I think Weijin, will make this big shift in day 2.
Well, let's get ready to go. There will be no encounter for this first game of our day 2, and that's kind of exciting. I feel like we've seen a couple too many friends for the encounters, and maybe this would be a nice, quiet, normal game of TFT.
It is a quiet day in Runeterra, so it makes it so some of these high-capped, maybe even Fast 9 options are very less viable, but if you could drop the Draven first off, that's a good start for Travis.
Talk about Fast 9. Travis is one of the players who really only played for this high cap Fast 9 boards yesterday. He played no reroll, especially considering most of the EMEA players did find a lot of edge on reroll as a whole. As a region, EMEA had a 3.0 AVP across 12 games on reroll. Travis played none of those, so he is a player who is only playing AP and only trying to end on Fast 9 boards, in particular the Mel flex that he's characterized for in our region.
Looking across the lobby, it is possible to make 10 here early on, and I do believe one of our players is doing that. Aaliyah starting with only that Sona means that he could possibly be selling and making early econ here to help offset not having an encounter and really give himself an edge.
Couple of players locking into Ionia for now. Travis, Weijin, going to start to see them try to put together some of those boards, and so I'm definitely curious in whether or not maybe some of the play is actually going to be to follow the handbook we saw yesterday. Play Ionia, just play Yunara, try to get through stage 4, and then play for the big cap in stage 5.
Ooh, the chance to potentially play Bilgewater here, but no, sells the Nautilus right away and the Alawi just on the bench for now. So Weijin, one of his big games yesterday, the comeback game in particular that we saw during the middle of that day 1, was playing around Bilgewater.
Wow.
What?
Instantly rips spreading roots and has this is a fairly good one, able to play around these invokers, and also Yordle being the one that we see maybe even the most flexible of the emblems that you can get.
I feel like this is just a Demacia game now. Because you have the Invoker for the Sona plus the Yordle just to give your tank a little bit more HP.
I think this is the kind of game plan that Weijin is really going to benefit from a lot more, as we mentioned. I think straying away from the rerolls for this day 2. Looking at Lil Bear right now, 20 points. This is a player who needs to play for extremely high risks, needs to flip some coins, and if those coin lands on any 2 from your aura farming, that's a pretty good flip. This is maybe what he needed to try and fight for a first place here.
And the reason Annie is so good is once you get that unit on 4-3, not only do you get a damage dealer that burns the whole board, you also get the major frontline in the Bear of Tibbers. And so, Lil Bear, definitely happy with that. 2-for-1
value here. Love to see it from a player that needs a big performance. A couple of the other augments that got chosen in this lobby, you got Heavy as the Crown for J or C, Hefty Rolls for Revan, maybe looking at some type of reroll composition there. Surprise, surprise. And then we also have a couple of econ augments alongside body training.
Bodyguard training.
Bodyguard training.
There you go. There you go.
I like body training more, Nekra, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think I'm on board with your idea.
It's basically the same thing in my eyes.
Train the body, hone the mind.
Yeah, and like bodyguards need to have like physical training.
That is true.
That's true.
That is flawless logic.
One thing I do want to call out real quick is that Aaliyah was one of our players that made 10 gold very early and is now playing around calculated loss. And we see the excitement on his board. There's nothing there. So he will be getting all of these losses he can and making important econ breakpoints.
Wow, Demacia seems to be a very popular choice. Weijin Iverson, of course, wanting to try to flex into that with the emblems that he got, but Darth Nub on the other side also does have the Demacia start there thanks to the Xin Zhao. It has actually quite a few Demacia units. I wonder if this is going to be where he just decides to go vertical. But we've also seen Darth Noob consider things like the long shots in Kaisa with Demacia.
I think it's a composition that is comfortable for a lot of our players because it was buffed in patch 16.7 and then reverted those buffs recently this week. And so for Darth Noob, he's playing around that high econ start. He is someone that's playing a little bit from ahead in points, being at 34. And so maybe just playing around that comfort, getting those fourths is kind of what he needs to start the day.
And Dustin's a player who played very similarly to Setsuko. Yesterday, they found a lot of edge and a lot of great results off of very unconventional Fast 9 lines, not playing into the usual AP lines with Melflex and Aniflex, but more playing around things like Baron from Vertical Void, playing around like Freljord, into Rise eventually, things like Bilgewater as well.
Did you see actually what Darthnu was doing? It looked like he was posturing to actually go for something like the Jinx, Warwick, Freljord line. Because he had the ability to actually get the Nautilus, try to tech in the Bilgewater, but decided against it since he sold his pair of Twisted Fates. Said, okay, well, I can roll for the Bard, but I can also go ahead and start holding Sejuani, Jinx, and the Juggernauts anyway.
It's going to depend who's angling Demacia. I think from saves and counts, especially across regionals, the most common game plan was you sack all of stage 2 and 3, you get your savings account proc, you have a ton of gold to hit your entire Demacia board, and then eventually use that gold to kind of skip the usual roll down on level 8 on stage 4, go to 9, and then recap your board around either Galio or around Annie, and kind of hit this Demacia plus board that actually does win games.
Okay, I actually think Weijin is denying Revan this Draven here, so he can't unlock Darius as soon as he has in other games, because
I believe it.
He played 4 of these Darius reroll games, and that put him at the top of the table, so clearly he's doing something right.
I think that's a good idea. Just keep it out of Revan's very capable hands with that, but I would be interested to see how many people end up contesting each other. You do have this Heavy as the Crown going on to the Aphelios. I've seen a couple of Aphelios reroll games in the Americas regional finals, but that has actually been mostly with a defender line rather than with something like the Bruisers. But you could see that he was thinking about also keeping a Jinx.
In most cases, Aphelios is that path into Jinx. You have, unless you just natural a lot of Aphelios, or you have a spot to play Bard with Aphelios, and in your Bard rolls you find Aphelios 2, maybe Necrocopy in stage 2 or 3, then you consider it. But overall, the better cap will be playing for Jinx 3 instead, with just a very good item for her, right? Heavy as the Crown offers you the chance to play into Jinx's strengths, which is scaling into a very long fight, and eventually taking over.
So it depends on who is going to actually hit it first. Darthnu for now is still going to maintain the Demacia units on his board, but might think differently of it when he sees that Weijin Iverson is also going to be flexing around that. But Weijin Iverson's teching in a couple more Yordles, maybe trying to use that to actually tempo to get a little bit further in the game. But please don't play Veigar.
I mean,
just please don't play Veigar.
That's fair. It's definitely a line you could play, and I think especially Invoker on Annie is really insane. And using Yordles as a way to get there could be a good game plan, and you can get extra resources and rerolls from 6 Yordle and 8 Yordle as well. So maybe that in the mid game to try and get that high cap.
We mentioned yesterday with Cam's game where he did go 7th playing Yordles. The 3-2 augment in particular matters a lot for the Yordle line. If it's prismatic and Weijin can find a way to get extra board slots, I think it could be a viable game plan. Ending on Veigar is probably a mistake. As you're mentioning, Sealy, I think using it as a path like Demacia to get to the Fast 9 boards for AP in particular is a strong way to play it. Unless you have a chance to play for a 3-cost Veigar, which is a line that with something like Prismatic Ticket, for example, you can go for.
The 3-star Veigar, maybe I can get behind. But not just Veigar in itself. But we'll see what happens on the next stage as we get closer to that. JRC is on a great streak and will probably maintain that with the Loris 2 hit.
And JRC had a good day yesterday, kind of putting himself towards the middle. Played a couple games with Demacia long shots, which was a comp that was nerfed, but he was even able to top 4. He didn't win any games, but top 4'd many of them playing around this tempo playstyle, and so 5-win streak is exactly where he wants to be.
And 2 Loris in that shot is just absolutely insane for what his game wants to do. We saw Loris with the Vow yesterday doing so well in stage 2 and 3. These are the small little high rolls that really set you up for stage 3 in particular. I think JRC, if he finds a decent upgrade on his backline with the Aphelios 2, for example, could be a really strong player in stage 3.
And we're on board right now with Yao Mei, who is our JOC winner. Someone coming into this tournament that, you know, with this mobile circuit, we don't know too much about them as players. We don't have many stats. But we do know is that they won a most recent tournament and have started off decently, right in the middle of that table. 26 points means that they have to give a good comeback today. But, you know, I think their position is a good way to start.
Don't underestimate the JOC players. That's something that I learned very, very quickly over the last couple of Tactician's Crown, especially because a player like Weimu Luochu also came in through the JOC circuit last set, got a second place in the Tactician's Crown, and also made it back to the Tactician's Crown we're playing now for Lore and Legends.
We're looking at Travis. This is one of the ways to get to Fast 9, of course. You're playing around Ionia, you're Enlightened as well. You're going to get the extra resources to try and push levels. I would really doubt that Travis would go down the line of playing for RE3, for example. This will be a loss, it looks like. Anivia is going to clean up here. But I think Travis is still in a decent position, just having this win streak broken now, to just push levels. Especially with something like Late Game Specialist. I think it would really fit his playstyle. Although he doesn't like going fast 9 usually, he does like stabilizing on 8 and then slowly pushing to 9, so he does skip it here.
He rolls it. Oh, seeing the augmented his power, we are going to get a gold augment for the final one of the game.
And this is boxing lessons, which really would lock in that he's probably going to play around Ione with a lot of frontliners. And here's Clement's favorite augment, Dumbify, being locked in for Aaliyah, being able to provide a really solid frontline.
I will say you're going to be quite low on econ because of his pickup, but the calc loss is going to really help with those extra rolls, especially if you're able to continue this loss streak throughout all of Stage 3.
I'd be so curious to see what his board looked like before this, if he filled his bench with units to prepare for this option. That would be crazy, but this is crazier maybe.
JRC, a very strong spot, and Jinx pair in particular on that bench. If he finds a Jinx on this carousel just in a natural shot before even rolling, I mean, it's going to be an insane spike for him.
But did you see the Silver Destiny into late game specialist?
Yep. Really strong combination. I mean, you're going to have to pivot off of the idea of playing reroll, but when you have a 2-star Loris, and if you can hit a 2-star Jinx, for example, this is the path to make it to 9, right? Think of a normal 3-cost reroll game. There's a large portion of the game where you're on a 2-cost, and it's still going to win rounds, obviously, in Stage 3 and 4.
Here's the problem, though. With his items and his setup now, he needs to go Fast 9. The problem, day 1, Fast 9 AD did so incredibly bad. It had a 4 games, 7.75 AVP, which means you're probably going 8th if we're playing that. And so maybe JRC could fix those stats.
Long shots were decent. Potentially you can play around some kind of Kaisa variation with AD items as well. That seemed to be the default mode for most of our players when they're forced to play AD.
Ooh, I really like Darth Noob's second augment choice. Being able to get that extra HP to work with that savings account, because, you know, we're playing for that late game scaling, playing for that stage 4, and so being able to have some more HP to work with is always going to be a helpful thing.
Well, Xiaomei definitely needs it. One of the trademarks of CN is going for these Ishtal lines with the cash outs. So we'll see if Xiaomei can make good use of that additional resource that he's getting from the HP. But where do you actually go from here? Like, are you, if you're Xiaomei, trying to actually play for a Brock?
I don't think so. I think the hard part about Freljord as a +1 and just the Freljord line in general is that it's quite weak if you're stuck on stage 4 and on level 8 boards, but it's quite strong if you make it to Rise, for example, in the late game. There are some 7 Freljord variations that can be strong, but it's a little bit harder to get to. You need Volibear as a main carry usually. So I would say Xiaomei's real test will be stage 4. If he can navigate stage 4 cleanly and not lose too much HP and make it to a strong level 9 board on stage 5, he can even be a lobby winner, I would say.
I mean, looking at our HP, he did take the Titanic Titan, so he has 106. He is HP maxing towards the top of our lobby. But we look at the bottom of our screen, we can see a picture of what's happening across the way. We are seeing Wei Jin lean even more into level 7, and those Yordles we're getting free rerolls now on board for him. But the only one that's really interesting to me right now is Aaliyah, who's currently playing Misfortune, but has some good AP items.
Aaliyah's kind of the player who, like other players in EMEA like Raiko and Dasik, they really like playing uncontested lines, they like playing stable lines, and so he didn't slam any of his items until he had a clear idea of what lines will be uncontested. And on stage 4, I imagine with all his extra resources from Calculus, he'll swoop in on the line that he feels he has the best chance of hitting 2 stars on and just fight for a stable top 4 performance.
Ooh. Revan is holding the pieces to try to go for the Noxus reroll. Has the LeBlanc, but also I think could think about an alternative game plan to this. When you're holding on to the Swain, maybe you decide to actually skip the reroll completely. But that would be interesting to see given he's banking up the rerolls and he's still at level 6 at this point.
Well, he does have Honor Roll, and that would give free rerolls every time he upgrades a unit that was on his board previously. So, keeping these units on his bench, or on his board that are not upgraded, then rolling to upgrade those to give him more free rerolls will just enable him to play his comfort comp.
I see where you're going with this.
Yep.
It does complicate
getting rerolls
things.
is getting
and
rerolls, but
it does complicate things quite a lot. So we'll see how Revan will handle complexity. I think this is one of the big questions we have coming to this day too. How Revan will do
oh, there's the Draven.
moving off of Darius. If he moves off of Darius, because he's still holding some of the pieces. And as you mentioned, he just found the Darius now.
The Draven, you mean?
Yeah, the Draven, sorry.
But Draven equals Darius, because you need the Draven to get the Darius.
Exactly.
Yes.
So,
okay. I'm just
1 equals 2. No,
right.
I don't know.
No. That's fine. It's fine. It's what you know. What rolls equal rolls, and rolls equal 3 stars. Travis has unlocked Yone, and so that's going to be one player that has definitely selected their line and wants to stay in it. That's 1 4 cost. Another 4 cost got unlocked by JRC to be able to unlock the Warwick, and we'll keep seeing where people decide to go with their comps. But seeing a lot of 4 cost, seeing a lot of 3 cost reroll.
Travis here with a Yone ready to go now. And we'll see if Travis actually commits to playing just Ionia Yone. I think Americas in particular is a region that did quite poorly on Ahri reroll, but they did very well on just Yone as a main carry, skipping the reroll, possibly because of a contest, and moving just into level 8 instead, which I think would fit Travis's style a little bit more.
It is a comp that was played 13 times yesterday. Average is about a 5, which is not great. But I do believe in the right situation, it is something that can be quite stable. Not something that he played yesterday, but definitely something that many of these players will be comfortable playing around, because it's been good for a few patches now.
Wow, Darth Noob just went level 8 at PvE.
Yep, savings account has a lot of extra gold, doesn't want to mess up his transition into that Demacia line we were talking about earlier. And this is now the question for Darth Noob. He has to win essentially every fight now in Stage 4. This is what his game plan revolves around. If he loses any of those fights to any kind of high roll setup someone has been able to assemble in Stage 3, he could be in big trouble.
I also think Revan is probably the most interesting right now because he is lowest HP, but has a ton of resources to be able to use here to roll it down. And it looks like we already have upgraded a couple units. Wage and Iverson, though, is sitting at the top of the table on the win streak. And here comes the roll down. We're able to upgrade a couple of these units, but not the primary tank, not the primary secondary carry either.
It's so tough because you're right. Like, this gets complicated when you want the extra rolls from just being able to have the units on your board. But I think it's even better if you can just kind of start to get stuff together. Great roll down from Revan. He still has a couple of additional rerolls banked.
And he hit the Swain 2 before the Darius 2. Not sure what that says about his chances of hitting that Darius 3. Is still sitting on 40 gold. Should be stable and should be able to stop the bleeding here coming into Stage 4.
He also has hefty rolls, and so he's getting rewarded for rolling even more. The units become tankier, and so it's going to be really hard to take this down late game after he spends all of his gold to get those units.
He will really need a item augment coming up at 4-2 now. Doesn't need more econ, combat power, not really as strong, I would say, with this Noxus pre-roll line as just having extra items on this LeBlanc in particular.
It's going to be gold.
And he's on 6 LeBlancs as well, so he needs the LeBlanc to carry more of the weight in the Stage 4 than the Darius.
Oh.
3 3s is tempting, though.
It's really tempting.
What if you high roll?
So tempting.
He's gonna take
Oh,
it.
he's gonna take it. This is just the Revan play.
There we go. There we go.
Raven at the very least.
What?
So now he's at least close to upgrading another damage unit, which is fantastic. But he does need to continue to roll because this Darius and hitting one of these 3-star backliners will be the replacement for that.
I like going for Kabuko 3 here as well and indexing on a very expensive comp because you have played for 3 econ augments, so you need to find some kind of advantage.
Too. Oh, he's still rolling. Dialme is also pivoted off of the Ishtal now. Gets an early...
The Zillion.
early Zillion.
That's really big. We talked about him having to find a way to navigate Stage 4 and make it to level 9. This is the risky position for any kind of failure comp, in my opinion, and Zillion is one of those ways to kind of try and just get out of level 8 as soon as possible and make it to 9 to unlock Rise.
And he got a completed item and some gold from that cash out. So playing Stage 3 as a, hey, I'm going to re-roll a little bit, then I'm going to lose 3 in a row. Get that little bit of a cash out to cap your board even higher than the rest of the lobby, because a reminder, no encounter means that there's less stuff going on, less things to make your board powerful.
Except the dummy.
Except the dummy. Yep, there it is. We see the power of it right there.
We talked about Elia trying to swoop into an uncontested comp. Leona Zoe is that comp, so found a really good way to just roll alongside Revan, for example. Elia already played one game of Leona yesterday, went quite well for him, so he is quite happy going to this line.
Sorry, I was very excited about the Ionia augment for Travis until I realized I don't think that that's the Ionia prismatic one. It's just Palladium. I think that gives you the comment power.
Yep.
So sad.
All right, Elia is pretty far away from all his upgrades, but I do believe he might just be waiting for Revan to continue on what he's doing, because as more 3 costs get out of the pool, it will be even stronger. And speaking of stronger, Lil Bear has arrived at 4-3, which means his tank and his damage carry are now online.
This is what the doctor ordered for Lil Bear. He has to take big risks. The first risk, picking up aura farming, has definitely paid off. He's now got to a point where you get to the free value of 2-star 5 costs with the Annie and the Tibbers as well. He should be winning, I would guess, every single fight in this stage 4, especially with last second save as his last augment.
Oh man, this dummy is so hard to take down, but the burn onto the backline means that the damage will fall down early for Elia, meaning that that win streak has ended and another one has begun. Jiaomei able to sneak out a fight win versus Travis.
That's really big because Travis is also rolled down to 0 gold. He's expecting to win most, or at the very least, some of these fights in stage 4. He's on a 3-loss streak right now, so definitely not going in his favor.
Wei Jin is going to keep stacking up those Yordles. Maybe you try to position for something else later. He got a Slayer emblem actually out of the branching out, and reinforcement looks like it was there to be able to get that Wukong and try to stabilize that front line. But he is on a bit of a loss streak right now. We're gonna try to probably see him go to 9 and stabilize there, huh?
He did use reinforcement, get that Wukong too.
I said that.
Yeah, you did. And but I want to call it out because I think it is really important, because the aim of now his board is really towards Annie and being able to play around Invoker Annie with that Void Staff, which is just going to be another way to possibly win this lobby because of his points currently in the standings. That's what he needs.
Right, but I think the reason why I'm kind of looking at it and how I scratch my head a bit is that you now know that there are 3 Annie that are on somebody else's board from the aura farming. So is that actually still something that you want to try to play for?
There's 9 copies.
Get
There's
lucky,
plenty.
okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Fair enough. Oh, Revan
Talking
hit
about get
everything.
lucky, roll down to essentially 0 from Revan, 3-star Draven, 3-star LeBlanc, 3-star Darius as well, with the perfect items that we've seen so much of yesterday. So Revan yet again says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, playing for the same Darius reroll line.
Even when he had the perfect opportunity to play around Ari or something else, no. The tried and true, we're going to stick to it. And it has rewarded him handsomely, obviously, on the first day. I'm very curious, though, with the tempo of this lobby and maybe some of the players feeling for a higher cap if this can stand up to it.
The HP totals are actually quite close together. So maybe it is just like a couple of combats where Revan can start to work up the standings, get into a top 4.
There's 3 very different types of players in this lobby. You're looking at someone like JRC or Lil Bear, who are in very strong positions and pushing to 9. They have both the gold and HP to do so. So these players will become the strongest players most likely in stage 5 once they go 9 and get their roll downs down. Then we have the 3-cost rerollers who are low HP but coming back up and becoming very strong once they've hit. Someone like Revan, someone like Elia as well. The danger zone right now is someone like Wei Jin, someone like Travis in particular, because they are on big loss streaks. They're not trending forward. Wei Jin is still a little bit further away from making it to 9 himself, and especially Travis, 0 gold, fairly low HP. His board does not look too strong. I think it's fairly likely he's going to be in bot 4 for this game.
Wei Jin is... I saw based on his bench that he is considering a pivot. You know, he's in this awkward transition stage where he was using the Yordles. It's starting to fall off. Because he ended up getting that Wukong, he's actually starting to flex in the Ionia units as well as Demacia and trying to go towards this transition of being able to actually either play around something like the Lux, or we saw a couple of Lysandra on his bench. So he has options available, but it is just about kind of figuring out what is he going to hit, and is it going to be something where he feels strongly to be able to contest Jiaomei, for example, who's also in the Freljord line.
Or even maybe the best performing comp from day one, which would be Galio Rise, possibly holding those Demacia units on bench, and then you can unlock it maybe even on the neutral round and just play around 3 Demacia with all of these other regional traits and really spike and have the highest cap in the lobby.
It's just very hard playing the Demacia when you're playing with a Savings and Count Demacia player in your lobby because they have way more gold than you. They're rolling usually way before you. And Demacia is a kind of a threshold comp where the moment you hit a Garen 2 and a Lux 2 and you unlock Galio, you become exponentially stronger than the turn before where you were on 1 stars. And so if Weijin is behind this threshold, he can be in big trouble for stage 4 as we're seeing. He's lost every single fight in this stage. So it's more of a fast 9 angle where he's using Demacia and Galio unlock, but once he makes it to Rise, that's where he gets stronger.
It's going to be there though, right? He's getting Rise soon.
Yeah, you got to get to level 9, but this is the exact composition that he won TPC 1 with. Being able to play around Volibear, play around this Rise, and really cap super high. That's how he won the checkmate, and so he's hoping he can do the same here in this lobby.
So impressive. He already has some of the biggest unlocks available, right? And so I think the fact that he's able to think about all of this within the game of like, okay, I need Rise, all right, I need Galio, like I have to get the Volibear unlocked at some point, and he's able to kind of consider all of these possibilities. Now you've got a Rise with the Invoker emblem, and this comp is coming together nicely, but can it be enough?
And the biggest thing is setting up the Rise unlock on that PvE round, because if not, if you go to 9 the next turn and try and greed for interest a little bit more, that's one more round where you don't have any unlocks. You're kind of in no man's land, and you're going to have a hard time winning that 5-1 fight. Elia is now going to spike with some of his backline carries. Will it be enough to start turning this loss streak around? That's the big question.
And this is kind of the byproduct of taking something like Dumbify here in this lobby, is he is really broke. Right, he did roll down and obviously did hit most of his units now. He's now not had Leona quite yet. The dummy helps with that front line. But the problem is he's 7 gold and stuck on level 7 for probably most of stage 5. And that's not the case for someone like Revan, who's now aiming higher in the lobby.
To have hit all of his upgrades and also having Staffsmith and he has everything itemized plus a dummy, though, I think the cap is much higher than you would usually get for a Jinx, Leona, Miles comp in general. So I do expect Aaliyah to get at the top 4 in this game.
Deathcap Leona's Biss, by the way.
Buy the Diana. Do it. I dare you.
Yeah, right?
Diana can be a final unit on this board, actually, when you make it to 9 over the Taric, depending on your matchups. This is the big moment for JOC. This is where he has sacked a lot of his HP. He's still lobby leader, 48 HP, but he has to now make the strongest board he can. On the 80 flex that you mentioned, CLE was not looking so good in the stats, but from this specific spot,
it's got to be good, right?
I think it has to be one of the premium positions to play for it. Born 2, still no backline upgrades, though.
Yeah, we do have the Shyvana now, so maybe we could get that on. We do have one on the board, so we have Shyvana pair. We don't have so many of these other ones we're looking for, but I think the core is there, right? We got a big upgrade in this Ornn that can really solidify this front line, and I think just getting one of those backline carries is going to be the next step.
I'm just watching this Senna pop off, but it's just not enough. I feel like the Senna wanted to maybe be on the other side, but it's also up against this Noxus hero that Revan has had online for a while, unupgraded.
On the flip side, Lil Bear on the left there, fighting against Travis's board, and Travis playing around these 80 milli carries. They're hanging on for a long time with the Omnivamp. They're trying to fight against the burn from the Annie and will be winning. It's a really key win there. Lil Bear already level 9, has the Annie 2, but not able to win against Travis, who is still level 8. He has not gone 9. He said, you know what, I'm fighting for placements instead. And a really key win for the Polish player.
Weijin Iverson has also turned things around, 2 wins now back-to-back, and the lobby HP is dwindling. Look at that. 14 HP separates Delme from JRC from 8th to 1st.
Yeah, it's all coming down closer together. Darthnoob also just hit a Galio too, so his board and his risky playstyle might be playing off, but he only has 2, hopefully, lives left. And so it's going to be a good test here for Weijin's board and also JRC to face off against one another. JRC
got the Senna and the Kindred both upgraded, so rolled down pretty deep, but found some of the biggest things that he could for that backline.
Weijin still on Volley 1, still on Rise 1. This is the big test. If you can beat JRC, who's expected to be one of the stronger players in this Stage 5, that's very good news for his expected placement, and he does. So really strong AP high cap board he's built here.
Also, just want to say, 3 Bruiser, 3 Invoker, 3 Yordle.
Biss.
Yeah. It's just
Good things come in 3s.
Yeah?
That's what they say.
Yeah, well, you know, when there's an option for 4 or 2, you know, having 3 just like feels weird to my brain. I like it to be perfect, you know?
No, I get what you mean, but I feel like more often I'm realizing that having to have that max synergy, like the next level of the synergy, is not like totally necessary. But maybe you get an emblem or something if you're lucky from the PvE round, and then you can round it out.
Yeah. Just makes my brain mad, you know? I just want to
This
see
is
perfect.
just no. But what if he had bronze for life, man?
Oh, yeah.
Then you don't want the 4th.
No.
I'm really impressed by Travis in this game, focusing around the Yone Slayer with Ionia with the Aatrox coming in, still 1-star, but triple combat, essentially, despite being level 8, he's able to fight against most of these boards. If he can win 1 or 2 more fights that are left in Stage 5, he is going to be, just a huge turnaround for a player who has not played much AD yesterday.
We have 3 players on brink of elimination in this game. Dialme, Darthnub, and Lil Bear, all under 10 HP single digits, means they will get eliminated if they do end up losing a round. We could also see like half of this lobby out in one go, right here.
Sure could, because it depends on this matchup, and it looks like it will be Darthnu versus Dialme, who both of these players on the brink of elimination, so one player at least will be falling out, and it's going to be basically a mirror matchup between the Freljord boards, but one of them is Rise.
One of them is the Zillion for Dialme.
And one of them is level 9. Dialme has been stuck on 8 the entire game. We talked about it, right? The real test would be how can he transition from level 8 to level 9? And can he win most of those fights in Stage 4? That was not the case. It's an 8th place, I think a little bit expected. Freljord is less of a consistent AP line compared to Demacia, for example.
And it is America's Anamia on top here, APAC and CN, starting off the day slow once again, at least in this broadcast lobby. And so Darthnoob able to take a huge win for his board, but guess who is still on fire? That would be our #1 point earner from day one. That is
Yes.
Revan. The big thing that has paid off is hefty rolls, being his thing that has really powered up the board in the late game.
We mentioned it, right? The reroll AVP for EMEA as a region 3.0, way better than any other region in that day one. And Aaliyah and Revan maybe showcasing why here. They really know what spots to play into these reroll lines.
JRC versus Darthnub on the left. We've got Travis versus Aaliyah. So Darthnub and Travis are staring down elimination if they lose this fight. Looks like Travis is going to be on the losing end of this Malzahar and Zoe reroll, and it's very close here between Darthnub and JRC.
Looks like Darthnoob will take it. The Lissandra cast coming through just to get enough, but JRC does not drop out, still staying at 1 life, actually 1 HP, but Travis falling out, and a bot for not the exact start he wanted.
Just not a good matchup for these Slayers, where you have 2 Giga Tanks with both the Dummy and the Leona holding the line for so long, you just can't access that backline at all.
Weijin Iverson found his kryptonite. He ran into Aaliyah and Revan back-to-back and ended up losing to those 3 cross rerolls.
He is still missing the Rise 2. Once he finds the Rise 2, that's the real test of how strong Weijin's board will be entering Stage 6.
Because the good news is that board has a lot of backline access with that Rise, where their boards are all centered around this big tank that you cannot take down.
Even the Volley Bear, if he's able to not get aggroed early or near the middle of the fight, and he can actually jump into the backline and start terrorizing those 3-cost reroll backlines, that could be a huge fight difference for Weijin's board.
Looks like he's rolled 0 and has not been able to find that big upgrade. He does have the Volley 2, so that can help, but you're really looking for that Rise.
Listen, Jarvan 2, we upgraded something at least. It does make a difference here in this fight, but it's going to be the matchup that matters most.
Oh, well, maybe this is an okay one. It is going to be Rise versus Rise. Both of them 1 star. If Weijin Iverson is able to knock out Darthnoob, then you have another Rise going back into the pool.
Uh-oh, the Volley Bear stuck for a bit due to the set Hex being occupied, lost some DPS on that melee carry. We'll see. It's going to be a very close fight here between both of the Americas players. The Volley Bear now does finally get his next phase of the ult.
It's a matter of the secondary carries here. Volley Bear, can it survive long enough to get onto Lissandra? It does not, meaning Weijin Iverson will fall down here as that last cast does not kill it. It will be a 4th place, so a solid start. JRC falls out in 5th.
Honestly, very impressed with that top 4 because Weijin Iverson was not looking very healthy towards the beginning half of that game.
Oh, there's Rise.
And he was also stuck. He was just smushed between 2 players that were kind of bullying him out of his preferred line.
Rise 2 in shop. Silas now unlocked and also now purchased for Darthnoob, but it is him versus the rerollers, and he's hoping that he can come out on top.
With the Rise, I think that's the last big spike that both Darthnub and Weijin needed. We're going to see how it's going to fare here. And look at the Volibear in particular. I think he will be targeted quite early by the Zoe bubble. So it's going to be hard for the damage to come out only from the Rise in this case.
It's going to be versus the Ghost of Aaliyah, but Ghost can still be kind of scary. Like the fact that this dummy is still there, kind of buying some time, but Ghost still not as strong as what we would see from the original board.
I really like the addition of the set onto this board because it does percent HP damage. And so when it's able to pick up that dummy or even that Leona, it's able to do a massive amount of AoE to the opposite side.
Looks like Revan did lose that 3-cost reroll mirror match against Aaliyah. So the big test will be now who... Aaliyah's facing Darthnub's Real, so Revan will face one of the Ghosts now as well. He should have a slightly easier matchup, but Revan's on 1 life, Darthnub's on 1 life. Aaliyah still has at least 2 lives to play with, so he looks like the stronger player right now, and I think understandably so. We mentioned it. The hard part would be hitting all your 3 stars because you don't have that much econ just with Calcloss, but once you do hit that, your overall cap is just that much higher with Dumbify and the Stabsmith.
All right, well, focus on the right-hand side. Darthnub did beat the Ghost of Aaliyah in that last combat, but now it's the real thing. So can he actually get enough damage down into this dummy and start to access that backline there with the Zoe and the Malzahar? They're so low. The Malzahar also looks like it's going to be taken down pretty easily.
And it looks like it's going to be Aaliyah maybe even being the weakest in this lobby, even with the Dumbify. And so Darthnub has really shown what Fast 9 can do, right? It's able to outcap, get to those high-cost units, the 7 costs in this set that you can't really access when you're rerolling.
Darthnub and Revan both finding a final item on their second carry, the Draven for Revan and the Lissandra for Darthnub. A little bit more impactful of a carry assault compared to Aaliyah, who already has full items with that Staffsmith on most of his units.
Yeah, I guess you put this on the Seraphine.
Yep.
With the HP, though, it's very interesting because it's all going to come down to matchups, right? Who gets to face Darthnub? Who gets to face Revan? What is going to be the matchup that maybe you could possibly squeak out a win in?
I think for Aaliyah and Revan, the name of the game is don't run into Darthnub. That's it.
Well, Revan is going to be the opponent that Darthnub will be facing here, so Darthnub positioning for Revan. We'll see where the Darius can get the full value from his ult.
Aaliyah will be facing the Ghost, which is good news for him if he's able to possibly get the win. He's hoping to squeak out a second place if he can. We do have Kindred 2 in shop for Revan, which would be a big upgrade. As we watch the Rise ramp up on the side of Darthnub, that is what is going to be the big problem. But as Darius stays alive longer and longer, the damage from the backline will continue to ramp and take down Darthnub instead, and Aaliyah falling as well. I think it's going to be a first place
kill
for Revan again.
What?
He cannot keep getting away with it. You guys have to hold the Dravens. Revan, despite the late pivot into the Noxus, reroll was holding all the pieces, had a great setup with both of his early augments, and another first place, a commanding lead from the Spanish player as we get through this game.
That is so wild. His AVP on this comp is insane. It must be something like a 1.4 now.
He can't be stopped. It's every game he's playing it. And it kind of reminds me of some good success we've had in the past at Tactician's Crown, where you say, this is my comp, you can't play it because I'm going to play it every single game.
Okay, but also, like, who in their right mind wants to actually contest Revan on this comp? Are you really going to opt into that and say, you know what, I feel like playing Noxus reroll today, even though I know sure well that there is somebody that is going to be on it the entire game?
And it's hard to contest. You can't force your way into it. You have to find the Draven first in the first place, and I guess Revan is the Draven Whisperer. He's able to always find it just in time to unlock the Darius.
It's absolutely insane, and he keeps doing it over and over. But we do want to call out all of the other great reroll that happened in that lobby. Aaliyah able to squeak out the second with that is exactly what he wanted, where Darthnub, great Fast 9 play, not the result that he wanted, but for Amiya, another strong start. I guess I didn't cast a curse them enough.
Maybe not, but maybe you also cast your Bless, something else. We do have some additional updates from the other lobbies that have been happening off the main broadcast, so Makes, Clement, what did you watch over there?
Man, there was a lot that was going on in the other lobbies, and it looks like somebody may have taken a page out of Reven's book, because Robin, who's one of the players who are fighting elimination in the next couple of rounds, said, you know what, Noxus reroll, I got this. I'm just going to go down this route as well. I will say it looked pretty doomed for just a little while. Then he was able to stabilize on that Swain 2, roll down all of his gold on 5-1 to try and finally get those 3 stars. Still 1 copy short of that LeBlanc and that Draven, but in the end, it's good enough for a 2nd place.
They can't keep getting away with it. It doesn't make any sense. Robin Songs actually even lost a PvE round and then rolled very, very deep to 0 gold, did not hit Darius 2. Was still able to come back on this Darius LeBlanc line. That's all you need to know about the power level.
Well, that's not the only thing that happened, because while we wanted to watch YBY1, another player took our attention. We used to call him Midfeed, but I believe you got a new name for him.
It's Wokich Feed. This was the most insane game that we've seen. One of the most high roll fun ones. It was Recombobulator into 4 different 5 costs, one of them being the Azir, and then he was able to end the carousel round with a Seraphine 2 ready for him just in shop, and he was able to get the Xerath online on 3-6 and got the lucky gold roll on 4-1. 10 extra gold into it, straight fast 9, straight first place. What a easy win for him.
Easy win for him. There was something weird happening in that lobby, though, because there was Cambuli with that Baron trying to maybe throw a rock in Midfeed's path, and he lost to none other than Yunara. So very strange things are happening, and if that's not wild enough for you, there was another lobby with triple prismatics and a player chasing Baron 3.
Yep, it was Lee Sao. He's back to his old tricks again. This was his most played composition in regionals as well. Triple prismatics, you got to go for the Baron right there, and another smooth sailing for the best CN player so far in the tournament.
That's right. Lee Sao 1st place, Obu 2nd place on a Jinx comp. It was pretty close between the two of them, and he was 2 copies short of maybe finding that Baron 3, which we would have loved to show you guys, but that's it from us. I think we got a lot more craziness coming our way, and your next lobby is going to be that Robin lobby.
I'm speechless. Can you play? Hold on. Say that again. Recombobulator.
Yes.
Into
Four different 5 costs.
Azir?
With Xerath and Shurima.
The
On
basics
3-6.
are that we have YBY1 and Cambuli in very, very dire situations, but Robin Songs and Robin Songs will likely continue to move on into the tournament. Those were the ones that we were looking at more of the bottom of the standings.
I will say for Midfeed, he was on a Leona Zoe kind of comp before he found that Recombobulator, so he must have just bought a couple of 4 costs out of the shop right before that Silver Augment rolled around and just hit, man.
That is a nat 20 right there, for sure. Well, Clement Makes, thank you so much for those updates. Wow, I don't know what else to say.
And Midfeed is a player who we talked about yesterday, didn't really like playing for high risk. He was playing around just high top 4 rate, 4 cost combos in particular, no fast 9. But if you have a spot for it, sometimes the game just whispers to you, just do it. Just click Recombob. And I guess you got rewarded for that one game of risk.
I definitely hear those whispers more often than other players. Because I love clicking some of these crazy augments that you definitely shouldn't click.
It's worked out for some of our players when they've gone risky, and it has not worked out for others. It's been really cool to be able to watch kind of where players have decided to say, okay, yes, it is possible for me to take this risk versus no, I just want to be very risk averse. Let's see those standings though. With that update that we got for Makes and Clement, we can see where some of these players have fallen. We also saw the unfortunate demise of Lil Bear in that last game. Tough road here for our competitors that are in 25th, 26th, and 27th.
And these 8 players, if they stay on the bottom, will be eliminated just after this next game. And so starting off your day with an 8th place for Mori, Xiaomei, and FX specifically puts them in a really bad spot.
I'm looking at YBY1. He's a player who, across all of his TAC rounds, 4 different tournaments, has never finished worse than 9th place. So very consistent top performer. He's definitely in the worst position he's ever been in a TAC round like this. I wonder if he can clutch up this next game.
speaking of clutching up, we see a lot of players on this page, and I'm sure the next page too, that are really starting off strong. Robin needed exactly what he got, and we'll be able to watch him in the last lobby. But maybe Obo specifically also getting that second place, moving himself into a much more stable position.
Well, on this first page, these are the players that can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Revan, Li Cao, Midfeed,
Wow.
all getting a first place and pushing them over those 40-point line. Darth Noob and Aaliyah also joining them in that. But I'm also shocked to see that Double started today with an 8th place.
And yesterday's last game as well was not ideal, so this is where Double has to pull from his experience. This is his 8th TAC crown, someone that has never, there's no one that's been here more often than him. He knows what he needs to do in terms of mental state to come back, reset, say, 2 bad placements. I won 3 games in a row yesterday. I can do that again now.
Panda, there's 4 Amiya in the top 8 right now.
I'm not even going to say it.
I'll say it. That's insane. They are absolutely popping off and just continuing to show that maybe their read is one of the best in this tournament, and it's just continuing to pay off.
Yeah, I think especially Leah and Dasek have a very similar read, and it just works really well for the Swiss stage. You don't have to take these big risks. Dasek said a lot of players don't understand that to make it to final lobby, you don't need to win any games at all, and you can make it very easily as long as you have consistent 3rd and 4th places, and that's what they're both playing for.
I was thinking for a second there that CLE was trying harder to cast or curse the EMEA region, and Panda just wasn't picking up on
We're
it.
uncursable, I'm starting to feel, especially after watching Revan win his 3rd game on Darius and 5 games total out of 7. I think he is definitely, there's no magic that can stop him, essentially.
Listen, I put Amiya dead last in my pick'ems as far as the region, and Revan dead last in my tier list. Clearly, I'm doing something.
Keep doing this every step,
completely
please.
right,
please.
or wrong.
Just
I don't
continue
know.
doing it. I'm all for it.
Oh, it's been a secret to success for at least today and this weekend, but will that success continue? As we get ready for the next game, this is where our players towards the bottom of our standings need to get it together, or they will face elimination. So this is going to be a really important game for us to follow as we go back to the Robin Songs lobby, where there are just a couple of key players here. Robin Songs, Koyui, both on 23 points, have a chance to keep themselves out of elimination. But for Mori and AQ1H, they are in the danger zone. They do really need a 3rd place or better to stay alive.
And similar to Revan, I think Robin sent a very clear message yesterday. America as a region was the worst performing region on reroll, a 5.10 AVP, so quite tragic as an entire region. But Robin specifically played 3 games of Leona, Zoe, Malzahar reroll. He had a 3.3 or so AVP, so very, very good scores on this line. Now plays a Darius line cleanly as well for a great result. So I think Robin most likely has a spot for it. We'll be playing around the 3-cost reroll. And on the flip side, Setsuko, we saw the complete opposite. No reroll from him whatsoever. Unconventional fast 9s. That didn't quite work out in this first game. He went 7th place.
And I think that's very characteristic of both players as far as we know them in the Americas. Setsuko being one that has very high win share, being someone that we know to be a fast 9 demon in terms of capping out boards. But Robin, very logical flow chart, as we like to call it, TFT, played by Robin. And if he's determining that, hey, if I'm not high rolling and have really high HP and able to streak, reroll is easy to execute and get those high placements with.
Well, a lot of the players in these lobbies are also just very respectful and will acknowledge when someone else is in this line already. I think I can't contest it. I wish my ranked games were like this and people see your spot and just go, yeah, okay, she can have this. But in competition, it is one thing where you say, well, I'm posturing to play this comp. Dare to play this game of chicken with me?
It is especially interesting in a format like this one and in these first 2 games of day 2. Players that are needing to come back in a big way in their points, the last thing they want to do is play a contested reroll line because the expected EV from this play is so low that it does not meet the requirements you have in terms of the point total you need. So this is where being high on the standings coming to day 2 is a huge advantage.
First augment for our game will be gold. Not very impactful, but can provide a lot of direction possibly for our players, like Setsuko going around for that gold destiny and letting the game decide, and Robin Songs playing around Legion of Threes, which really does enable a lot of these reroll options. And hey, depending on this Ionia, may be pretty clear.
Yes, the Ionia is going to be Path of the Enlightened this game.
Okay. We'll get a bit more of these resources there from the Ionia, and it's never a bad thing to get those.
And Mori with the Orianna unlock. Stars are born. Ori 2 going to have a very strong early game. This is where players have to kind of scout and see, okay, what's the expected game plan for stage 2 and 3. It really does decide if you want to level to 4 early on, if you want to play more for a lose streak, because some players seemingly will be quite strong here at the start of this game. 2 Stars are born players. Ooh, and Setsuko is forced into reroll. Hefty roll off of the Gold Destiny means that a player who has not played any reroll whatsoever will most likely have to find the right reroll line to play into on 3-5.
He open forwarded. There's nothing on his board.
It's the Revan
that
special.
was an instant loss.
Sure is. Yeah, and I do think we know that Noxus is kind of contested with AQ1H playing around that early and taking the Darkened Staff as well for some extra damage. But for Setsuko, will he play that Targon Malzahar line that we see being the best performing reroll on day 1? Or will he, maybe try to contest someone and cook something?
Robin's in his lobby. Robin is the Leona Zoe player, and Robin has an Arcanist emblem as well, plus Legion of 3, so there could potentially be a contest between these two Americas players. Similar to Revan, I think Robin is the one that has the psychological warfare advantage of saying, I'm playing this line a lot, I'm having good results, I will be happy to contest it more if you get into my line.
In regionals, though, this was Robin's most successful competition, is the Ionia Ari. So he's very probably happy to even stay on that line, but it hasn't been the same for this tournament so far. He hasn't been able to pull that comp off at all yet.
Sorry, I was giggling at the fact that Raiko just like, okay, I'll still board.
It's the Raiko special as well. He calls it the Magician because he snaps his fingers and his board disappears. Most often in this patch, in particular in the regionals patch, Raiko pairs this with Bard rolling on 2-3, essentially kind of a restart mission on stage 2, sell your entire board and then find a more direction. We're seeing Dasik a similar angle here with the Bard unlock.
Stars Are Born into an unlock is a tech that we've seen a lot, really raising the value of Stars Are Born, because if you know that this 2 cost is going to be in your shop, like unlocking Orianna, you know you can get that unit upgraded instantly and provide a lot of stability to our board. But for Mori here, we're already level 5 here on 2-3. He is playing for that win streak around Stars Are Born, and I know there's many players that would love to take him down.
Mori and Dasik both picked Orianna. Why her specifically to get the 2-star upgrade?
It's just very stable carry for stages 2 and 3, and it feeds very well, into my opinion, the most stable comp to play off of high tempo, which is Demacia, where you can continue this tempo, have a strong roll down on stage 4. It really fits Dasik's playstyle in particular. This is all he wants to do, is have safe games and fight for 3rd and 4s, playing things like Demacia, for example, the long shot that we saw some of yesterday, or the AP variant.
We look at the bottom of our screen, we can see a snapshot of the whole lobby. Obviously, nothing on Raiko's board, but we want to look at Koyui, who is playing around what we would say is traditional AP Kaisa items, and also a really good setup for it as well. Speedy double kill, giving that Guinsu's Rage Blade, and as soon as 2 people die, getting a bunch of gold. Problem is, you got to get there. You got to have 2 people die in this game, and that's the hard part.
Gotta believe. You gotta believe that there will be 2 people that fall before you. Surely. No.
Well, it's possible, but that's the risk you play with this augment. It is a little bit of a high risk. Raiko here not quite able to make 40 gold. A little sad.
That's
Remember,
okay. He'll be rich later.
It is going to be Gwen encounter as well. So some of the items players have slammed in the direction they've chosen, they can pivot out of it to some extent because there are quite a few contests happening around the different boards.
Koyui, we see playing around, getting another bow off Carousel as well, so giving a little bit more attack speed. Facing off against AQ1H, who did win the previous game, really pushing himself back up the leaderboard, because as we see, he did start from 27 points. The points quite haven't updated on our graphics here, but now has put himself in great contention.
And AQ1H most likely will be playing into Melflex. I think he needs to exhibit the APAC playstyle we expect of playing this 1st or 8th playstyle. I imagine the cutoff will be around 33 points after this game, 32 potentially, in terms of the 8 players that get cut. So AQ1H needs to play for this riskier style. And he has already a great 3-item setup for the Mel with the Darkened Staff, the JG, and the blue buff.
I'm excited to see where you go from here. I want to see if Mori ends up going more into just like the straight Demacia obviously holding on to the Vayne, and the maybe just also says like, I want to just do Demacia Unluck to get the Galio, and then you use the Yordles for tempo to do the anything.
Oh, I love seeing what Setsuko's doing because this is a little bit of a mix of his playstyles. High risk is the name of the game for him. He might even be playing some Isthel reroll.
He is an unusual one. Yes. Hey, I'm here for it, but I mean that in like a good way in terms of the creative sense where Setsuko is as a player. I often feel like he's been looked at as one of the competitors that's been great at being able to actually like loss streak and then go to some sort of fast 9, try to recover that. And so to see Setsuko kind of playing at more of like an Ishtal level, I'm just like, maybe it is reroll, but maybe he's also going to do something more creative with it.
He is holding Mundo Vi, so I think it's probably going to be an attempt to play into Jinx reroll. It's currently uncontested. Most of the lobby is hovering AP for the most part, so any kind of AD line will favor him. And with Gwen's Scissors, you have the flexibility to slam something like an Asher's and then just salvage bin the item with the Gwen Scissors and go into AD instead. We talk about Setsuko as a player. He's all about unconventional lines and finding edge in not being contested for the most part, to then push level 8, push level 9, and win games. So I expect him to play around AD if he can.
Getting another bow here, great for that option. But looking at the lobby tempo, we see 4 people on streaks. 2 of them at the win, 2 of them at the loss. So we'll see if Setsuko takes another quest here and what it might be. This will really shape how his stage 3 goes and where he aims for the end of this stage. We did slam some more of these items.
He wants to alternate. He's just thinking like, yeah, I should alternate here. In attack round game, I hope he did it. Okay,
no,
good.
okay.
He picked the safe option with hefty rolls, going for the 11 rerolls. I think he'll want to push 7. Ideally, he gets a lot of gold from this 3-2 augment. He can push 7 early, get the cash out, and he found a Jinx in the shop here. I wonder if he wants to just go for the Jinx reroll.
And he did click that one in the regional finals, and he did cash it out on his second attempt. So it was ruined for him once.
Did not go well.
I think that's why he was laughing.
He knows.
Raiko, one of the Yordle masters, Necra, you'd be happy to hear. He played 4 games of this Yordle comp across regionals, just the week 2.
I love it.
He qualified directly there. He liked a lot playing for this lose streak opener into being uncontested. He played some Shadows as well. We'll see how it goes here. Most likely he will try and play, like we mentioned, the Veigar, the Fizz as a path into Annie.
I will say, I also thought that maybe my joke for the Rage Blade augment for Koyui is if he didn't actually get like all the components online for the Kaisa, he could use the Gwen Scissors to snip apart the Rage Blade and the Hextech Gunblade and go into Veigar.
There we go.
Get the death. No, never mind.
That's definitely the path he'll be taking, Necra. I think more players need your assistance on their strategy.
Yes. Wow, this is crazy. That's a lot of swords.
Yeah, it's a lot of items. We took the small magic roll. We're going to get one of the best Darius items as well as a great backline item instead. And so it can't be too upset with how this ended up.
And this is a very good consideration, especially on this encounter. You can reforge full items without being at such a mercy because you can then separate those full whatever random item you get and still find the right components that you would want for AP.
Dasik, this might be looking at a mirror matchup. Dasik hoping he can re-roll this setup. He already got off the Orianna carry and instead has moved straight into this LeBlanc and Darius line because the items are really, really good for it.
I wonder though if like, because you have Slammin on the side of Dasik. Like I do see that you're holding a bunch of copies, but I feel like you could still go for some type of Mel angle. Wouldn't this really be dependent on the next augment that we see?
And who's contesting? If there's anyone else contesting the Noxus line, we have lifting competition from one of our players as well. So just the general AP space is quite congested in this game, and trying to navigate into a line that you're going to be a little bit more free on is going to be really important. If Dasik gets off of Demacia altogether, this is really, really good news for Mori, who was maybe angling that line a little bit more heavily.
Robinsong's still holding strong in the area of Ionia. We see Raiko on the other side, who already has the Veigar unlocked. Also got a great augment in the Jeweled Lotus on 3-2.
My man. I love the Veigar. Well, maybe you can actually get some KOs though. That's what you need to get this damage. That's been kind of a hard thing for our Veigar players to accomplish in these games, but it looks like Raiko is gonna do it.
This is what Raiko does so well in EMEA, and I think now on this TAC stage as well. Pushing level 7 very early, even before the 3-cost reroll players on 3-2 or on 3-3. Most of the lines he likes playing like doing this as well. For example, the Yone Ionia, for example, without the Ahri, the Buildwater lines, the Shadow Owls, the Yordles here in particular as well.
Look at the bottom of the screen and see where players have ended up right now. Setsuko did take some lesser duplicators and might actually be playing some Ixtal Ahri Ionia reroll that was kind of good a couple patches ago. It was a very niche reroll comp to play around, but if Ahri is uncontested, it could be a good spot for him to land while still getting more of the results from the Ixtals alongside it.
What about Robinsons?
I mean, who knows what he's going to do.
Well, because since Robinsons is known to be a reroller for this meta, I feel like you do have to keep an eye on what Robinsons is doing and see whether or not he is holding copies of Ahri, since he's still in the Ionia line, as you've pointed out, with the Legion of Threes. Like, I don't know if Setsuko would do that or maybe try to reroll for something like the Melio instead.
Dasik has rolled quite heavily, so he definitely is indicating he's playing for this LeBlanc Darius duo carry. Setsuko has not leveled to 7 yet, it seems like, so holding off on any key game plan just yet, waiting to see what Robin does.
And I think often that might be a good plan, especially while playing Ixtal, because you can use a lot of that gold in your quests to help give you some more of those Sun Shards and really power you up in late game. Raiko taking a big hit from Dasik here, who is down at 20 gold, so obviously this is what Dasik was looking for. But no Darius 2 makes this still a little bit sketchy.
AQ1H maybe contesting Dasik. Robinsons and Setsuko still looking across from each other to see what they're going to do.
There we go.
And everybody else has started to lock in other things. How far will Dasik roll? Where does Koyue end up? Already has the Kaisa unlocked to be able to start to itemize that. And Raiko has already shown us the Veigar.
We see the fight here between Dasik and AQ1H. I know AQ1H was stamping his mark on this composition early in the game, and Dasik has kind of swept in and said, nope, not for free. We can't let this Revan experience happen in this lobby too.
I still think this could be, well, I guess maybe not, because you would want a lot of gold injection, right? Because otherwise I would say maybe you could still try to go Mel here if you're AQ1H.
You need to find Mbessa, that's the big thing as well. Sometimes when you roll on 7, if you do find an early Mbessa, you can stop rolling and just say, okay, I have the Mbessa already, the hardest part of unlocking Mel. I might as well just push level instead, especially if I'm contested. But in this case, doesn't find the Mbessa either. And this is where Darius will start to fail as a comp. You really have to hit a lot of 3-stars if you're contested. You need so much more gold to do so. And it just becomes that comp that goes from a potential 1st to maybe an 8th. We saw Weijin getting 8th yesterday, quite a few players actually.
There is a 12% chance that we could see a prismatic augment to finish out this game.
And there's Setsuko, I think, very smartly pivoting into Jinx, saying, I don't want any of this AP bloodbath. I'm going to reformulate my items thanks to the Gwen Scissors, move into AD instead, play around an uncontested 3-cost, and have a much easier time making use of these duplicators plus the hefty rolls. Revan style transition, where you're transitioning not on 3-5, but on 4-1. Do we see the same result we had from Revan, where he played for that first?
I love the style of this, right? It's playing around getting extra resources and what's strong right now, AP being quite strong, and now, hey, how can we play around getting some of these uncontested lines? Warwick unlocked, now able to roll a bit more, and we also get some more resources injected.
Could have maybe considered, I guess not on 29 HP, going for the 20 rolls instead, just sells out of Ixtal, cashes out. And this is the turn where the APM check comes in. Setsuko, usually a fast 9 player. That's where his APM is checked, but now as a reroll player, he has to stabilize this board. He has to use up as much of his gold as possible before the round starts.
We're looking for Braum specifically to round out this board. We're able to get a bunch of upgrades. We weren't able to, we did get
just barely
the scissors off
it's
there.
It's hard to have the mental note of where the scissors are and what they look like.
Yeah.
That so quickly.
Slamming great items here. Going to get our tank online as well. Setsuko's got to be happy with this transition, and also the Warwick wrapping onto the back line might even take down this LeBlanc himself and give him at least a lot more HP to work with. We're not going to be able to kill this thing. He might even win the fight.
Slams the Hodge to make sure the Warwick stays alive to try and fight against the Darius. So Setsuko able to survive that one pivotal turn he needed to. Now he has a little bit more time to continue the roll down to stabilize. He can maybe even hit the Jinx 3 early with the duplicators as well. So for now, mission accomplished.
Problem is, he has at least 2 lesser duplicators, not too close to our upgrade yet. We will have gold to finish off the game as well. So more power coming through. Six Bruiser online for ready means that he'll continue stacking lifting competition as quick as possible into this late game.
Wow, 3 people picked.
Gilded Steel.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like the hold the line of the prismatic, the prismatic version, but Gilded Steel is very fun.
And Dasik not quite re-rolling, just trying to play around this Noxus as a tempo line, pushing down to level 8. Most players are pushing to 8 here and trying to stabilize. These next few fights will be very important to what realistic game plans players will have. Those who can win these fights, they can push to level 9, they can play for the high cap, for the greed. The rest of them will have to play for placements.
We spawned Jinx 3. It's
Yep.
here. We use the duplicators. We have 0 gold left. No Warwick 2 is going to be a little bit difficult for that secondary carry, and we will continue to get better and better items as the game goes on. But stabilizing now is exactly what the doctor ordered for Setsuko, because we're also playing around Spirit Link. Obviously, we can lose a little bit more and get a little bit more HP back in our fights, but I don't think we want to play around 1 life in this lobby.
And look at the augments other players picked as well. I think Setsuko understands with 29 HP that he has to win some or most of the fights in stage 4 to have a good result in this game. He cannot lose another fight and be at the mercy of facing one of these Grim Reaper players who go fast 9 and can beat him out in stage 5.
So much explosive growth.
It's very, very true. Koyui is playing a composition we haven't seen do too well so far in our tournament. This is vertical version of Void, but not towards Baron. We don't have the opportunity to go 10 and play around that, so we're just going to play around Kaisa. This is something that was quite good in the middle of the set, and now bringing it here to the Tactician's Crown stage.
If he can hit Baron somehow, that would be great, but...
3 gold, level 8 on 4-3. I think he's not making it to 10.
No, trust. He's
I will
gonna
trust you on many things, Necra. This is not one of them, unfortunately. The math is not mathing for me. This is one of those spots where you're playing for placements. You know your cap is low. You know you're just trying to win some of these fights against the greedier players that are trying to go fast 9. Like Reddy. Reddy has already gone 9, didn't have that much gold to roll with, still holding 30 gold now, trying to go for 1 big roll down in his last life. So favorable matchup for Koyui here. If he can win 1 or 2 more of these fights on stage 4, I think his game plan is good enough for a 5th.
8 HP to go, and so he's got a lot to roll, and he's got great AP items, as well as trying to set up the secondary carry in the Volibear that is unlocked also. And there's going to be so much he wants to hit. Is he going to play around Rise?
Yeah, we have to go to Reddy's board now because he didn't roll yet because he was just gone to 9, has to unlock Rise first, and now he has a chance to roll the 30 gold. He's on 1 life. We saw comparing to Wei Jin's game last in the game 7 we saw in the tournament, he was on 9 on PvE, but he had more lives to work with. So a much more dire position for Reddy here. If he can hit Rise 2, that will be enough to take over the stage 4, that's for sure.
Here we go.
Volley 2, obviously a great upgrade as well. Here it is online, and we will be able to reforge some of our items, maybe get a Titans or maybe one of the other great Volibear items.
Volley actually has pretty good HP scaling, so yes. He will do quite well with these items.
Okay.
There's just not enough.
You want the Steract at least. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's just not enough gold. Reddy's gonna have to hope that the Volley 2 is fine.
Well, here's a good matchup for you. Mori played around forward thinking, got a bunch of that gold back, but really didn't hit too much on a roll down here. I think we're trying to play around Lissandra, but I don't see a single one.
I guess you have the Zillion? Oh my goodness.
That was a world record fight. That was so fast.
The HP scaling on Volley on his jump is actually pretty explosive in terms of how much damage he can do. Reddy, reminder, yesterday is one of those players who played Ixtal, who likes playing into this high risk. He's an underdog coming into this tournament. He told me he does not feel the pressure of expectations. He said, just being here is already great news for me in my career. So this is the kind of player who's more open to taking these big risks to try and find success.
Oh, la la, Raiko.
I mean, this spot, 8 Euros, we're able to get a lot of extra resources. We're playing around Spirit Link, able to get a lot of combat power in fights. He could possibly have another life to work with, but it's going to be very, very hard to make it back where he's not close to any of these 3 stars either.
I don't want to see Veigar ever again. Get it off my screen for the sake of our players.
The Noxus Mirror matchup here between AQ1H and Dasic both have the Mel unlocked, both still on the Mel 1. So using that Seraphine and the LeBlanc as the duo carries here.
And both refused to reroll, right? They saw each other, that they're contested. They knew that these copies were going to be incredibly hard to find. But for AQ1H, the items are just better. The Darkened Staff does so much damage on this board, as well as this Mel. If it can continue to cast more and more, possibly gets that Radiant item online. It is Ready versus Raiko. The Volley Bear trying to take down the Fizz and will do so. Raiko, though, it's a Spirit Link loss.
Right.
Max value.
Yes.
Right. I believe it when I see it.
I wonder if he pivots off some of these Yordles here.
I feel like you have to, because there's just a certain point where even though the Yordle grab bag is nice, you pass by. Well, okay, he picked up the Annie, but I was like, I'm really worried about you because you didn't pick up the Annie when we were on your board. So are you actually going to make a pivot now? I feel like, yes, you kind of just like start getting ready because the roll down is going to be huge.
One
A
roll
lot of
down
gold.
and a dream is the big thing for Raiko here. He has to find the Annie 2. Ideally, it would be a lot of fun as well, but Tibbers too. He has to also reforge this BF sword into something a little bit better to try and find a secondary carry with the Annie. If he can hit Annie 2 here and Shyvana, maybe Shyvana 2, that's too much to ask. It would be great, but I think he's a little bit too far away, too little gold to work with. There's an Annie pair though. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Okay, we do have a lot of the upgrades.
Ignores the Lux.
Yep, we got to try and get one of these 5 costs online ASAP. Continuing to roll. We're paired of all the important units. Here's Shyvana 2.
Is it enough though? That's the big question.
I think we're about to find out. Oh man,
Didn't reforge the sword yet either. Has to go for it now.
Maybe we're just playing around Shyvana items. Instead, we're going to put an item straight onto this Annie instead of also moving the Vygar items.
And facing Robin, who has not rolled yet, so this is maybe one of the best matchups that Raiko could have hoped for. The Ascension will kick in at some point. The Annie still has not cast, now finally does. I think this should be enough to win against a player who has not hit his next big power spike yet.
Man, Robin's going that fast 9 version of Ionia that is really powerful, can possibly win games if you can get all those 5 costs upgraded alongside Set. Speaking of Set, Setsuko taking a big loss and now moving back down to possibly even 1 life left, but no one has fallen out here even at 5-2.
We talked about it for Setsuko, right? With so many econ augments and just the game plan he had set up, he is going to have a hard time winning most of the stage 5 fights. He had to win those fights earlier. Despite that, I think he's maybe only really playing for a 5th or a 6th in this position, especially when someone like Reddy has turned the corner. Reddy was a player who everyone was counting on being eliminated and kind of messing up his transition, but he's done quite well to make it onto this Rise board now.
On the left side, we'll see Reddy versus, I believe that's Dasic on the other side,
That's
who now
a
is
Mel
Mel 2. And so it's going to be so incredibly hard to take that down, where Koyui has a much better fight versus Robin on the other side, who did roll it down though. All that gold has been spent, and we're wrapping onto the back line.
Wait, if the Volibear casts and gets onto the LeBlanc, and he does, Mel might get killed before she gets her second cast off.
Oh, and it's attached so fast on the back line, and it does do it. And Robin also takes down Koyui.
The Volibear so clutch, the HP is getting from the Morok, but also just the extra HP you have on the unit to survive the chip damage coming in from the LeBlanc.
Also, Setsuko started off in our top 8, was looking great, and now has gone 7-7 to start the day.
This is maybe the problem with going for this Jinx board on 4-1 instead of 3-5. Those extra 2 losses and the extra HP loss meant you can't fight for that 5th or 6th instead it's a 7th or 8th, so really not ideal for Setsuko here.
Annie 2 for
He made
Raiko. This is the destination he was searching for, able to stabilize on 4 HP. Playing around this playstyle is so incredibly risky. It's going to be all matchup dependent now, and it will be versus Mori and Rise 2.
I don't know if I like this matchup for Raiko. I think this Rise being upgraded means some disaster for this backline.
Neither swing got a cast.
Taking so much damage.
And the Veigar, I think, has scaled, but has he scaled enough? The Tibbers and Shyvana hanging on for so long, but it's just the Veigar by himself. The Rise is still healthy. I think it's just too much to handle. Raiko turned the corner, but not quite enough. Facing one of the stronger players in the lobby now on 5-3.
Reddy facing AQ1H, we also see happening, and it will be the Rise being
barely
able to take the win and push him into top 5 and not eliminate here. These last item choices to help round out the board are so important for many of our players to round out their tanks, their secondary damage dealers. I'm thinking about AQ1H specifically, who doesn't have a 3rd item on that Mel.
You could also see Reddy use one for the Slunder 2. just to give an extra boost of damage to try to burst down those tanks.
Shout out to Robin, very quietly has snuck his way into the top 5 already, has still some more HP to lose. I think Ionia as a whole has close to a 0% win rate on this exact variant coming to stage 5, especially stage 6. And every other board that is left looks incredibly strong. 2 Mel Flex players who have hit the Mel 2 as well, or just basic actually, AQ1H still waiting for that one. The Rise pair as well for Ready. If he hits that, he becomes incredibly strong. So Robin is just scavenging placements as usual, that's his style, but this time not on the reroll, instead on that fast 9 board.
Ready, reforging items, snipping them apart, and making some of the best pairs of items we can have to make this board stronger. Where Robin on the other side is, you know, pretty strong, but not as strong as what Ready's board should be with all of these 5-cost upgrades. The set is going to be a huge damage dealer if it's able to do sit-ups first. It is not targeted early enough, and this Volibear is so incredibly dangerous. But the Yoni's on to the Rise in the backline. The Ahri now against the world.
Just too much. This Volibear has been insane, and this set can't stand tall enough. So Robinsox is going to take a bit of a hit, and we are getting closer to determining the top 4, but it still feels like we're so far away with how much these boards are spiking.
And the big difference here is 2 Melflex players, 2 Rise players. Each of them, or one of each of those pairs, has the Mel 2 and the Rise 2 upgrade. The other doesn't. So right now, Mori and Dasik, they have their carries upgraded. They're winning these rounds. The moment Ready or AQ1H are able to find their upgrades as well, it's going to be very close to see who has that stronger final setup as we get into stage 6. And Robin just caught in the middle, just trying to say, maybe I can just win one of these fights at the very least and land in the top 4.
Well, he's a Silas, so he could also maybe find an uncontested upgrade.
I think he's just really hoping that Dasik or somebody else can take down Ready to push him into the top 4. Dasik's board is incredibly strong with that Azir 2 alongside it. The Melcast coming through does an incredible amount of damage, but the Volibear just does not fall down. Ready is making an incredible comeback and will not knock out Dasik. He has a couple HP left to spare.
And the Renekton aggro drop made it so that the backline was targeted early for Dasik. Unfortunately, his main tanks, I mean, doesn't really have one, right? It's just the Darius with Eventron, that's really it. So that was a problem there for Dasik's board. I think needs a little bit more frontline somehow. Maybe
we get some more items, some more gold, try to finish up these boards. AQ1H can make a massive upgrade with getting the Mel 2 as well as the Senna Lucian 2. We're also taking a look at being able to get that Silas 2 online. Ready needs the Rise as well. And so hopefully you're going to get some additional gold here that can help you find those. Ready has a pair, you just need to get that final one.
Wukong 2, huge upgrade for the front line. No Rise yet, but still has a few gold left to work with. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to find it this time. The good news for Ready here is that he is fairly comfortable, even if he were to drop out, and specifically Dasik also. But Mori is the one I want to call out, being the player that needs a top 2 to possibly move on and has set himself up with a win streak heading into stage 6.
Big points on the line for our competitors. We're going to see some of these final showdowns as Ready and AQ1H stand off against each other on the left. And for the right-hand side, Dasik is hoping he can hang on as Mori is coming over to check out the board.
I mean, Mori has that Rise too that is just so powerful on this patch. But Ready hoping that he could take down AQ1H, who has lost a few rounds in a row.
Renekton gets to the back line. The Melf class is not quite enough. Dasik will be taken down, and Ready, the Rise is not able to cast. Lissandra all by herself versus the Seraphine. The final 1v1 is lost, and Ready, without the Rise 2, could not do it. Both of the players get eliminated here. 3 players left. Robin still caught in the middle on a 2-win streak.
This man's just scamming top 3s. It's a great way to start the day for Robin.
He hit the Silas, as you mentioned, Nekra. Yeah. With the Warden emblem as well, and the Ascension kicking in. And the big difference is most of the players in this top 5 all had just an abundance of econ augments, but not really much combat, whereas Robin does at least have the Ascension and Legion of Threes.
I do think playing around this Fast 9 variant is something that is very skill expressive, especially when you're like in a fairly obvious reroll spot, possibly for this Ahri. Maybe you can just pivot to this, go 9, and we'll see how it pays off in the late game.
Robin really needed these points as well to keep himself feeling safe but it's going to be a big showdown as Mori has hit level 10, hoping that this extra unit is going to be enough to actually take down this Robin Song's board. But the Ascension has hit, and so now you're going to be doing way more damage with this Yone if you can actually weave past this big Freljord unit standing in front of you, and the Braum just is not able to get this damage through. So Robin Song is going to lose that fight, and a Q1H still on the other side against this Ghost board is going to lose.
A top 2 for Robin, I think, is definitely cause for celebration, especially with how strong the setups look for all the rest of the Fast 9 AP players in this endgame. Silas now unlocked as well for Mori, so triple econ, this is how you cap your board. You have to go 10, you have to fit as many legendaries as possible.
Also, the points for these players, 30 points and 28 points. The 2 players at the bottom of this lobby, and now they are in top 2 position, putting themselves through to the next round.
Can Robin Songs even win this fight? It was very, very close in the last one, but that Braum just was that indomitable force that this Yone couldn't get past. Now the Silas is actually going to be on the right-hand side. The weak side here is this Garen will fall shortly.
The Yone has to wrap into that bottom left corner backline if you want to have any hope of winning it. Braum is all up in Ari's face, and she's almost taken down here as well, so not the fight that Robin was hoping for. It's really just down to the Silas here, but it's just too tanky of a front line, it seems like, for Mori. A big win for the APAC player. Robin still a respectable top 2 from the spot he was in.
Mori back against the wall, doing exactly what they need to do to get through. This is their big breakthrough as a part of the set. They re-rolled a lot in regionals and now showing off the prowess. Fast 10, triple econ, that's how you cap out a board.
Fast 10.
Hey, that's what happened there.
I know, it's just like, oh, okay, the new game plan.
Yep.
Reroll a 4 cost or just go level 10, obviously.
And we saw some players like Setsuko that had a wrench thrown into his game plan, doesn't like playing reroll, doesn't like playing for the lower cap boards, but Gold Destiny into hefty rolls kind of had to and tried to solve his position, but not quite able to do it with that Jinx reroll.
And we saw a lot of these different augments, especially because it was gold augments that were just so popular across this lobby, really helping shape and round out these boards.
This was an intense round. We're going to tally up our scores before we make the first cut for day 2 of the competition here at the Tactician's Crown. But also a moment you have all been waiting for. Please enjoy the dev drop for set 17, Space Gods.
Long before the first comp was built, the space gods have watched and waited for their moment. Choose your gods. Your fate is written in the stars.
Matt, what are you doing? We have playtest in 12 minutes.
Oh, my bad. That's a story for another time. Let's play Space Gods.
Welcome to Space Gods, the set that will send you deep into the cosmos, where mortals, that's you, strike deals with celestial beings. Space Gods is a set designed for flexible play, with a return to our traditional roster size, splashable units, and an emphasis on adapting to game states that are controlled by the gods you align yourself with. I'm Noemi, the set lead. The team and I are here to tell you all about our supernatural roster of traits and champions, new tacticians, arenas, and more.
I'll make sure we wait for you to get back to your desk before we start the lobby.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
But what's the point? He's just gonna open for anyways.
Less appreciated. Hey, folks. I'm Philip, lead designer on the set mechanic. In Space Gods, there is no carousel. There is only the realm of the gods. At the start of the game, 2 of our 9 gods will appear, greeting you and letting you know early on just what Space Gods are contending for power. That's important because instead of carousel, you'll be selecting an offering from one of the gods, and a less powerful generic one from Pengu, who's a god in our eyes, to say the least. In the realm of the gods, you'll be able to participate in drama on a galactic scale, choosing which god is your favorite. But I'd recommend choosing based on how helpful their offerings are for your game plan. Once you've chosen your god and offering, you'll also get their relic, which represents your fealty and follows you around, letting other players know to whom you've made your allegiance. And regardless of who you picked as your favorite, we've always got good old Pengu to provide a more generic, yet lower power reward, who will be guaranteed for everyone, regardless of whichever god they choose. The Realm of the Gods allows you to power up the way you want, all while witnessing and partaking in a game of sycophantic favoritism. But what's the point in picking favorites and creating conflict if there's no resolution to our celestial drama? Enter the 4/7 boon selection. This is where whichever god you've been choosing the most will come to your board with an armory, similar to the Treasure Dragon of Dragonlands, except with offerings that are thematically tied to that god's personality. They're boon, in addition to some other, more general rewards. Each of our gods has a unique blessing they'll grant to their followers, whether that's Yasuo's, which further upgrades his hexes, or Aurelian Soul's, whose boon offers you a selection of quests with powerful rewards. And even after you've picked your boon, your faith will be continually rewarded, with your favorite god returning to their devout followers' boards to provide loot on occasion for the remainder of the game. So many teams came together to make this mechanic possible, so let's get more dev in this drop and invite Isaac, our set art lead, to tell us some more.
When we heard about the Realm of the Gods, our gears immediately began turning. What would the gods look like? How many should there be? What should their personalities be like?
And how could we pair all of Art's ideas with the design of the mechanic in a way that feels exciting for players?
Exactly. Art took the lead here in deciding which champions would be our gods. We knew we didn't want a lot of overlap with the set's units, and we wanted to use champions that have a distinct lane of personality and cosmic power. One of the first gods the art team landed on is Soraka. Her illustration is just gorgeous and convinced a lot of the team that this was a great direction to move in.
I was certainly convinced. And once we had her look and personality in front of us, the design team got to work on benevolent offerings. For Soraka, that meant HP, both for your units and your Tactician.
Yasuo was another one we decided on pretty early. He's dark, brooding, and all edge.
With that attitude, Yasuo became all about skillful positioning, offering hexes that empower the unit on them in spacey ways, with stats, utility, and more.
We couldn't just have one edgy god with Yasuo, we also had to have Evelyn.
I love Eve because she represents such a powerful player experience.
Being lured in by risky power?
Yup. Eve offers powerful rewards that may or may not match your board, like completely random emblems.
But Art didn't just work on creating gods for our mechanic, they also created life, with a summon that is bespoke and newly evergreen to TFT, similar to how Koboko was during the Inkborn Fables. Bia, the baby, and Bayan, the mom, are TFT summons that'll be debuting with our Shepherd trait. Summon just Bia to your board at the first breakpoint, then call upon Mama to join, and power up together at the final breakpoint, if you can get your hands on a Shepherd emblem.
Pray to Evelyn.
With Space Gods, we set out to space with a dynamic, fun, and celestial roster, distributed across the universe, but also a trait web that took what we loved and learned from the flexibility and excitement of past sets. So why don't we start out with a trait that almost all our Space Gods love, Space Groove. With their Starlight Boogie, Groovians can enter the groove, gaining attack speed and health regen, but each unit has its own special way to get their groove on. One-cost Teemo enters the groove whenever he puts enough Shroom Boom poison on an enemy champion, but he'll need to attack and stack fast. 4-cost Nami tosses Disco Bubbles at her targets, briefly entering the groove on cast. And then, there's Space Groove's legendary unit, Blitzcrank, and their pit crew of puppers. Once Blitz falls below a certain health threshold, they'll take a beat to repair. After a top-off of oil and Bork bites, they'll re-enter the fight and the groove as they passively fire off zaps and create tragic mishaps, uppercutting their target into the moon. Wait, that's no moon. That's a space disco ball. Opposite to the disco glow is the light-consuming black hole that the Darkstar trait creates. As you feed your black hole enemies, it will empower your units. If you're a fan of finger guns, well, you're in luck, because Jin is taking those literally and cosmically. Almost godlike with his ability, Jin's the high spectacle legendary unit of Darkstar, whose galactic finale looks kinda like this. And exploring those stars, dark, supergiants, dwarves, and the likes, is our lighthearted Meeple trait. Meeple brings a whole lot of units and a whole lot of meeps, which will strengthen your abilities. Field more Meeples, acquire more meeps. Simple as that. The 5-cost for Meeple, Bard, summons a UFO, which stands for Ultra Friendly Object, that'll deal magic damage per second. Deal enough damage, and you might even beam up an enemy unit. All right, Major Tom, let's get to a high-stakes trait that's certain to leave ground control in chaos. Anima gathers tech after each combat, more on kills, and even more the higher your loss streak. You can cash out your tech for Anima Squad weapons to use on any unit. Weapons like Battle Bunny Crossbow, which will fire a cone of arrows at enemies if you can get enough crits off. Or the Yumi Bot, which heals the wearer and attaches to nearby friends upon the holder's death. Anything for chin scratches, I suppose. While they're good on anyone, these weapons, and Cat, often have specific users that they're the best on, like Rocket Swarm on Jinx. And even if you deactivate Anima, your items will stick around. Anima's not the only trait using tech that you'll encounter in Space Gods. The Mecha trait will transform Urgot, Aurelian Soul, and Galio into their ultimate mecha forms, granting them stats and enhanced abilities. Once they're mech'd, they'll take up 2 slots and count twice for the Mecha's trait. And unlike our Space Gods, our time is short. So before it runs out, I've got to mention our splashable resource generation trait, Timebreaker. Activate at just 2 Timebreaker, and the trait will give you rerolls when you lose, and XP stored in a temporal core when you win. Once you activate 3 Timebreaker, in addition to its earlier effects, all your allies will gain bonus attack speed. Timebreaker takes learnings from the flex play we love so much in lore and legends. Splash just 2 in early to fuel your econ, or use the 3-piece as the backbone to any 1 or 2-cost reroll line. As you familiarize yourself with the set, you'll notice many 2-piece classes and other origins with breakpoints for each additional unit you add. I've covered just a few of our major origins, but in Space Gods, you'll also be able to overwhelm your enemies with baby swarmlings via Primordian, chart constellations of empowered hexes with Stargazer, and deal powerful signature attacks with Nova. And moving past traits, we've also got a few threat-like units that you can utilize into many end or mid-game boards. Graves, for one, is a build-your-own unit, allowing you to constantly purchase upgrades, unlocking tech trees for customization in the process. And Sona creates commands that buff her allies by telling them what to do and how to do it. Gun Goddess Misfortune will let you choose between 3 unique traits, similar to KO Coliseum's Lee Sin, but as a 3-cost. Misfortune isn't the only low-cost threat-like unit. We've also got utility tanks like Rost and Tom Kench at 3 and 4 gold respectively to pad out the front line for any comp flexing on the fly. 2 more trade-agnostic 5-cost to end things with, Vex and Shen. Vex is an attack speed-focused hypercarry that'll slap your foes around without a shadow of a doubt, but with shadow, no doubt. While Shen is a bastion who will tear through reality by opening a rift, slowing enemies and accelerating allies' attacks. Alright, I've got a playtest to win. Now, over to Valentine to talk illustration.
So we had a very specific style in mind for the Space Gods that shows off a more traditional style of painting than we've typically seen on TFT. There's no perfect blending, but we obsess over things like brushstrokes and texture, and hopefully as we look closer at these, you'll notice those little details too. The lack of perfect blending is sort of a reflection of our gods too. They're iconic, larger-than-life characters, none of whom are perfect, but we kind of love them for that, right? When we were looking at a champion for the God of Time, most of the team immediately thought of Zilean because he's old, he's godlike, he's got a big flock on his back. But using Zilean as our time god would have just been using Zilean. And for our Space God roster, we wanted to elevate existing characters into hyperbolic but flawed godhood. Let me show you what I mean with Echo, the God of Time. Echo's a tricky character because we already know him from so many different places. Arcane, true damage, and he's my favorite air-hopping, time-winding champion in 2x KO. So bringing the kid into godliness meant lowering the volume on his emotions in trade of a more stoic, somber, and experienced version of our boy genius. No longer a boy, but still begrudgingly a genius. The way Echo's powers manifest in League is with an after image, allowing him to chrono break back in time. But our god version of him has versions that aren't just backwards in time, but also forwards. We've got Kid Echo in the back trying to grasp the hourglass that present Echo has control over, while the one in the foreground is an older version of Echo. Then it was adding time motifs to show Echo more as time itself, Roman numerals on the clock behind him creating a halo effect, and circular shapes throughout that are all indicative of time. Meanwhile, the golden markings on his skin elevate Echo to make him feel almost ethereal, while also being natural to himself in his color and style. As you play, we hope that you have time to pick up on the little things like this that make each god unique. Thanks for stopping by. Now I'll beam you over to our other team of artists in Singapore.
Hi everyone, I'm João, representing the Singapore team that works on all the cosmetic content you see in TFT. Before we blast off with Space Gods, I wanted to highlight one very special Unbound entering the convergence for the final patch of Lore and Legends. You've heard of Spin to Win, but with Pengu Garen Unbound, let me introduce you to Spin to Win. All right, back to our release patch of Space Gods. We've got 2 Unbounds coming for you at the start of the set, starting with the Bringer of Ruin and Darkness. Darkstar Mordekaiser Unbound will unmake the universe. And your lobby if you're lucky, especially with an all-new dual form boon. After reaching level 7, this boon will unleash a full-screen Mordekaiser ult on your enemies. Then there's Chosen of the Wolf Katarina Unbound, whose look and blades are truly lethal. Watch out for those daggers, they look sharp. Too late. On the cuter end of the spectrum, we've got our Chibis, of course. Chibi Star Guardian Syndra Spheres will pile on with the damage. And on the eviler side of things, we've got Prestige Star Nemesis Morgana. Pair her with an arena fit for an evil queen. First Star's Lament. Finally, before I fly off, we've got Chibi Battle Bat Zaya making her mark on the convergence. The only thing missing is yelling, "Feathers fly," as your finisher rips through the lobby. We have a lot more on the way throughout the set, so stay tuned. Enjoy Space Gods with patch 17.1. Till next time.
Hello and welcome back to the Tactician's Crown here. My name is Mix and I'm joined by one of the set designers here, Matt Dunn, for the new set Space Gods. And honestly, we're all so excited. And I feel like the art in particular is something that's really new for TFT and it's gorgeous. So what was that process like for you guys to find it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for sure I would like to shout out our art and narrative teams. Did an incredible job. They put in so much work into fleshing out our pantheon of gods when it comes to like what their appearance is going to be, what their personalities will be like, and of course the realm in which they reside. It all came together to make something really special, and we're really looking forward for all of you to get a chance to experience that as you play set 17.
Honestly, I got a little bit of a taste already in the playtest, and I was so giddy to see my girl Soraka in the God list. Can you share with us, everybody that's watching, what is your favorite god and maybe why?
Sure, absolutely. It's really hard to pick one. I think I'm going to have to go with Thresh for a couple of reasons.
All right.
Thresh is the god of packs, and Thresh's boons come with a little bit of risk to them in that you don't always know what you're going to get. For example, Thresh can actually give you boons from the other god's pool, along with a little bit of extra gold on top. But it will be a random one. You don't know what you're getting until he gives it to you. And I like Thresh for a couple of reasons. One is that sometimes it's fun to just spin the wheel and see what you get. You know, a little surprise is exciting. But the other reason is that it can create this really interesting moment where, you know, sometimes you find yourself behind enough in a game that your only chance to get back is to really get lucky.
All right.
And like, when you find yourself in that moment, and you're like, I know it's risky, but I think I need to turn to Thresh, and maybe the old God of Packs will dig me out of this one. That moment of desperation is really cool to be able to capture with these gods.
All right. Well, there you have it. If you're ever in a pinch, maybe Thresh will save you. I do want to ask about one more thing, that there was some rumors during the playtest of an elusive champion 5-cost that can be found under very specific conditions. Can you tell us more about Zed?
Okay, yes, All Invader Zed. So Zed is a very special 5-cost in this set, in that he does not start off in the normal pool of champions. Now, I know we've been very clear. Our current set 16 Lord Legends, has the wonderful unlock mechanic, but that is the set mechanic for this set. We are not looking to bring that back for 17 or 18. However, we do have this one augment, Invader Zed, which does give you the opportunity to play with familiar Zed from the past. Specifically, we're looking at Zed as he existed in set 2. Now, when you get this augment, you set yourself up to receive a copy of him in stage 4, but on top of that, it will then allow Zed to appear in your shop. So you can actually star up and play around this all-new unit that was unlocked through this augment. And
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to maybe find Zed in my own games once Space God actually launches. But before we go there, we do have a show match tomorrow, starting at 3:15 a.m. PT. And Matt, you will join us there, share more thoughts about the set, the designs, the mechanics, while we watch our amazing players take a chance on the new set Space Gods here live at the Tactician's Crown. So make sure you tune in for that. We're really excited. Thank you for taking the time to share some more teasers on what players might be seeing in the new set Space Gods. We're going to go to a very quick break, and then we will be back with the action here at the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back here on the other side of the stage. I know that was a lot to digest. We had a lot of new information there from Space Gods, and I'm really excited. But we're back here. Clemens, CLE, you're joining me for the next 2 games. How are you feeling thus far? 2 games have already happened. The next cutoff has happened as well. We still need to take a look at those standings. So what's the feeling?
Well, right now, we can definitely say for sure the EMEA dominance hasn't really stopped. The train has not slowed down, and so my caster curse is not working at all. I tried my hardest, I promise.
So far, the rich get richer. The top 5 players in our standings have continued to win games, and none of them have earned less than 10 points. So really opening up the field to those top 4. Humble comps for them has been doing super strong. But on the bottom side, AQ1H, Wajan Iverson, Robin Songs, all making strong surges to get back.
Well, let's take a look at our standings right now, right here. Those are the players that are eliminated.
Nope.
I believe.
These are safe.
That's over cutoff. Okay, we're placed 24 and up. So these are safe. Milo kind of just squeezing in there with YBY1 on the low 30s. And then there is a little bit of a jump to Travis.
And it's looking like 32 points is exactly where that cutoff will be. And a big tiebreaker as we now take a look at the next screen where we see our eliminated players. 3 people losing that 32-point tiebreaker. Li Tu-chuan, one of the players we looked at the beginning of this as one of the favorites coming in.
CN definitely hit the hardest here. 2 of their generational new talents in Koyui and CSFX going out in this round as well. It is a really, really tough day for those fans in Guangzhou.
Right? Such a shocker, Juanme. We were talking about how much of a hero he is, how much of a chance he has after winning the Open. Those dreams crushed, hopes shattered, but other regions still have a lot to hope for. You already mentioned it, EMEA. I think APAC also making big moves towards the end of yesterday and this morning.
Yeah, Mori and AQ1H specifically have came back quite strong, and they're sticking to their guns. They're not saying we're going to join the re-roll Gamba mentality. They're actually continuing to hold on to those Fast 9 lines. One particular player I do want to mention is Saye. This is the first player on the top left, and he has been known as a scrim beast with a lot of hero augments being picked.
That's right. Just in the last round, we were watching over there. He actually picked up Zaheen as hero augment and played around it with a really, really good finish there. So very interesting player to watch, has impressed me tremendously throughout the last couple of games.
And I think we keep drawing the attention back to one of the main characters being Wei Iverson, who has made a good comeback. He's gotten 10 points through the first couple games. It is pretty solid. It's put him in a little bit more of a comfortable position to possibly continue his run on here. And it's not a position that he's unfamiliar with. In the second TPC that he won, which is a crazy statement to even say, he actually even stopped stream, walked away. People told him, hey, you didn't get cut after the first 2 games in day 2. You need to get back here. Don't go play basketball. Instead, come play TFT. And guess what? We all know how that ended. He ended up winning again. So back against the wall, Wei Jin can perform.
I'm glad he came around to play.
Sure can.
I also want to shout out Obo. Sorry, I keep harping on this, Clement, but I feel like Obo has defied a lot of the expectations. There was a lot of talk from other players saying, yes, he made like 13, 14 plays back in Reckoning. That's so long ago. He hasn't really had these breakout performances, but I feel like he was a player that was under the cusp just again and again. He's been in so many of the OS finals before the APAC region was created, and even after, he again and again was able to break into those finals.
Did have a lot of fans in the home crowd there as well. He actually studied middle school in China, was classmates with Honglian, and they were able to showcase that in the arena. So some nice connections there.
Well, we are jumping into our round 9 of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. It will be the Howling Abyss, meaning we'll get 5 of these 1-cost champions on our board, providing some gold, providing some flexibility. This is one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, whenever I see this encounter, I'm just like, Yordle time! Because it is kind of easier to get those 4 Yordle tempo play lines going in. And let's see if Obo fancies this. He is typically an Ionia Yone player, really big on the melee carries, but potentially the start here for it.
Yeah, we have a Teemo, we have a Tristana, but we also have a Shen and a Yasuo as well as a Jhin, so Ionia just looking mighty fine for Obo once again. We have Path of Blades as our Ionia in this game, so something you can think about playing around on. Not the, you know, spirits where you're like, yes, I'll definitely reroll, but still.
I do want to call that Setsuko did get one of the best 2-drops possible from this. He does have a Scion on his board already, so Noxus being maybe popular across the lobby. Oh, okay.
But a Jinx and a Sejuani nonetheless gives you very, very strong direction for Wei Jin here. We have been talking about how you can play her with that Freljord, how you can play her with just trying to go into that Lora's front line a little bit more, and certainly nice to start the day off with that.
Yeah, Dumble with a very standard bruiser opening as well. The Blades works good on Ahri because she can get mana regeneration. There are an extra AP from it.
Oh, Saya, we can see on the right side of our screen with these units on board. We already have a Draven as well, so possible Noxus reroll situation. We've seen, obviously, that be quite good, but our first augment will determine a lot.
It absolutely will, and it's going to be silver augments here to start us off. Is usually something players are happy to see a little bit of lower impact, unless, of course, the Recombob comes through later on. But let's see what our players are picking up. I'm seeing a Jhin 2 being made by Obo and Travis here.
Oh, does get the free rolls coming in from a slightly magical find. And as a lot of players have mentioned, it does provide you with that free Bard if you want it.
For Travis, he's not a player that loves the reroll, but Bard can be used in multiple different ways, obviously enabling lots of free rerolls, but also can get you to that level 9 and be able to stabilize with, you know, free rerolls are good on any stage, but, you know, a lot of times we're seeing them used on a level 7.
And this is just such a good start from Saya. He knows that he's ahead of the curve in points. Currently, the cutoff is about 42 for the top 8. He's well above that. So, you know, just going for the max tempo play at the start of the game is going to start unlocking that LeBlanc as well.
It looks like we're seeing Setsuko's Caretaker's ally on the other side as well. I would hedge a bet and say it could be Ashe, as we're seeing 2 of them, but we will get confirmation for you on that, of course. If it is Ashe, I think you're not too mad about this one. There's a couple that players just sell and play for tempo. Ashe, you can actually put on your board and then assemble a Freljord line around it.
I feel like what I've learned from Saya is just play a random reroll line. It doesn't even have to be S tier because there's so many people that will be low on points and be failing on the fast nines for you to do this. So far, no one has played the Tryndamere Ashe line unless it was in the previous 2 games in the tournament.
It is Ashe.
And I have to say that this is one of those lines that is very difficult to actually pull off. Usually players only go for this if they have a good artifact start.
Well, no artifacts to be seen. But the Quicksilver is one of the ideal items to put on our Tryndamere. But the problem is, when you're playing around this, you don't necessarily want to reroll. You get them on when you level. And so you kind of need to push levels, play around getting that 3-starred, but not necessarily 3-starring other things on your board.
That's right. It's certainly something that Setsuko will need to solve for us. At the same time, I'm looking over at our little right-hand side corner, and Elia is getting a lot of upgrades on those 1 costs there.
Uh-oh.
We are...
Is this a page out of Raiko's book?
Trying to be a little bit magician-y. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, getting that... oh, we're going to sell it. So never mind. We're not going to play around Shadow Isle. Instead, looks like we might be playing around Tarragon Malzahar, which is one of the best rerolls, best performing one from yesterday. And having a bunch of these lesser duplicators online is a great way to start.
And because I found less of my units, I get to keep my loss streak. Sorry, Weijin.
Honestly, I kind of love this from Elia because you already know Weijin is on that Jinx reroll. You already know that players are looking towards Ionia. Noxus for sure someone is going to pick up. So trying to get the direction early and signal to the rest of the lobby to say, hey, I'm actually on this Maltz line, back off. I'm rolling now to try and get them on my board so nobody else even thinks about it. I can see this work out.
A lot of rerolls established. Now it's Midfeed's turn to see which direction he's going to go, because he does have that table scraps that usually gives you a very strong direction. There is a Draven here as well.
Weijin having to go for the 1 cost there, getting that bow that's incredibly important in that Warwick Jinx line. And so being able to probably slam some items, and he's hoping to really continue that streak now because he already won a round. We'll continue to. Looking at the bottom of our screen, though, we get a good picture to see a lot of our players have pretty strong spots here on stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, for Elia, that pickup was pretty big, getting that Leo from the carousel together with a tier. Obo actually going for the spat. I'm curious on what exactly his game plan here is, if we're going to turn that into Ionia or what we're going to do with it. But here is Midfeed.
We've seen Loris 2 on stage 2 way too often in these first couple games so far today.
We could have had a Sejuani too if there was one on the carousel.
That's very
Didn't
true.
happen, though.
Makes this front line very, very difficult to deal with, but we don't really have a backline carry identified quite yet.
And Travis is going to go for the Ishtal line. Now, he has played a lot of Mel's that do go into the Ishtal, so I don't think it's going to be a Bard line, more likely a straight high-level Ishtal.
Ooh, 5 Noxus already for Saya, playing around that level 5 early. And I think that Silver Spoon is great because you can unlock the Darius really, really early on into this game, and that will make this win streak very easy.
Yeah, if it's not broken, why fix it? Noxus reroll definitely reigns supreme still between all of those reroll comps. Travis is going to take that loss here as our players are starting to establish those win and loss streaks. And big question is, between Obo and Saya, who can actually keep it? Are they going to meet? Travis did meet his Ishtal, so now he's thinking about where to go next.
Did get the take 2,000 damage off of the opposing Noxious board. Sometimes you're really hoping that you get a decent enough opponent when you have that quest.
Don't run into one of the loss streakers, please.
Obo really hoping to dodge Saya here because they're very strong, and we have no items slammed for Obo. We're only relying on our board strength alone. This matchup will be against Travis, so an ideal matchup for them, but this could be a loss here if we get some bad positioning.
Still would favor Obo as one of the items land already. And whenever I see a Kiana too, she always fills me with a sense of safety, warm fuzziness.
Unless you need her to get 3 kills.
We also have a Jin too. So I think just on the back of those upgrades, Ubu does meet the eye test here, and he will also meet the win between these two players. Saya, on the other hand, also able to keep that win streak alive. So top and bottom of the lobby, bringing out a little bit of extra money from those streaks as we go into Krugs. We did see a player today already lose to Krugs. Let's not have that repeated.
Saya also has already found that key unit in the front line being the Swain. And this is, I don't know what the AVP from this spot is, but it has to be pretty good.
Yeah, it's an absolutely crazy start from him, and you know he just needs the level 7 on the Nico to kind of round out that composition. So Saya's looking like he's establishing his foot very firmly into that most dominant Darius LeBlanc line that we've seen again and again. Weijin gets his bow here as well, so good find on the carousel for him.
I want to check in with Double real quick if we can, because nice. Sejuani too. Nice, Weijin, nice. But Double had a little bit of a rough start to this day. Truly, yesterday in the interview, he said, well, I'm not going to lie, you know, I was a little bit lucky in my games as well, but it was a great start. Today, a little bit of the opposite, and we're seeing him here also kind of play around the Ionia for now, has the Bard in place just to get a couple more resources in to maybe then later play for a fast 9 type of board that we've seen so often from Double, but just something to keep in mind as we are looking between Obo and Double.
It's not only that Double started the day a little bit slow, it's also that he ended yesterday slow. It's 4 bot 4s in a row after 4 top 2s in a row. And so it's put him now right down towards the middle of the table, really evening out his AVP of this tournament. So we know he can win games. It's just a matter of now can we maybe get some more high roll spots, please?
Just a reminder, he actually started off with a historical best, 31 points in just 4 games. And so far, 4 games later, still stuck on 41. That's how the situation has been for him, unfortunately.
Well, let's see what our augments are going to be, and it will be golden ones rolling around. Golden Dragon, something players have been really privy to try and pick up, play around that gold to then go into those late stage boards. We're also seeing some extra dummies being picked up by Double.
Saya able to get 4 of these swords from the magic roll. So a lot more items is great for this composition. We do have a Reforger, so we're definitely going to use it.
Yeah, I don't think he's particularly happy with the influx of swords. Maybe the APs and the tiers would have been a little bit more easier to digest on his composition. He is thinking about how he's actually going to reforge at this point.
Yeah, it's not an easy puzzle to solve. Let's see what he does. For now, he looks like he's thinking about it. Has reforged just 1 into a bow on the other side of it.
Something very interesting to call out, Obo taking forward thinking, now saying, hey, I've got my win streak up to this point. Now I'm going to relax after I lose a round because 4-2 is where I'm going to get an incredible influx of gold. I'm going to play around there, play an uncontested line, and see how we do. But for now, saving HP was the name of the game for that. Also, Latent Forge still to come for him, so there's going to be a lot more power.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at is Travis, because this man is cooking. He's going after a potential Vanquisher Mel. That's the most common line that we've seen after the Ishtal. But we'll see if he actually wins or loses. It's going to be pretty pivotal on what he wants to build. Okay, so he did lose, getting the pan here. Doesn't quite yet have the glove for the composition, though.
A lot of components on the side in the making here. He is going to go up to level 7 to try and stabilize just a little bit more. You can afford to tank some more of your HP, but gotta keep in mind where you are. Buy XP has been fulfilled, so he should get a new quest soon.
Even over level just to make sure he saves some HP going to level 7 here. So he wants to start unlocking the Nidalee, obviously.
Yep.
And we'll see if he can turn it around in his carousel.
Yeah, I think if he gets 1 glove, his items are very, very good. And it's going to be a risky gameplay from Travis, but it is kind of where you need to be. If you're at 35 points, you're playing from behind here. You know that you're chasing people like Weijin Iverson and Setsuko, who are more at the middle of this table as well.
That's right, Ishtal unlock on the Nidalee as well as on the Skarner as we go into this carousel. There is a Garen that is waiting for players that would think about the Demacia line. But I feel like after everybody looked at the stats from yesterday, players are like, okay, everybody's playing Demacia. Let me play something else. We've been seeing a lot less.
Oh, in midfeed with his augment gets 2 copies of Garen, so this may be an incredible stabilization from him.
Yeah, he's already angling for the Demacia line to begin with, so good find. In the meantime, I was paying attention to Obo's board to see how fast he could unlock that Yone that he's going for. And unfortunately still stuck on 1 copies, and I don't think he pre-leveled to level 6, so it's going to be a while until he gets it.
Travis here.
Well, it's definitely not 1. Let's see.
Lose 3.
All right.
That is risky here at sub 50
You
HP.
gotta be risky though.
Already lost 6 rounds, so he's gonna lose 9. It's gonna put him near 1 life.
Elia rolling here a little bit. Keep in mind he does have 2 duplicators to bring the comp online. Leo 2 has been unlocked, but would really like the 2 stars on the back line as well to serve a little bit of extra damage as the rest of the lobby is spiking just that tiny bit more. Same story for Saya, still on that win streak, 8 wins now. Would like to keep that going.
Does find a Aegis of the Dawn here, so armor penetration and a bit of tankiness. He's holding on to the possibility of actually going into a Demacia long shot line with the extra emblem and just, you know, ditching the Ionia line here. If he doesn't take the Yasuo, we should have confirmation that, yep, he is going to leave Ionia for Demacia, just like Sona did.
Wow.
I like the lore.
Crazy
Yeah,
lore
I can
drop.
tell. I can tell. That's a great poll. I loved it. Setsuko is the one that I'm most surprised about being in a spot at the top of this leaderboard. Did take crash test dummies, which alongside Freljord makes these dummies a little bit more powerful. He is, you know, playing around some of this more tempo. I'm curious to see where he'll end up, though.
I love this. This is so rare to see, but we had the Ashe so early because of the caretakers as well as then the Tryndamere, of course. He knows that nobody else will really pick up any Tryndameres, and if he can get something like a Darius in there as well, it could be interesting. However, I will say we know Weijin is on Jinx, so those Sejuani copies are going to be hard to come by.
I wonder if this is going to be fast 9 AD. I don't know from this situation. He's going to get the extra gold every time he levels with the Ashe. He's not going to go for that Ashe 3, it does look like. But the strong items for this, if he can test the Warwick line, it's going to be very difficult for both of them to find any success in this game.
I think he's going for Ashe 3, but not Tryndamere 3. So the Tryndamere items are going to be over to who's that bear called? Volley Bear. That's the bear I was thinking about. Sorry, skipped my mind somehow. Just level and you get the Ashe 3. It's been stacking the entire time, so you just go with that. Darius and the Draven will be contested very heavily from Saya, so I think he's just holding that to kind of slow people down.
I think it's a great strategy in this lobby. I actually didn't see the other Ashes on his field. So.
Yeah, he's been hiding them on the bench.
It's a great strategy, honestly. And it's going to be very interesting, especially with all the rerollers in the lobby, Aaliyah being one of them who has great items, but doesn't have necessarily the Void mod that you're looking for. Generally, you want the Legion Nucleus, which will give a bunch of healing to your board, but maybe we can substitute that with a Hextech Gunblade, not getting the components here.
And his copy count is just not very good. He actually rolled deep, but didn't find the backline. Just as I say that,
there we go.
Starting to get
All right.
caster luck up.
Lots of upgrades are coming through on the right-hand side for all of the lobby, though, so we'll need to see if that is good enough. Also, augments are right around the corner. Speaking of such, Weijin getting that Jinx in, Double getting that Yasuo 2 in, so might be that even though Ilya just got the Malzahar in place, it's not good enough to finally stop that bleeding that he has been experiencing towards the bottom of the lobby.
Saya also did not 10 streak, did take a loss at the end of stage 3, so a little bit of gold lost there. Obviously a great spot in terms of HP, but the one to look at on 4-2, as well as the augments across the lobby, is Obo. Forward thinking will come through. The comp will be decided. Right now he's on an Ionia line, but he also has Demacia +1 as an emblem there, so it'll be a huge transition.
And I want to call out Weijin here also with a lucky find, the 1% Ornn in the front line.
Yep.
Typically, you're looking for that Braum to round out the Freljord. Ornn, even better, even better. We'll get it.
We'll take it if he comes up, and we'll also take some prismatics as they are going to be finishing out our lobby here. Trade sector being picked up immediately by Weijin and Aaliyah, both on that reroll line. But that's not the only thing that players are insta-picking.
Sweet treats for Obo, meaning that these items will give him some extra HP. The roll down is commencing, moving items very quickly. The APM looking good. This is one of our OGs in the competition, so he's got a lot to do, and we know that he is maybe an experienced player is probably the nice way I'll say it.
He has 6 unique stars on the Demacia so far. Really wants to start unlocking the Galio at this point. Just 1 copy off. Let's see if he gets it. 4-4. Okay, he has it all on board. Galio unlock for this round.
Also got the emblem to place on board. We also, look at this for Aaliyah. That is a crazy build on this Leona.
Well, she will be tanky is what he decided, as he did roll down with that trade sector. A little bit of a pain point. We already spent a lot of our gold before we picked that prismatic, so not as a lot of benefit from it right now.
Yeah, him and Weijin both taking commerce score, which will give rerolls each round to help them round out the boards, because you know, we're rolling down on 4-2 to try to stabilize, but a lot of times you're not going to hit all of the upgrades you want, so we still, for Aaliyah, need to get our backline upgraded.
Yeah, it's definitely a immediate spike option compared to something like Invested, so they want to play the tempo game on this stage. Aaliyah also has used all of his dupes here, which is a little bit surprising to me. I do feel like I'm not sure if he's going to find the backline in time, and if he doesn't get the tempo, then it's actually a little bit of a loss in terms of the augment selection.
Well, speaking of finding, there is a little bit of holding happening between Weijin and Setsuko. I just saw the Sejuani 2 come online for Setsuko on the right-hand side. And Weijin desperately looking for exactly that. 1 copy off, 2 copies away from that Jinx. As we hop on over to the board, you can see Ash 3 has arrived.
Also Giant and Mighty. The combo of augments he does have with Crash Test Dummies and now the extra HP from his Prismatic will make this board very strong, along with the durability from Freljord. And so not only are his units strong, it's also the extra things he has on his board.
The 300 HP mattering a lot to actually unlock the Volibear in a composition like this as well. Doesn't have the HP items in the front line, so a great pickup on multiple fronts. And we do get a glimpse of how Obo's comp is shaping up. It did roll down all the way to 0, apparently. Not able to find his backline, but with the Galio and Shyvana, still enough to take down Setsuko.
Yeah, needs 1 more copy of that. Kaisan, somebody that also started rolling after having a lot of their money come in from a streak. Asaya, previous round was a loss, this round a win, as he is looking for those upgrades on the Noxus board. And we do look on this carousel here to see yet another Garen for our Demacia leaning players, as well as an Ornn and Zillion.
Something interesting to look at as Miffy takes 2 Zillions back to his base will be double. 50 gold, the only one in the lobby that's level 7. He was slow leveling, playing around Ionia, and is making it work here. Possibly try to just play this tempo game, stabilize here on late stage 4, and keep his HP where it is.
That's a disgusting combination from double. Crash Test Dummies into hold the front lines there. A lot of extra power for the back.
Oh,
big
nice. Very good shot for Weijin. Would of course like the Jinx to come online as well, as not going to be able to get just that.
Should be fairly close as our observers are showing.
3-4.
Ooh, 3-star Malzahar for Aaliyah also coming through. So the rerollers are starting to hit. Weijin, though, does need to wait another round. We see a Jinx on the bench for Aaliyah. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I like the hold on to Weijin right there. When you are fighting for placements, everything is fair.
That's right. He even had the chance to hold 2, but he's a humble king. You know, he only holds 1 instead of 2. So that's enough to just keep the odds a little bit lower. On the other side, we are getting a glimpse of what double has been on. So that Yone has been found, also has an Ornn. Did go into that Ionia that we saw early on, but is losing at least right now.
He has a good augment combination, but
Weijin.
not the Ari copies. That's looking kind of dire for him.
Ay, massive hit there, served by Obo. And no Jinxes.
The artifact.
What is the artifact?
Could save him here. We're able to put maybe a better combat unit on our board. It will be Death Defiance, which we can put on Warwick, but we don't have any other items to go along with it.
That is tragic.
Yeah, I don't think he's beating anyone here.
And this is kind of similar to what happened yesterday. He has played 2 games of Jinx reroll yesterday and did not top 4 with it a single time. He said after his stream that, hey, I have just had a very low roll day, especially when he's playing one of these reroll comps.
Double on the other side. He's one of the weaker boards. So many upgrades still yet to be found by him. Waging a good shot to maybe just take this round, find another Jinx as we go into Raptors. Can he do it? Yasuo needs to fall before he reaches our Jinx, and he will do so. Waging saved, but only for the moment.
Pretty much faces the weakest player in the lobby at the moment. Gets another 2 rounds to fish for that Jinx. And meanwhile, Midfeed with his 2 zillions, just cozying up to level 9.
The patient gameplay from Double is very interesting. Now dropping down to 2 lives, still sitting at 50 gold. Now 60 gold as we see on the right side of our screen. He is leveling to 8 right now, and so he's hoping that this can change his fate, unlock possibly that set here, maybe play around set 2 here on 8. There's so much he needs to do to upgrade this board.
We're 40 points away from Brock, is what we're being told. So that would be our goal for Travis. Can he get there, though? 16 HP. Not a whole lot to work with.
He does have the Radiant TG, which is what he's potentially looking for. I wonder what was the last quest that he did take. If he was a PvE round quest, can he actually get it? No, cash out isn't allowed.
I mean, we're kind of close to Italy. We now have a bunch of frontline upgrades for Travis. Looking to stabilize here. Double, now we see on the right side of his screen hitting Yone 2 alongside that. So big upgrade for his carry. But many of our players are kind of low rolling where they're hoping to be, except for maybe our re-rollers in this lobby. And that's where the tempo can really be pushed and punished for those who are going fast 9.
All right, we're getting word that his Nico needs to survive for 15 seconds on the right-hand side. Let's see if she can do just that. But on the left-hand side, Weijin is also fighting for his life, and he has run into Setsuko. On the left-hand side, does have the Lysandra in, as well as the Ashe upgrade that we were talking about. Massive frontline. Sejuani against Sejuani. That's some bristle-on-bristle action as he does go down, and Weijin able to hang in there by a slither of HP.
Saya is looking like a 1v2 into the bottom side. Can Tarek's ability damage deal enough? Hammer swing, no! Travis takes a tough loss. He didn't find the Azir to lock his Nico in the corner.
Big news for Wage Iverson, though. We did hit that Jinx 3, which is exactly why we won that round. We have enough damage to do stuff now. It was just not coming through. We have a solid tank. Now we have a solid backline. But Saya is the player that is looking to really, really establish himself on the top of this lobby now, hitting another 3-star upgrade in that LeBlanc.
Travis playing greedy here, knows that everything's on the line. If he's unable to turn it around from here, he is in a pretty dire spot with eliminations coming up after the next game once more. Goes up against Aaliyah. Aaliyah has found so many of those upgrades. This Turgan board is basically online.
Everything is there, and I feel like it's really hard for Travis. He needs to find a way into the backline. Can he get those resets on the Nidalee for the backline jump? But he's not even on the right side, and the Nidalee is getting targeted. Nidalee goes... No, Healing's still there.
Oh, now she's down.
It was so close. Leon is so incredibly hard to take down. Wage Iverson does take another win, so will be at least a 7th for him, really salvaging his spot in the tournament. But Double taking another loss, now done to 1 life. There are 3 people at 11 HP.
36 for Travis is very difficult for the next round. The current cutoff is 42 points to get into the top 8, so he might be able to survive in another game, but getting to finals is getting more and more difficult by the moment here. Weijin also that last life. It's going to come all down to the wire here. A number of greats on the chopping block. Weijin trying to get his Jinx outside of the Freljord range so he doesn't face the targeting of the Swain. He swaps it back last minute and does get a fake out, so the Swain stun isn't going to go onto his backline here. Is it enough for him to actually win this fight? His Warwick is also out of harm's reach right now.
Oh, the stun coming through. The Braum, after killing that unit, does stun the Kai'Sa in the back line. Jinx is fully ramped up, but gets stunned by the Swain, and so the attacks do stop coming through. As long as the Sejuani stays alive, the Jinx will continue to DPS down the board from Obo. It will now fall, and so will Weijin alongside Double as well. And Midfeed.
triple elimination coming through here on 5-3. Only 4 players remain into the top 4. And honestly, a huge surprise from Setsuko saying, yeah, I'm actually pretty comfortable on this niche line, playing around the Ashe reroll. A little bit of an homage to a former set patch here in Lore and Legends, but I'm down for it. I like it.
Yeah, incredible play by Setsuko here. Just straight levels and knows that the Ashe is good enough. And that's what we've seen in the prior patches as well. A lot of times the Tryndamere is actually a bait and not a worthwhile money sink to throw into. So he just transfers the items over and plays a vertical Freljord board while slowing Saya down a little bit as well. Really good game plan for him.
Obo now, back against the wall a little bit, 11 HP. Had such a good start of the game, but the power spike has fallen off a little bit. Will run into Aaliyah. Galio not upgraded by the looks of it.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard to wrap onto the back line for Obo. But on the left side of the screen, we're seeing Setsuko versus Saya, our Darius reroller in this lobby, which is the comp of the day, but usually piloted by Revan, this time by one of our point leaders in the lobby as well. Seems like this composition is a good luck charm for our players. Will be taking win. And Obo, who played this high-risk strategy, did end up taking down Leona and now taking another win.
That was unfortunate positioning on Setsu's part. Actually, Braum just chased another target and allowed Darius to walk straight into the Ashe. Ooh.
Big upgrades coming in there for Saya and Obo. Swain 2, Garen 2 will help with the problems in the front line. We're seeing a little bit of item movement on the side of Aaliyah as well.
Using Salvage Bin to change our items just a little bit here. Going to go for that Vow instead, which is very, very good on this Skarner. If we're able to get an important stun off, that could make the very, very big difference in this fight.
Aaliyah 19 HP. On the other side, though, Obo on 11 and Setsuko even less. So left-hand side will serve an elimination to one of these 2 players. Let's see whether or not that Galio 1 can stand the test of time and the arrows of Ashe.
Oh, Leona already down for Aaliyah here, and the Darius is still full HP. Does not look good whatsoever for our German player. Can the Mal's bugs do it? Not really. And on the other hand, Obo, even though he low rolled pretty hard on level 8, still able to take out Setsuko.
I mean, honestly, if you're Setsuko, you're a little bit happy with that fourth there. It's a very awkward position, awkward augments, awkward unit to be handed each time you level up in this game. And starting off the day with 2 7ths, now finally breaking in the top 4 today, he's putting himself in a good position to make his way back into the conversation for that top 8.
I like that you said this is the Revan comp. Is it like other players cannot pick it?
Nope, they can't anymore. He's claimed it.
Oh.
I will say, every time Revan goes into a game, he just all chats it. Before even the Ravens show up, he does.
That is very funny.
It's the psychology game.
I will say that has not worked in past Tactician's Crown, but we'll have to see whether or not it can continue working. From everything seeing thus far, it was all right. Let's see what our players are now picking up as last upgrades. Warmox for that Scion to be a little bit chunkier, buy some more time for the triple threat on the Noxus reroll. And Leah has tried to build a second tank there to also help out his Leona.
The Leona positioning has been probably the biggest problem for his composition because we're trying to play around triple gargoyles.
Yeah.
It makes it very, very awkward. The will be on the left side of our screen between Obo and Saya, the reroller versus our risky player playing around that forward thinking. Going into Demacia long shots, not a composition we see win very many lobbies, and so we're going to see maybe even why here. We're trying to take down this Darius in the front line. The Demacia has ramped up, so a lot of these resistance are online. The stack ship reaching in. Tarek refusing to fall. The Swain stun coming through means Obo survives another round.
Yeah, and the way he built his composition is a little bit more stronger against the Darius 3. You have that stacking AP damage from the AP Kaisa in the corner that just locks onto one target. So he was able to take that one down. But Saya, we knew he was kind of chilling in the last round, wanted to level on interval, still had 50 gold. Looking for a potential Shyvana, but now we'll settle on actually adding another one of the Quick Striker.
Yeah, help out your Draven a little bit to try and serve some more damage into the backline. Ideally, Obo on the other side is sitting it out a little bit. Could have rolled here. Says, no, I actually want to go 9 instead. If it comes to it, goes up against Aaliyah. Somebody is going to get knocked out here.
As the Galio comes through, so does a lot of the CC. Obo versus Elia. Will it be the reroller, or will it be our Demacia long shot player? The static shift, being able to reach the backline while not having to take down the tanks, is going to be a lot of damage, but the Kaisa sniping down each of the important units on the side of Elia. Great result from him. Top 3 set him up quite well for our next game to avoid a cut.
Very nicely done by the positioning on Obo's side. Was able to turn the front line coming in from Aaliyah and then reach the back line directly, avoided the Leona, and pushed straight for the back row.
And very similar to Double, Aaliyah had a really great start of the day and a little bit of a valley towards the end of yesterday as well as this morning. So getting back into those higher placements, a really good sign for him after a rougher start and trying to come back here in a big way. But let's see how Obo and Zaya square up. Does the Noxus reroll take it all, or does Obo have something to say here with his Kaisa now that he's level 9?
I am rooting for every single non-Darius LeBlanc composition in this tournament so far after. I do absolutely detest just calling for reroll comps.
I mean, the last-minute swap of the Swain may have been the big difference, able to get a big stun off onto the other side, and it will be Saya taking a dominant victory with, guess what? Darius LeBlanc, Draven reroll, taking first place here and really pushing themselves. They were already the top point in this lobby, and now they're even higher.
Listen, guys, you can be hate watching reroll as much as you want, okay? I don't care, but Sai is not a reroll only player. We've seen time and time again how creative he is, how open he is to a lot of different lines. And even in this game, I don't feel like he was locked on that Noxus reroll from the start. He just got a lot of copies and said, okay, man, if you're dealing me those cards, I might as well take them.
And it's just a testament to the true depth of the CN region, a true crouch to crown player. We've never had any competitive experience from this player before, and it's the first time he made a TOC regional. Now he's sitting at day 2 of the TAC round with 23 points amassed in just the last 3 games.
And listen, there's another player that isn't quite couch to crown, but is all the way from Galaxies to now. Obo taking a 2nd place there, putting themselves in the conversation to be one of the favorites, going to make it to the final. Os might just be on top.
Os is on top. That's exactly what you're trying to say. I'm happy to help you there, CLE, because it is a region that historically has overperformed and has been underestimated again and again and again over the years. And Obo is just yet another player that shows that you can never underestimate them. But let's have a look here at another lobby where once again we're seeing Reven on top, and he is not playing Noxus reroll.
Nope, not at all. He's playing actually a very hard to execute comp. He's level 10 now.
Yeah, and we do, I think that was the Silver Scrapes coming out, a large amount of gold going into both of the players' pockets right here. It's going to be a test of APM. AQ1H already level 10. Can he make the comeback? He was very low in the standings.
Ooh.
Finds the rise too. Silas also 2-starred just in this round as well. He's got full items for him. Can he outposition? The Silas fights are always very high variance because it depends on which ability he does choose to steal.
The Darkened Staff on this Rise 2 is going to be very, very scary. But as we watch the Silas and see what abilities he does choose, we'll see if another big stun comes through. Instead, we're going to be stuck on a tank and fall down to the Rise instead. The Volibear on the backline trying to do their best, but the Rise v Rise matchup, it's looking like Reven, not on Darius reroll, might just take another game. We have a couple more fights to go. Don't worry. We can see how this one ends up.
And Reven does not have Leo 2 just yet. He still can upgrade this board further, whereas AQ1H doesn't have a lot of chances to do just that. We were also holding a couple of Lysandras just to be funny, because we of course know many of them are on AQ1H's board as well, but in comes the Lucian Zena 2 on the side of Reven, yet another upgrade, and no more gold for these players to spend.
Just so amazing. Reven, definitely not a one-trick player whatsoever. Making it work on the... Okay, I
mean,
know.
come on now.
You both
He's played a 6th time.
Both to stop. Come on.
I mean,
he can pilot something else. That's just my point.
And one of the highest cap boards possible in the game. playing around level 10, playing around 4 Defender in the front line, playing so many different regions, Demacia, Freljord, Ionia, and that's just the ones I can see on the screen that he's playing around. And so it is going to be very hard to beat, and we're seeing the power of this board right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for AQ1H, his secondary carry is the Sylas, and we've seen the Sylas kind of evaporate again and again in these fights. He really needs to find something like a GA to help him stay alive in front of that Lissandra.
Let's see what he can find, what both of them can find, actually, but Reven P still work with. Even if he should lose the next round, he can take it a little bit further each round, giving him another shot to get those upgrades. So that is going to be something to keep in mind here as players are getting those extra units. Here comes that Lissandra too, as Reven was holding these copies just to mess with him a little bit, but in turn, he gets the Galio too.
Another upgrade for this already level 10, really upgraded board. I'm not sure if there's much that they can do, especially because it's a mirror matchup.
Big TG find here for Reven. He's thinking about it. Oh, actually goes for even more MR.
I love this. This unit is going to be doing so much damage because Galio's ability scales off the magic resist that he does have, and this has about as much as you can get.
That's right. Plus, that extra defender emblem helping him out as well to be even tankier than multiplicative scaling is the word for that. But here could be the last matchup between AQ1H and Reven as he tries to claim yet another lobby in his favor. First player from Spain to make it to the Tactician's crown. And yet again, he wins out first place.
We know that 66 points is about the cutoff historically that it's been, and this guy's already at 61. I'm doing the math. That looks pretty good.
That's pretty insane, I will say. So thank you so much for taking a look with us together at this extra lobby as waiting for them to finish out. I like silver scrapes. I think it's so fun to see whenever that extra gold comes in. So that's pretty cool. And we are, of course, going into one more game before that elimination does come in.
Yeah, a lot happening across all of our lobbies that really set up our players to know how they play in this next one. Clement, going into this game, how do you think that your scores and your points really determine how you play?
Well, I really think you have to pay attention to who has what points in the lobby. That really decides their play style, and you can gain tempo information off of that.
Well, we do have our sightline reporters on our balcony. Patches, Panda, and Necra are there. Tell us more on what exactly has been happening in our other lobbies. Guys, what's going on?
I'm so glad that we got a chance to showcase that final showdown for Reven, because how we got there is kind of crazy. We get into the lobby, Bin in with the no scout, no pivot, Noxus board. So what can Reven do in this thing? He can't play Noxus reroll.
Immediately he says, okay, I'm playing Ahri reroll. But as the game went on, he found a better and better spot to play into more of a fast line. First thinking about Demacia, and then thinking about the highest cap possible with Ryze. I'm as biased as you get when it comes to cheering for Reven. I was still a little bit doubtful because he was playing mostly areas, but now I am a true believer. He's played, I think, the hardest cap in the game around this Ryze. I think played it perfectly, had 90 HP going to stage 5 and cleaned it up at the end.
It was nice because he was also able to be a bit greedy in terms of the HP and the gold that he generated so that he could actually roll, get the Galio 2 and all of the other champions that he needed in order to take that first place. See the pop off there, likely that he's going to have locked in a spot, but there were a couple of players in this lobby that did not fare so well.
Yeah, we had Dasic and Ringo in particular playing around. Demacia long shots. Ringo could not even find the Garen 2 because it was so contested as well. He went 8th, but Dasic, a very clean Demacia long shot game, into a 4th place.
While we ended up seeing, of course, some APAC dominance, 2nd place in the Reven lobby, we also got a chance to follow the action in the other lobby not shown on broadcast, and that is where we saw some true APAC dominance holding hands in 1 and 2, where both players needed to have a good finish in order to keep the next stage dreams alive.
Especially YBY1, one of the fan favorites. He went level 10 with Ionia, playing around Yone, playing around later on as well. 2nd place for him. Lee Sao also playing on the same exact line. Both players were playing around Yasuo 2 in Stage 2 and both kind of the Wild West showdown. Who's playing around the Yone Ari, but both instead push levels, a second and a third for both of them, so good results. And Mori, the big winner in that lobby.
Mori is very exciting because this is a player that he's at his first Tactician's crown. Don't know how much expectations were really on his shoulders when he came in off of a good performance at the APAC Regional Finals, but still comes in as a more unknown quantity amongst the likes of AQ1H and YBY1. Two players, of course, that we're looking at as strong favorites coming out from the APAC region. But they have something to prove in this particular tournament. Both of them made it through from winning a TFT Pro Circuit Cup, but they didn't do so hot at regionals. Neither of them actually making the grand finals, so I think they came into this and said, all right, low in points, but we got to turn it around, and this is a style that APAC is very well known for.
And that's the second Fast 9 AP game we see from specifically Mori today. If he makes final lobby, I think he's starting to become one of those players we have to be scared of in terms of trying to win in a checkmate format.
That's going to do it from us. Really great stuff to be able to show you what has happened in the other lobbies. And I'm sure you are all just as excited as us about seeing APAC in 1 and 2 across the board, except for Revan.
Well, I mean, Clement is just smiling. He's looking at you teary-eyed as you guys tell the story of APAC dominance. Clement, how you doing?
I'm feeling pretty fine. There's still a chance for 5 of us to make it. On the other hand, for Americas, it's looking kind of dire. A lot of people slipping out of the top 8 rankings, as we heard in the reports here, and we're going to get a closer look right in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's not looking ideal. Weijin is really far behind this point cutoff, which is 44 is where so many of our players are right now.
That's right, and we will need to see who can come out of that 44 bracket as we turn the page and show you everybody else who's also sitting on that 44 marker. It's a huge bar of players from all regions, lots of Americas in there, but Double also finds himself right there.
It's kind of crazy how all of a sudden it comes down to one game for so many of these players, especially if you're stuck at 44. You know that, hey, if I can top 4, I'm most likely going to make it through. If I bottom 4 again, it might be the end of the road here if I have bad tiebreakers.
Yeah, and it's kind of amazing that Double now finally slips out of the final top 8. You know, he had a very, very hot start to the game here, and unfortunately for EMEA, there are some dangerous signals. Travis also will be mathematically eliminated just because he's already 8 points from the cut right there. So yeah, it's you know, it's tough moments for a lot of our top tier competitors.
And there's been a bit of a CN comeback, right? We saw a lot of players eliminated in the previous rounds, but hey, we got a couple players that are at the top and are really carrying the bar for the region.
Yeah, Saya, Lisao, definitely up there. We also saw a really good game from Hanxing earlier as he was piloting that Ishtal line as well in one of the lobbies. So we'll, of course, keep you updated on all the lobbies here as we are going from game to game. There is one more to happen before that elimination does come in, and many of our players are looking to finish that one big with that first place. So we'll try to lock on to these players as we are going to be moving into our next lobby soon.
And with this format, there's cuts all the time now. After this game, 8 players get cut. After the next game, 4 players get cut and 4 players advance. So someone like Revan is looking to set themselves up well for that cut, and players are really, really trying to escape the bottom. They're just trying to get in front of the other players that are chasing them. You know, when a bear's chasing you, you just can't be the slowest.
That's right.
That's what they're trying to do right now.
So the story goes as following. If you're out camping, you don't need to outrun the bear. You just need to outrun the other campers. That's what you were trying to say, right?
Exactly.
So that is what our players sometimes will also need to do. I'm hoping they can do just that. But honestly, guys, I don't know. We've been in here for like 3 games now during this day. I feel like it would be nice to mix it up, get a little bit of a triple prismatic going, a rise encounter, a little bit of pizzazz, you know?
Yeah, I think for high variance games, there's just more ways to get to that first place instead of gambling on just a straight level 10 game plan. So if you're on the cut, that would be a good idea to have. I feel like I want to focus on the players that still have a mathematical chance to have things in their own hands, and that would be Robinsons with 41 points. We talked about the cut currently being 44, so if he takes a first place, he can still make it in. But for other players that are lower, I would say like Weijin Iverson, it's really not up to him anymore. Even if he gets a first place, he needs the rest of the field to suddenly all do very poorly for the chance to advance to be open to him.
The biggest comeback of the day is definitely AQ1H. He has come back from being on the brink of elimination coming into today and really has worked himself up. He had 27 points coming in. He's already got 21 points on the day. And so hot streaks, sometimes they tend to continue, but we know that going into this lobby, 48 points is not going to be completely comfortable because, you know, if we go 8th, you could be right on the tiebreakers.
That's right, but a player that has to hope that it is Ringo, sitting on that 40 marker now with a first place, a little bit of luck and maybe some good tiebreakers. There could be a chance for him to still sneak on in there. Bin, sitting a little bit more comfortable, same as Royal. Both of the Eastern representatives here also want to secure themselves from that elimination.
I really like what Ringo is doing. He's checking the points in the lobby right now and making sure to note them down so he can understand who to completely avoid because, you know, they're just going to play whatever they want to, and who he can actually reasonably contest and take out if need be.
And he's going to know that he has to play for first.
Yep.
Right? He's 4 points behind the current cut, which means you go first, you can put yourself on the cutoffs, and if you go first, you have better tiebreakers as well. So, you know, it's two good things coming together, but changes your playstyle significantly.
And Ringo had a really tough run into this TAC round because he was sick. We saw him with the forehead pad in the previous days. So not really living up to the expectations that we had for him. Now finding himself in a very tough field. In the meantime, AQ1H, he is a Hong Kong resident, so very close trip for him to Guangzhou. He's very accustomed to all the food and everything, feels right at home amongst the crowd. I think he's starting to warm up just to that offline situation.
Honestly, I'm really excited about that. AQ1H, for me, coming into this tournament, was one of the players I was looking forward to. And while some of the players that I was also looking forward to already find themselves eliminated, he certainly still holds up what I see as like the true form of APAC, where I love watching their gameplay. There's a lot of creativity in there. There's a lot of flip-floppiness, which can be very entertaining, where they try to go for those big wins, and sometimes they make it there, and sometimes they falter, but AQ1H on the former.
We call him the consistent wolf. Unlike Ironbog, that is more flippy in first or 8th, he's always looking to rise his floor, and because of that, his favorite composition is usually something in the Void line. You can play the Kaisa, and if you can't hit the Baron, it's okay. You can play level 9 into Zig's flexibility as well. A lot of Belveth into his playing pool too. So I think it just goes to showcase that even if you're in the same study group, there are a lot of different variations and strategies coming through as well.
Yeah, he may be consistent, but today he's been consistently top 3. And so going first, third, second, great spot to be in with the momentum going into this next game. We see the wonderful stage for our CN and APAC representatives and those at home that need to really put some good games together. Royal specifically is someone that is their second time at the Tactician's Crown, which we usually see as a bit of a buff to these players at the 44-point mark. He knows top 4, that is his aim. And so I'm curious what the game plans are going to be for these players because of how dire some of the situations are.
That's right. They're getting ready to go into that game. You can see how they approach that differently. Some of them, of course, playing from home, some of them playing from our location in CN. And we're going to be taking a look at whether or not these players can get out of those brackets that they find themselves in, as they are going to find themselves in that lobby soon. But I feel like today, in comparison to yesterday, we've been seeing more and more breakout niche comps. We've been seeing more players trying to go for something like a Baron, but we've also been seeing more players trying to go for stuff like the Hero Augments or even the Caretaker's Ally Ashe that we just saw. And we're going to see now Tahm Kench counter.
Lots of gold being thrown into this lobby. I just want to say about the situation here, if Revan types in all chat that he's playing Darius, I'm going to let him do it. He already has 61 points. If he takes a first place, for most of the players here, it means that the bottom can't catch up. So if I'm AQ1H, if I'm Dasic, I'm happy to just let him get that line.
Robin Song's in this lobby, 41 points. He's one of these players we look at the Americas as the most consistent player for the Americas. You know, doubles that for EMEA. Robin Songs is that for Americas. He's made 4 out of the last 5 Tacticians crowns, has performed quite well, made a final lobby alongside that, and now might even have the opportunity to play his comfort composition in that Targon Malzahar.
Yeah, found that early Malzahar. Certainly always a nice direction if you can get that dropped early and try to get other people to stay away from it. But we are going to be hopping over to Royal, one of our 44 pointers, 8 of them on the current standing leaderboard in total. Many of our players holding on to Ionia for now. So we'll try to update you on that as soon as possible. And it is going to be Path of the Prosperous for our players.
Okay, so this is the fake Ionia path, basically. A lot of people will start with Ionia because they're getting the pairs, but they can pivot off quite easily. Make sure to get a higher cap, especially on the Tahm Kench encounter.
Across our lobby, we're seeing a lot of Ionia being held. We're also seeing a good amount of flexibility being involved, and also Ringo making 10 gold here, playing a little bit of the greedy playstyle, knowing what he needs to play for, and you know what that is? That's a first place. So more gold will be an excellent option to help enable that plan.
It does kind of hurt to see the Nico there. You know, he might have wanted to go into that Ishtal line. And for Ringo, he is a player that really excelled on Ionia Yone melee lines. This is the big question. Can you go into a non-Darius LeBlanc reroll line? Because the rest of them aren't usually first places.
Well, I'll just do you one better. We find Ishtal Expeditionist for Bin Bin, and we go into Ishtal because we are trying to avoid the bottom 4 placements for many of these players, and Ringo is the player that really needs to flip it. So I'm not sure if in a gold subscription lobby that Noxus line is actually going to be good enough.
I like that point about how the lobby is so changed by the current point situation. A lot of them have to go for high cap boards and the Tahm Kench encounter, which means that the Ishtal could save a lot of HP. So that's a good line selection for Bin Bin.
One player do definitely want to draw attention to will be Robin Songs. Is probably one of the main characters in this lobby, having to play some desperation along with Ringo. He is playing around that Malzahar. It is going to be a lot of gold injected through the Tahm Kench encounter as well, and he does have the ideal void for it. And so I'm sure he'll stick with his comfort.
I think we have no scout, no pivot from Ringo. If I'm reading the icons correctly here.
Sure is.
I think it is a lock on the bottom right there. This is one of the hardest compositions to play correctly. We have seen even pro players fail at this constantly.
Yeah, you can see that there is certainly nothing on his board right now to not get locked onto something he doesn't want, looking for those higher cost units. While we wait for Ringo to assemble no scout, no pivot line, we will try to hop through the lobby and give you a little bit of an update. AQ1H we saw picked up Legion of Three's Piltover emblem, and Milo, same augment selection, picked up an Arcanist emblem, so just to let you know where those players are standing.
I would definitely say, looking across the lobby, there is a reroll line that is unclaimed. And a reroll line that we've seen win a lot of lobbies, and that would be Darius, LeBlanc, and Draven reroll. So for Ringo, he might be risking it all for that strategy.
Yeah, I think he has to, because AQ1H has staked out the Jinx line, has already found the first copy, slammed the bow. Ringo did have a Guinsoo's Rage Blade waiting on his bench, and that typically signals towards that line, but he might need to go in towards the Draven instead.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, No Scout, No Pivot was introduced when family was still a thing as a trait, and Loris Jinx is kind of family just in the current set. So it does make sense that that still works really well with the No Scout, No Pivot, but I agree, Ringo probably won't have a good shot at that as we are moving through those stages. We do have to keep an eye on our lost streakers. There's a little bit of magician movement happening there. Boards being sold, boards being put together, and Robin definitely needs to kind of respect that No Scout, No Pivot might just mean that there's also no units.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but the players are pinging on 2-3.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you got to deny this carousel, man. If you deny, he's out. Let's do it, okay? Hold hands. And I have to say, strategically, that is completely allowed, okay? Yep. No shifting momentum. You're doing this for your best outcome.
Yeah, and I think GD Royal is playing the opposite strategy of so many of our players. Playing level 5 already, playing around an extra item through the Darkened Staff, so much extra damage, really wanting to cement their win streak alongside Dasik, who's going for a similar strategy.
Let's see. Carousel does roll
Oh,
around.
oh,
There's a
there's a Draven.
Jinx with a bow. Ay, ay, ay. Somebody's going to be very happy to see that. AQ1H rubbing his hands right now as we speak, probably. But Ringo will take this Draven. You cannot deny it.
Sion already on board as well. The stake in the claim has been made. It will be this reroll here, and I really like this strategy. Knowing what you need to play around, playing around one of these rerolls that can help stabilize you later in the game, risk it all. But the problem is, I think a lot of people might be holding these units later on into the game.
If you take someone out of the pool, they can't overtake you, so I can't say that's a bad strategy. I'm pretty sure the pings were for Ringo. For that Draven.
Yeah.
Because the unlock is just so impactful and the extra gold you get early into the game. I'm glad he does find it and gets himself a chance to play the line properly now.
Well, I think the changes to no scout, no pivot make this strategy possible because now you don't have to have the units on the board to get the extra advantage. So you don't have to necessarily play around the 1 cost like it used to be in previous sets, but instead we're going to open fort, we're going to play around these 3 costs. As soon as we get to level 5, the Darius will be on the board and we'll be off to the races.
And the good news as well as another change that did come in with no scout, no pivot is you can put units on your board in the PvE round. They won't get locked, so Ringo has a chance to beat the Krugs is what I'm saying. But yes, AQ1H did end up getting that Jinx with the bow, a really premier item unit combo for him here on that Jinx line. Was able to slam that Ginzus immediately, runs into Reben, and I will let you guys know, I'm not seeing him go for Noxus reroll, so we're going to get yet another lesson in the masterclass of his approach to the game.
Yeah, typically you see this build going into Demacia Lux, and you can flex into many different lines from that point onwards. He's going to play the safe top 4 game. I really like this from Revan. You're already ahead. You don't need to push even harder or go for Wraith.
Getting Freljord in already, providing a lot of extra combat strength. He's just hoping that he can put together a good 3 streak here. Doesn't have any big upgrades in the front line, so not a very terrifying board where GD Royal is doing the opposite plan of putting everything he can into this win streak. But Dasik doing the same. Well, GD Royal already lost his streak, so Dasik now hoping and facing against the Ixtal Expeditionist player. It's going to be a good setup for him.
Yeah, we really need to check what Bin Bin has been doing, because he had Ixtal very early on, 4 rounds in, not being able to get a quest. So I wonder what it could be. There's a chance it could be lost streak.
So his first quest was have 10 of your units die in player combat, which is essentially like lost streak, because you want them to die to try and assemble that quest quickly. So we'll see if he reaches it after this round, but it might just be that he should have assembled it now.
The problem is there was an open forder, and so I believe instead of doing this in 3 rounds, he may have had to have done it in 4.
Yes.
And so he will have the next option here. Lose 3 in a row probably would be my choice there. Not exactly sure if he did do that. Nope, earn 5 interest, because that can work on this round.
Oh, true, true. He's already saved up, and it is the Tahm Kench encounter. A good call out right there. He wants the 1-turn quest unlock.
Yeah.
70 shards, really good too for 1 round.
You kind of make up for the fact that those lost streakers griefed you a little bit now that you can get that 1-turn turnaround. So really nice there for Bin Bin to try and get that down. We'll be able to achieve it as we are moving through Krugs. I'm kind of staring at the bottom right of her screen because there is a player in this lobby that has lost to Krugs before, but it looks like it's working out this time around, and Ringo will also be able to field a board and defeat them.
Full 5 lost streak for Robin. Plenty of gold to work with. Let's look at the next quest. I think it was... oh, it's definitely leveling.
It has to be XP, yeah. He's zooming.
Did he get all the way there this turn?
No.
Nope, has to sell some units just to buy a little bit more. He's level 7 and can't even afford to put a 7th unit on the board.
That's
0
okay.
gold here on 3-1, but level 7 is pretty insane. This 3-2 augment, though, is going to be huge for his direction for where he ends up after this Ixtal cash out.
Oh, and Ringo does find most of his critical units right here. Darius already found.
This could be about HP management now, right? We're going to need to find our important units. We're going to need to get better items is probably where he's at right now. And we're really hoping that maybe makes you cold and summon some prismatics here, because it could be a big swing for our players.
I feel like gold subscription is a good start to get us somewhere. I like that we're seeing some creative augment picks, like the no scout, no pivot. Let's see what's behind the next door for our players, and it will be silver augments. Now, is he going to click Dumbify? And the answer is no.
Ooh. We have a strong start here for Royal. Restart mission is good if your direction is lacking. But in this situation,
building a team, pretty standard for a lot of these players here. And then Dasik with the branching out and the Reforger. This is going to be very interesting to see what he gets. Slayers is typically something you reforge. I'll just phrase it like that.
it's really hard to play around that unless you're going to play around Bel'Veth and Ambessa. Put that on Ambessa instead. Looks like we are going to reforge this or just keep it on there for now.
We've seen Slayers work out in a Yone line where you can kind of play around this mystical Yone Slayers board. However, that is not on this Ionia, so I feel like that's not the idea he has in his head.
Bin on the other side has 5 Istral in already. He's gaining HP back while playing Istral Expeditionist. This is really early to have that in, and it was because he was able to level to 7 and now keep that online, and now he has to lose 7 in a row. This is such a risky playstyle, but he's got the great setup for it.
Yeah, I really like his spot. I think he's probably going to be a win-out player because the lobby was so weak across the board. If you look at his HP, still in the high 90s. Of course, he does have Expedition there to buff that out as well. So there's a very high chance that he will get a good cash out. You're usually aiming for the 625 for the guaranteed Radiant items.
Yeah, definitely going to be happy about that, and like you mentioned, we'll heal some. Now, let's quickly check in with Milo, because he picked up that Legion of Three's Arcanist emblem early on, and usually Arcanist emblem is a really weird one to play around, because if you want to play Arcanists, you kind of don't really fit this emblem because you want to have the unit. So he is currently thinking about what to do, is kind of looking at the Malzahar line, but we know that Robin is playing that one, no?
Sometimes you can just play this for tempo. We're just playing around probably what we hit. It's going to be really difficult, though.
I don't think Robin is on the line anymore.
Oh, he was just over to scout the board. This is Day6 on the top side, so...
Oh, good. All right. Don't worry. But it looks like Robin might be even pivoting out of that again. We'll definitely have to check in with him after this because he's lost a billion rounds in a row. It does look like the HP is now down to 35 for him. And so we'll want to see where he ends up after this carousel specifically, because 3-5 is a big point for many of our players. And often
there's a Lux.
There.
Robin Waka Lux, let's go. That was the forecast I was calling for, and it does show up with an AP.
Oh?
Oh.
Instead, he's going to go for a spatula. He might be cooking.
What is that? So you can
Demacia.
see it bottom right, lower tier. You think he's going to Demacia for the Lux, but then why pick up the spatula? Just to make it a Demacia emblem?
Yeah, I'll probably
All right.
make a Galio
Fair
or a little bit sooner.
Yep, really helps to unlock Galio earlier. We already have this Lux line. We could also consider pivoting to that Lissandra as well that he has online with the Demacia. So tons of options for him. The problem is when there's tons of options, sometimes nothing becomes obvious.
It is pretty easy to overgreed on this situation here. So he's going for the long con game, basically, a higher cap with the potential Galio rather than saying, you know, I'm just going to chance a Lux 2 earlier on. And I think, actually think about it, it probably is correct, right? Even if you have the Lux, second Lux, you're not going to get the upgrade completed anyway. Going to just be playing around the Ahri. Oh, so he just hit the Ahri 2 as well. A great shot for him.
Absolutely. And you know, I low-key like that Ringo and Robin are both on game plans where they're losing pretty hard, because that messes with Bing Bing and his Ishtal plan. He wants to lose those 7-player combats as soon as possible. A, because player damage or little legend damage ramps up through the stages, and B, because of course you want to try and assemble your board as soon as possible, maybe get another quest in if you need to. And so Bin hates to see these two just straight up losing on very weak boards, but there's also not much they can change right now.
Oh, if you're Bin, if you want to lose, you can lose. There is nothing that is stopping me from making my board as weak as possible. I do expect him to have those removers, and if he finds like the 4th copy of a certain unit, just throw it on there.
He did win around this stage. And so
That is true.
only on a 1-loss streak is making it very difficult. But for Ringo and Robin, who are both our players on the lowest points in the lobby, they're both playing a very, very risky game. Ringo's roll down here as he gets to level 7 on neutrals will be a one to keep our eye on, but we need to also watch what Robin ends up playing.
We will keep an eye on that. For now, we're seeing Dasic continue the 100 HP win streak, and we are getting word that Binbin actually won against Ringo. So, well, I'm just saying somebody is unhappy to see these two in the lobby, but right now he has been getting 2 more losses in. So good news for Binbin. Let's hop over to Robin as we need to make something happen after this round.
Oh, Robin's going to risk it on 4-2 and wait. Oh, he's going to wait for 4-1. But oh, man, this is so risky.
Very risky. Ringo is rolling down here on level 7. We saw a few upgrades come through for Robin. Just gonna sit and wait it out and see where the game takes us. Very, very risky. Milo also sitting just below level 7. Gonna also roll down here for all the 3 costs, but after Ringo did. So importantly, a lot of the copies have been taken out of the pool.
Yeah, we have to see Robin or Ringo's roll downs. This is a pivotal moment for them. I think for Robin, he probably has to do it off interval. Instead, it will be Ringo now.
Ooh, not even LeBlanc 2 yet. We do have now the copy in, but what are we going to put on our board as the last unit? Shyvana is a great option.
Okay.
It?
He doesn't have the unlock for the Kabuko. That's why he has to put a secondary copy there. Oh, wow. This is so risky for Robin. He knows his point situation, and he is set on upgrading on interval. He needs that 8 gold. Ooh, I'm not sure about this, buddy.
Well, he's also getting an augment in the next round, so that if he picks fast means he has a little bit of extra time to try and make something happen here. He just knows the situation he's in and the fact that he needs to win out big like you're mentioning. So a lot of action coming his way, picking an augment, then leveling, then rolling down, assembling a team. Let's see if he can do it.
1-round stabilizations brought to you by Citadel Robin Songs. Can he actually do it? I know he has been a DJ in the past, so I hope those fast fingers are still with him. That was a very ballsy move to just hold on to all of his gold, make sure he can make the most out of it, but the units aren't showing up. He needs that Lux, he needs that Garen.
Ooh, Annie's a great addition to this board. It's going to be very expensive to get online, though. We don't have the Galio on lock, and so that is going to be one of the most difficult parts. Oh, Darius 3.
That came out of nowhere. Okay.
We did have 2 duplicators from our second augment.
True.
I was checking if we sent those as well, but that should help in stabilizing Ringo, who's also only on 22 HP. So both of these players need to make a big splash right now. Milo will put on some pressure on the rest of the lobby now that he's found that Malzahar 3. And Dasic on the other side, still streaking 100 HP, could just knock down Robin a peg.
This is exactly what Robin wants to do. He is one of the weakest in the lobby. Dasic still sitting on 50 gold, aiming for that level 9 most likely. And so, gonna be a win for Robin here, as long as this Kai'Sa doesn't do something crazy, and he's gonna have another round to figure it out.
And more importantly, this round should unlock the Galio here, so a big stabilization point, cutting it very close. Still critical rundown for one of our most popular players in this tournament. Everyone wants to see the Robin walk, but will Mortdog favor him?
Well, first he needs to favor himself. There was a little bit of a tweet he was sending this morning saying, cue the clown walk. I'm not doing well at the world stage, but maybe he can find his way back in here. He was able to make it to day 2, avoid the first elimination. After this game, another one comes for him. Needs to get there. Checking in with AQ1H whenever points leaders throughout this lobby, and he has found himself a nice little assembly of this Jinx. Is, however, still a couple of copies short, so we'll try to just slow roll his way into the 3 stars.
And Milo on the other side has so many lesser duplicators to work with and has one of the upgrades, but not the other 2, and is still winning rounds. So great sign for them. Robin will be facing off against our no scout, no pivot player on the other side and winning the round. So important there.
Yeah, usually
critical rounds again and again as he's facing a very difficult situation without his upgrades. Is there anything here for Robin Songs?
Thinking about the Emblem Avenue, but does not want to go there. Already has won the Demacia spot. Needs a little bit of combat strength as well to try and get his board of the ground. He's probably going to make the redemption, I assume, here with that belt to try and get a little bit of tankiness into his board.
A very interesting carousel with a lot of open pans and spatulas, so there's a chance that somebody could make something out of it and just go into a big vertical. Might be Royal who did opt for one of those spatulas. We're going to be taking a look at the 2 bottom HPs in our lobby. So this lobby is stage 4, and you take 7 base damage right here. It should be very difficult for any of them to drop. Basically impossible for Robin songs.
Annie back on the board. Now Demacia Emblem onto that Tibbers in the front line. And so we are going to be leaning heavily into this Arcanist line instead. And on the other side, though, is the composition that he has played so often, but still the duplicator sitting on bench means that that board has not spiked yet for Milo. So Robin, once again, getting a matchup that he probably should win with the style of his board as long as he's able to take down this Leona in the front line. And on the other side, Ringo is running over boards with this Darius LeBlanc reroll.
Well, he's running over Bin Bin, to be specific, and he is actually happy to be run over in a weird way of turns of reality, because that means he just finished out his quest.
He's going to go for more? Oh my goodness, this might be the biggest cash out we've seen on the stage, and now Brock coming through on level 8. He already has 2 of them.
Well, he has to roll the shop 20 times. That is something he can easily do as he is getting that Brock online. A greedy but extreme play from Bin Bin.
Yeah, he's going for broke right here. He is, again, 4 points away from the potential top 8 cutoff here. And he's still relatively healthy. With the Brock, he should have the stabilization he needs right here. Good items as well.
Keep in mind, yes, he is only 4 points away from the lower edge elimination, but the next one is right after that next game. And so getting yourself the extra points you can certainly is a good approach to this game. And like we're saying, is going to stabilize here a little bit as we go into PvE.
He also has the Darkened Scythe for his board, which is really, really good onto this Brock, especially if he can get the upgrade onto it, because the amount of base AD that this unit has is incredible. Okay, finishing the rerolls.
Bit of a contest on the Annie here. Let's see if Robinsons can actually find that. That will be his main carry, but as we just saw, Bin Bin holding on to 2 copies.
The big problem is now we're playing around 1 life for these guys, where we know that there's someone like Bin Bin in this lobby that can absolutely have the craziest cap that you can possibly have in this set.
Definitely a scary proposition. Let's see whether or not No Scout, No Pivot can actually contend with this. It is certainly a really, really good upgrade for this reroll comp, but he needs to get it off the ground as well to at least stand a chance. But here comes that cash out.
700 cash out. Let's see what he gets right here. Double Radiant items can immediately make a Brock 2.
Wow.
Okay, well, he won the game, in theory, right? Unless something else crazy happens. And it's looking pretty dire for those who are at 1 HP. Ringo needs to dodge him for as long as possible. We have another artifact to come through as well. And now the rest of the board, though, is not upgraded. It is this Brock versus the world, but thankfully we have a lot of lives left. You know who doesn't? Robin Songs on the other side.
I think this is probably the best time to run into Bin Bin before he has also found those upgrades. If you cannot beat him now, you won't stand a chance later on. And the way matchmaking works, you probably would have preferred this. However, Robin, unable to do it, still hangs in there. What am I telling you about that stage damage? So Robin, very happy right now.
The problem is he actually needs a first place to even come back mathematically. And I don't see getting a first place over Bin Bin at this point. So it might be a bittersweet moment for Robin Songs that he dodges it a little bit early and gets to get a couple more placements, but Bin Bin is basically the reaper of the low point players in this lobby.
Well, he could get away with a second place. That would put Robin on 48 points exactly. If he's lucky with the cutoff, we've seen that cutoff move by 1-2 points before. I'm not saying he's safe, but I'm saying there is a chance, and we'll need to wait until all games are finished to know whether or not there is a possibility of him making it through on that second. So he will need to keep on trying.
It would just take some crazy matchmaking, no doubt. Robin facing a very strong board on the other side right now. AQ1H has a bunch of his 3 costs upgraded. The Annie, though, is going to try their best to burn the backline, and the Galio will stun. The Lux, though, unupgraded, not able to do enough damage. And so Robin's Song's not only falling out of this game, but out of the Tactician's crown.
Really cool board coming in from AQ1H, actually using the Vanquisher emblem and just taking the Nautilus because it was open. So, you know, good situational awareness, flexing in more of the Warden as the front line there. And yeah, just going back to that Robin Song's point, you know, I think a lot of us had hope with how strong his start of day 2 actually was, making a comeback, making jokes on Twitter, you know, being jovial about the entire situation. But unfortunately in this game, it just wasn't enough. The lost 3 contests, no reroll spots to default to. Takes an unfortunate 8th.
Yeah, but there is another board next to this Noxus No Scout No Pivot that will try to throw rocks in the way of Brock, and that is Day6's board. He is angling level 10 to try and put up a Baron to maybe contend here. For now, he will get a devastating loss, as is expected, but you can see he's sitting on that 50 gold right now. But hold on, Ringo, is he actually going to go down to the Malzahar reroll?
Royal falling down as well as Ringo. We have 2 eliminations coming through, and both of those players were on the edge of defeat there. And so that will mean for them also, Royal could have some tiebreaker possibility, but a 6th place is almost just, it's really close to being almost sure to be out.
Yeah, and Ringo was one of our TPC winners as well. The more I thought about his line, the more I realized that he actually couldn't unlock the Kabuko. So your best board on 7 was not in reach due to the No Scout, No Pivot. You couldn't remove the additional bruisers or invokers afterwards. So going into that line is actually a little bit less efficient than it might have could been.
Yeah, a little bit awkward to navigate for sure, as we are looking towards Milo and Revan, because we haven't checked in with Revan in a little bit, and we know that he's been playing around those Archangels. Previous game, he was piloting a Rise board, and I'm happy to tell you he's doing just that again. He says, I worked out, I got a 1st place, why not play around a double Archangels Rise once more? So that is what he has won the previous round on, but we're just going to watch this Brock smash one more time.
This Dark Insight is doing so much work. It is doing an incredible amount of AoE damage. As soon as this thing jumps in, it just slices up the backline. When Day6 was fighting, you saw him throw his hands up in the air and be like, what is this? How am I supposed to beat this? And the answer is, you probably can't.
It uses your attack damage every 4 seconds, and Brock is one of those units with no attack speed, but massive amounts of attack damage. So perfect fit right there. Probably the strongest unit that we've seen so far in this attack round.
We have a Baron as a challenger as well to this Brock, possibly. And there's Baron 2 in shop. This is something like we saw in our Paris Open. We saw a very quick Baron 2 online. And for Day6 here, maybe he's hoping that this can make a run for 1st place.
Yep, that's the hope, that's the dream. We were talking about how awkward this Slayer emblem is. Well, what if Baron was a Slayer? Because then certainly he could try and slay that Brock. For now, AQ1H is going to find himself on the other side of this mighty Baron Nasher, and that should go only one way. If it doesn't, I'll be very shocked.
Can he stay alive? Needs to kill 5 units off the board. Doesn't look like it. And is going to get a perfect knockout. Unfortunate for AQ1H, running into some of the strongest players.
Ooh, Milo down as well. So
Revan, lucky 4th.
So
guys, don't look now.
Rock, Rise, Baron. Those are 3 top boards.
Also, Revan now has his 9th top 4 in a row.
Well,
he is absolutely on a tear. It is insane. Bin has really set himself up well to win this game. It seems like it is pretty well established in that way. And the Baron is going to try its best to do this here, but we already know that for Revan and now Dasik, they are secure through this cut.
Yeah, I really want to see that King of Monsters fight, perhaps just once. The Baron 2 versus the tricked out Brock.
Baron 3, I'm down. We can give it a try. That's one way to beat this Brock.
You love seeing those extra 4-star heralds popping on the board, summoning the Void.
Ooh, Galio 2 for Revan.
Revan's
Giving
just
himself a
vibing.
fighting chance. Yeah, look at him. He knows he's going to have to maybe even just take a victory lap next game with the way he's playing. Oh, yeah.
He's got the groove on.
Well, we are going to be seeing the matchup against the Ghost board between the Baron and the Brock. That will give us a little bit of a taste of whether or not it's possible to take down a board as mighty as this one. I'm not sure there's a world.
That Brock stomp is just absolutely disgusting as the rocks fall all across the two boards. But wait, on the right side, Brock's shadow does go down. Maybe Dasik has a chance? Could be just the Ghost board.
The good news for this lobby is that all of them are actually through this cut. And so there is plenty happening and people trying to upgrade their board. Bin Bin has so many copies of different units on the bench. I believe that is 5 of each of them. But it will be a lobby swap for us.
Yeah, we're hopping over to the other lobby where a lot of the players are still fighting for contention. Like you mentioned, all 3 of our players in the previous lobby are safe. And despite the boards looking mighty fine and mighty precious, we need to lock in and see how it's going for this lobby. Lobby A, Hanxing, Mori, YBY1, and Darthnub still in here in a spot to make it through. Hanxing should be safe on the back of making top 4 here with 46 points, but the other 3 players could still be in trouble.
YBY1 with just a hope and a prayer. He does have an 11-win streak. He has a very low point. Even if he wins this, it's not guaranteed that he moves through.
Stylus 2 for Hanxing here. And YBY with a very strong Demacia board, able to get that emblem onto the Taric means that this board is very, very tanky, as well as having an itemized Galio in the back line. YBY1 needs exactly first to make this work.
Very slim chances coming in for him. Let's see if Hanxing has some of those sneaky maneuvers for YBY1. If you're playing this composition, you want to find those chances into the back line. Looks like YBY is going to be fine with his Lux in the left corner. The Yone doesn't touch him whatsoever, and Silas doesn't get the stun down.
Ooh. And it will knock out Hanxing on the other side. Darth Noob and Mori, a big fight between them because they're both at 44 as well. And now Darth has taken that win. Mori is out, so he's really in danger of these tiebreakers as well.
Yeah, I mean, 49 points could not be enough, could be enough. It all comes down to where that tiebreaker sits. We certainly know that a lot of players will cluster up around that bracket, but you can see in this lobby as well that a lot of those 44 pointers are in the bottom 4 here. Ready, Raikou Mastery, JRC that was on 45, so that means they're all going to be moving down and maybe just cluttering up the bottom 8 so that even a 47 could be safe. We'll need to see whether or not YBY1 is able to lock in that 48 against Darthnub.
A lot of it is going to come down to the positioning right here as we see backline damage going through. Can it actually wipe something out? It does! The Lux managed to take out the secondary carry into the Lissandra, but the Rise is still the main carry on the board, shutting down the dreams and hopes of the best Vietnamese player.
Again, 47 could be the cut for this. So there is a chance that YBY, who has a few firsts to his name, could get through that cut. But Darth, now knowing exactly what he needs to do, he said, hey, I need to get top 4, but why not go for top 1 this game? It's exactly the Darth Noob style that we're accustomed to over in the Americas. He has some TPCs. The one he won specifically over in EMEA, he got that first place in the checkmate format to push himself to the Tactician's crown. And now he's here and has played a lot of that first race style once again.
Beautiful Luden's Galio. We just saw the jump just kind of decimate the front line coming in from YBY1, and YBY1 is only on that Galio 1. lacking a bit of that frontline presence.
Not only that, he's also lacking the upgrade on the Zillion too, so a lot of potential still open, still unable to realize that. Is it good enough to maybe try to take down the board? Does not get the Lysandra with that Lux ult, and that will be fatal as Illumination does come in there and will take him out. Darthnub taking Lobby A. YB by 1 on 47 points. There is a world. I'm telling you, there's a world where it's possible.
I mean, the walk, you see the smile on his face. He's a guy that plays at a standing desk, so if you're ever wondering why he's walking back and forth, that's why.
No, he's actually just copying Robin.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's the celebration would be the Darth Noob sit.
That's
instead.
right.
Yeah, the opposite of what Robin would do. And so, fantastic showing by Darth, who started off the tournament really well, struggled a little bit in the mid, but when it mattered the most, he's able to come out on top in this game.
A lot of it is going to be coming down to tiebreakers. I spot tons of 47-pointers across the board here, so very tense moment as we do the calculations for these players. Again, YB by 1 has never finished beyond 9th place at the TAC crown. Would be an unfortunate first for him.
That's right. We are going to need to crunch those numbers. Some of those lobbies are still ongoing. We, of course, don't know what the final outcome was between Binbin and Dasik. I'm quite curious about that one, but we will need to try and do the math first before we can tell you where the cutoff has moved. Has it moved at all? Are we on 47? Are we on 48? But let's take a look. We're actually hopping back into this lobby. And that's why I wanted to see. This is so cool. Dasik has found a way to at least defeat Binbin once or twice.
Well, at least we get to see the best of both worlds. We get to see the incredible action happening in the other lobby and come back to the Battle of the Titans here. Brock 2 versus Baron 2. This is the pinnacle of set 16.
Okay, come on. There's no way a 700 cash out Binbin can actually lose to just a regular Baron board,
It's
right?
not a regular Baron, though. It's a Yordle Slayer IE Baron. This Baron has been buffed. He knows how to fight, and one rock will not stop him, is what he's trying. But there is nothing that will hold for Dasik, and it will be a second place. I would have loved to see those wins.
A very, very similar story to Darth Noob, though. Binbin at 44 points was aiming for a top 4 placement and instead goes straight to first.
52 total for him, so he should be jumping into the safe zone right there. Great game plan, spotted a lot of lost streakers, knew what he had to do on the Ixtal. I love watching big cash outs.
Honestly, I feel like that was a very special treat, this one in particular. Very, very nice, but we just had a lot of really good boards in the last couple of rounds, and Binbin just showing once more that sometimes you need to be greedy to make it all the way. And we are, of course, only looking at a small slice of the lobbies despite that extra hop we had in there. We always want to know what's happening in the other lobbies that we on the broadcast didn't get to see. Do you know what? That's exactly what we have our sideline reporters for, because in Patches Panda, Necra, you guys have been watching this lobby, the other lobby. There's a lot that has happened. How are our players doing?
Oh, we got all the lobbies. So actually, where do you guys want to start? Which lobby would you like to hear about? The one that you missed, or like the one that wasn't
we didn't see.
Lobby C.
Okay, let's actually start there. So the story about Lobby C is that we had double Setsuko at 44 points. Obo also very close to that cutoff at 46. And Aaliyah still not out of the woods yet at 47. So gotta start there at the players that were in the middle of the table.
And some bad news for Setsuko fans. He did end up going 6th in this game with a Demacia. Kind of an AP-AD mix with Lux as the main carry. Couldn't quite make it work, unfortunately.
Had those long shots teched in, but I think just the tempo of the lobby started to push him out of landing on something that ended up being really good. But if you are any of a fan of the rest of those players, then we might have some good news for you.
Okay.
Mace, I saw you
listening.
Head and hands there.
I'm listening. At 47 points sounds scary. That's all I'm going to say.
And you're right. But if you were double, all you needed in this game was a top 4. After Double's impressive start in the first 3 games of yesterday, he had a little bit of a slump in the back half of day 1 and the start of today. But he was able to turn things around, a 3rd place in this lobby with, can you guess what comp?
Is it going to be Noxus Reroll?
It is!
Oh.
A world in which Double has learned from Revan. That's where you find consistency on this patch. But he played it with spreading roots. He had a very interesting setup with a long shot emblem on a Draven as well. Just fighting for a top 4 in the end, and he made it, thankfully.
Aaliyah as well, playing around spreading roots, ended up putting together a pretty interesting board, including Slayers and Freljord AD Flex. And Aaliyah ended up in second place to Saya, who went first with a Jinx reroll.
And we saw Aaliyah playing a Draven 3 yesterday where he just had one Darius 1. He said, you know what? I'm going to push levels. Kind of a similar game plan here. No Draven 3 in this case, but showcasing he's one of the few players on the patch who can actually find success on a Fast 9 AD setup, which we've seen so many players fail at and end up in 7th or 8th.
Is there anything else you guys would like to know about?
How did Darth Noob get in that spot in that game?
Oh, so he had a 10 win streak on Demacia, and he skipped stage 4 entirely. He said, you know what? I'm playing for Fast 9. YBY1, for example, had a really interesting spot where he was the opposite. He played Ixtal into Demacia, and it was Darth Noob, 100 HP coming to stage 4, YBY1 with 25 HP, and they kind of started meeting more and more towards the middle as the game went on. But I think Darth Noob couldn't quite know where he was going to cap on stage 5 in particular. He was kind of all over the place in terms of where his cap would be.
All right, guys. Well, that's it from the Sideline Report. Thank you so much for keeping our eyes everywhere and keeping us updated. But we do want to take a look at the standings and see who's actually eliminated on the back of this, because, of course, not all of them can make it to the final day. And a lot of these players were on low points, and it is the 47 breakpoint.
We're seeing some of our American favorites drop down here. Academy Wasian dropping down all the way in 24th, alongside Robin Songs. Also Travis down there at the bottom. We knew that was going to be the result there, but a lot of EMEA was surviving here, and only a couple APAC dropping out.
Yeah, one of those will be Midfeed, actually dropping out after those last 2 games of the final top 8 edge. However, we do have Mori also from APAC making a strong running straight towards the top here. Royal slipping down once more. And, you know, there's a lot of APAC players that could potentially make it in these last 2 games. They need to cross the final hurdle.
Revan at the top, though, continuing his dominance. Saya, another first place. That is 4 top 2s in a row.
Yeah, Saya and Lisa are certainly players to watch as we move on through. But I quickly want to shout out Dasik and Aaliyah here. These guys are best friends. 4th and 5th in the standings. Nearly similar scores there towards the end, both finishing with the 2nd place on this 4th game. Has to be just a nice little story we have to mention here. TFT, you know, is craziness, is Brox, is Barons, but it's also friendship. We are going to be going to a short little break, and then we will be right back with more games, more emulations, and more action here at the Lore & Legends Tactician's Crown. So stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. We are in the midst of our competition for day 2, where things are really heating up. We have cut 16 competitors from our total tacticians that have taken the stage today, and we're about to do it again. And then a final time at the end of the day. So let's talk about how this is going to work. We've got 3 more games for our tacticians, but we're going to make another cut after 2 games.
That's right, and it will be a sandwich cut. So this time, the top 4 performers are cut and the bottom 4 of the standings. Then we have that final super exciting Game 7 with just those 8 players remaining.
And that does mean that the cutoff points are going to be top 4 and then top 12 for the players to kind of remember. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around this one, but we have been using this new format since set 15.
I like that we've all landed on sandwich cut.
It's just the easiest
to understand. It makes sense, right? Because you're promoting 4 players, but you're also eliminating 4 players, and there isn't really a very, I don't know, good way to explain that otherwise consistently and concisely.
Make sure that that last lobby, everyone is still in full contention to make it, to have those 4 remaining players that will make that day 3. So I think it's the best possible way to make it for these 3 games that are remaining, where every single game is extremely exciting.
Yeah, we don't want players that are already guaranteed through to kind of dictate the fates of other players as well. So I think it is probably one of the best changes that we have done into the format. And it does mean that everyone will be playing for different things in these next 2 games, especially for our 3 players that have already exceeded 60 points. They can play some very low-risk TFT.
That's kind of where we start to look at the numbers. If the elimination point was just 47 points, we expect that is going to be about, 8 or 9 points higher. So you can do the math on that point, and then similarly for the players that want to end up promoting out, you are looking around that 70 points to be the make or break. That's how you get out of this so you don't have to play that last game of the day.
And I do have the historical numbers for us here. It will be 68 in 12 games to auto-advance to top 4, and 66 points in 13 games if you want to make the final. So those are kind of the general areas that you want to aim for.
It could be a little bit lower this time around because certain players, like Revin, have dominated so much and kind of siphoned so many points just for himself across these first 2 days.
As we get ready to go in our next lobby, this is a very interesting one. Heavily impacted for APAC and CN, as we've got 3 APAC players here. Looking at Royal, that is at that point of cutoffs, and then of course the rest of APAC actually towards the middle of the table. They're trying to avoid elimination.
I want to highlight the one player you haven't talked about with those regions that's ready from the Americas. I talked to him before the tournament started. He's a unique player in the regional phase of this set because he played 2 games of Acel and won those 2 games. And he told me, if the situation arises where I need a strong first place, like he needs here at 47 points, we could potentially see the Celestial Dragon in full force, and that would be quite a way to wrap up this Game 5.
There is somebody that's hoping to get a first place, though, for a different reason. That would be Saya. If he goes first again in this lobby, he will do something unprecedented in TFT Tactician's Crown history. That would be 4 first places in a row on the world's global stage. That would be crazy.
He's like, Double, I'll do you one better. 8-8-8-8, a 32-point run coming out of a player that haven't really known much about him, just a scrim god coming into it. And I do want to remind everyone that the best 2 players in the previous TAC round were also non-TPC players as well with lesser profiles. So it's just so exciting to see how deep the pools really go.
Especially from CN, I think we almost every single TC see that one player that breaks out internationally in a huge way and kind of sets the stage for the talent that is coming out from CN for the future.
CN has always surprised me, especially when we have had 2 different qualification methods on the mobile as well as PC circuits. I feel like it's always been those players that come out of the JOC, the mobile version, that really do just surprise everybody. But I think you have to be just impressed with where CN has kind of ended up as a region, and hopefully they can start to turn things around. After the win at the Paris Open with Huamie, I think that opened up a lot of conversations again as where does CN fit as a region for the rest of the TFT world?
They definitely don't want to go on a 10-set drought. It's been really rough for EMEA. CN doesn't want to go down the same path. It's been a very long time since that triple Tac Crown dynasty from set 5 to set 7.
Good news for two of the regions that are populating this lobby, CN and APAC. Scuttle Puddle means lots of resources. This is where most of these players shine, trying to get to Fast 9, having so much gold to work with to assemble the strongest boards possible on that stage 5.
Yeah, and Bin Bin is coming up with one of the best early carries that we see right here. Of course, it is going to be Scion with a chance to unlock also perfect items to go directly into the LeBlanc. He's already vibing and smiling to himself on screen. He knows what he found.
Oh, but please no more no scout, no pivot.
It's the same player that actually picked it up 2 games ago as well. So he is,
please, no.
He is happy to follow in, you know, Revan's path of enlightenment, apparently, playing so much of this Darius reroll this tournament.
Everybody's going to have their eyes on that composition just because it really has felt like a surefire way to accumulate those points. But at the same time, I feel like with this amount of resources, is that really a composition that you want to be aiming for?
We've seen players winning with it,
higher.
right? I think it's the one 3-cost that has the highest cap compared to Leona Miles and Jinx even. There are many, many wins on this Darius reroll line across this tournament.
And I do want to mention that Bin Bin, coming from the JOC, has a completely different way of using the Darius. He actually mixes it with the Vayne, with the Ahri. He plays 4 defenders, very off-meta compositions that are not what we usually expect.
We'll see from Obo. More of a, I think, standard play in the last few games at least to survive these cutoffs. Last game played Demacia AP.
No, it's right here. No
Ruin
scout,
King.
no pivot.
Show me the Viego.
Oh, okay. Whew.
Aura farming would be the Giga Chat move, but skips over that one as well.
I guess 2-trick for easy early game.
Okay, another Scion player unlocked. You do have fairly good items to get into AP as well with the Nashers and the Open Rod. And Reddy says, you know what? It's time to do the magician, sell the entire board and see what comes. Maybe gonna Bard roll to try and get some direction on 2-3.
It's tough though because you've got Li Cao that has the hefty rolls. You've got AQ1H that does have the shopping spree, and so a couple of players that are looking to have those rerolls opened up from these augments. But on the flip side of things, Bin Bin was like, okay, I'm gonna lock into an artifact or hunching, saying I want to go a lot further than that. Go maybe Fast 9.
For me, the best augment selections here, just because of the high resource amount, has to be Royal with that savings account. Of course, Saya, who has a very easy way to get to level 9 with that birthday reunion. Their tempo is going to be great to hold just directly into those Fast 9 compositions.
Especially Royal, if he goes into Demacia, it's very hard to contest, especially from this position. He's going to have the savings account proc probably on PvE on 3-7. He'll be able to roll down most likely before anyone else for the Garen 2, for the Lux 2, for the potential Zillion as well. So anyone contesting him is usually rolling a turn after that, and there won't be as many of those units in the pool for that roll down.
We want to see a big game out of Royal at 47 points. With Reddy also at the cutoff, he ended up going for the Legion of Threes. We saw the Slayer's emblem. Where do you feel like that can go to actually get you that second place, first place?
I think that's a Reforger angle. So
Okay.
he will be taking a look here. I think that the Noxus lines are probably too contested. The other line that has been working really well would have to be the Jinx, because you have the Loris and you also have the Sejuani that are 3 costs.
I would say he can consider playing around Ahri Yone with the Slayer +1, or even going from into the Yone Slayers line that we see a little bit less often with the +1 here as well.
Wait. Freljord reroll. Pull out the old Ashe and Tryndamere out of the bag.
I'm out.
No, but what if you go to like Slayer Volibear? You actually get the vertical Freljord online after going for the reroll.
My understanding of the comp is that Ashe is actually the main carry right there, so it's harder to make
Slayer
that work.
Ashe.
There have been some Belveth Freljord innovations in the last few patches, but I'm still not a big believer on these alternate lines.
Wow.
Yone Slayer is as spicy as it gets for me.
Oh, AQ1H back to his old tricks. He's going straight Baron.
He went to level 5 already.
Getting the Bard unlock here as well. It's going to be hard to stay ahead of lobby tempo to be able to push to 10. Obviously, you're going to have the help from Scuttle Puddle but usually this is where you can start pairing double econ augments plus Scuttle Puddle to essentially be almost like a prismatic econ.
There's two other players that have already also pushed to level 5. That's going to be AQ1H and Saya. And so I'm curious, like, if you're running into each other, like we're seeing here from Saya and AQ1H, the goal was to keep this win streak. One of them is going to have it broken.
Very tough for AQ1H. The front line from Saya is much more developed on his end. And obviously IE, not exactly a great item for AQ1H on the cog.
And with Scuttle Puddle, the idea is you can either play just full lose streak, get infinite gold, go 9, early in stage 4, earlier than you would otherwise, or use that gold, because you're getting a lot more of it every PvE round, to push levels very aggressively and, get to those level 7 unlocks in particular in stage 3, maybe even on 3-2, for example.
All right, Binbin and Saya have maintained, or at least started to put together a bit of that win streak. You can see that the Noxus is unlocked for both of them. So who will actually keep their foothold in it?
Big carousel for Li Xiao with the hefty rolls, maybe still a little bit open without item slams. He's going for the loose string into what line he wants to play into. Finding a Jinx with a bow on this carousel could be the direction he was looking for.
We have 4 players currently in the realm of Noxus, Darius, LeBlanc lines. This is going to be a very interesting game. I think it makes sense for the players at the top to semi-contest this as well, make sure the tempo is slower. But Reddy, I think, is the one that I'm most worried about. He's most locked into the reroll line with that Legions of 3s. Can he actually find a pathway into that line without that much contest? It's going to be a very difficult thing.
I call that the Revan effect. We're seeing a need for a 4 loss here from Li Xiao. He's on a 3 loss right now. Are there any hate watchers in this lobby who might want to break his streak, sell their entire board? We'll find out as this next round comes through.
That's the thing about being 60 points, right? I feel like a lot of players just look at your spot and like,
just take it.
Yeah, you're through, you're through.
So I'm hoping to keep the win streak online. It's going to be up against Oppo. There's been quite a few people that actually have tried to unlock this LeBlanc early.
Atacon on Atacon action here. Binbin also going into the Noxus line. Obo dabbling into it. Saya will move out of it, but it's such a smart way to just transition and slow everyone down.
And we see a lot of this Noxus, but you have to remember, Darius 3 seems like the evident, very strong line to take from this, but it could still be Melflex, obviously. It could still be the more traditional Scion unlock into the Volibear Freljord line in stage 4, into eventually going into Freljord Rise as a way to cap as well. So it's just a very strong AP combination in stage 2 and 3, a front line with a Scion and the back line with the Blanc, but it could still end up in so many different ways.
Hanxing seems to be catching the tailwinds right here. Already 2 copies of Zoe. Understands that the lobby is going to be very reroll focused. So just holding on to those and staking his claim.
Saya and Binbin want to keep these win streaks, but they're going up against each other, so one of them will lose it. This is going to be a tough one. I think that it's also kind of hard to tell because you actually have almost fully itemized LeBlanc on both sides.
Oh, it does look like the Scion 2 will win it for Saya. The rich just get richer.
So close.
Oh! I thought maybe another Melio cast might have done it to actually knock out the backline, but yeah, Saya is going to be a big winner with this one.
And if Saya can continue this win streak until he's able to push levels for TG from Birthday Rune, that's really big. That's the next little resource spike to try and maintain maybe a 10 win streak even in this game.
Looking across the board, it looks like Reddy is making his way back into Noxus, and a big thing to point out is Royal actually snapped his loss streak playing the savings account. So that just is going to slow him down quite a lot. A lot of players obviously playing with fairly weak boards, trying to spike on 3-5 instead, or 3-2.
A lot of gold injection, though, coming through from the Crabs. Like, that's a lot of 3-cost champions that just dropped.
Draven is going to get leveled up, starting to give him 3 gold on those 11 takedowns.
There's the early Darius unlock as well, so putting his foot forward in terms of what comp he wants to try and lock in. AQ1H, I think, quite smartly is going to try and play around an uncontested, not just line, but path with the AD, with this lobby being so AP-centric. I think we saw long shots surprisingly being one of the most played comps yesterday. I think it's, if you can play into it, and there's not many Demacia AP players, you have a very stable game plan. And it's looking pretty good right now with a Vayne pair here for AQ1H.
Yeah, I do love this pivot from him as well. This is why he's willing to slam a lot of the Infinity edges. It could go on the Baron, but hey, if you are gifted the Veins early, that's also a terrific carry. And we actually have seen this Demacia Longshot being able to go 1-2 if you make it to the Ziggs carry. There is a late game cap out scenario. It's not just a top 3, top 4 comp.
And AQ1H is level 7 on 3-1. So it's what we were talking about with Scuttle Puddle. You can either go full greed, full fast 9, or you can use the gold to just play a very aggressive and strong stage 3 around the Kaisa unlock, around the Rift Herald unlock. So AQ1H expected to win streak most of this stage because of his play.
Another gold augment. Unsealed from Steel looking pretty good, as well as just like, I guess, getting more gold that the crabs aren't going to give you, but...
Ooh.
Spreading roots.
Whoa, pretty good hits here. Vanquisher +1 and the Freljord +1. So I think this is now maybe leaning much more towards the Freljord Invokers LeBlanc line in stage 4 and leaving the path potentially open for Ready to play around the Darius reroll.
But what about Bin Bin?
Oh, he's playing your favorite unit. Vigar.
He does have the death cap.
I will say the meta in JOC is very different. Their meta is you get Darius 3 and you play whatever backline your heart desires.
That sounds like a good meta to me.
It's going to be tough for both players to be able to actually go for the 3-cost reroll, and so really, this can't actually be a big R game. You guys are pulling my leg, right?
I didn't say anything. Clement might be pulling your leg. I am staying
Clement's pulling
well
my
away
leg, right?
from this drama.
I do not know the JOC meta, and Bin Bin is actually set on just playing what he's learned from the mobile circuit. They do have different mechanics and different shop odds as well, so it's kind of hard to expect what he will pull. But for Ready, he got a gold orb into a Noxus, which is great for that composition. It means you can play Noxus 7 while rolling down.
Oh my gosh, a 10 Noxus game for a player that needs so many points. It is Scuttle Puddle, so think about the items and the components and things that you can get out of the crabs.
If he gets one more emblem, we might be on our way. But making it to 10 is the hard part usually in these setups, unless you use a Galio to cook your way
but you have so many crabs to get gold from.
If you survive until you get all that gold, it's all potential, Necra. But looking at the board here from Obo, he is level 750 on 3-3, has the 4 Invoker, 4 Bruiser online already. So I think the game plan is pretty clear here. We talk about the dangers. He's on 59 HP in a 5-loss streak now. He has to stabilize. He has to navigate to level 8, especially in a clean manner where he can make it to 9 for that Rise unlock.
I have to say, he just got the luckiest Reforger hit right there. Starting with Vanquishers, a little bit hard to see where that goes. Invokers, it is straight up the Freljord alley. You can even pass that on to the Rise later on, or you can drop the Anivia, a 1 cost you don't really want to be hanging on to.
Obo's been a player that has really excited me because I think we think about the longevity that TFT has had, and Obo, it's been a long time since we've seen him. Dating all the way back to Galaxies, he was there at the first Tactician's crown, and now he's made it back after 5 years.
Can I say it now?
Yes.
I feel like I can say it because the embargo is over. He might be a space god.
True. It's just so cool, and I think for him, especially after you end up doing so well at the regional finals, you're excited to have the chance to prove yourself here at the TAC crown.
We have to look at the Lee Sao roll down right now. He's got an 8-loss streak, has to stabilize this. Is still sitting on H-stall on the board, so hasn't cashed out the quest yet here, but I think he knows he has to send it here. He's playing for the Jinx line. He has to at least hit some of these frontline upgrades. A very early send on 7 is a pretty good hit. No Jinx, pair even, is maybe not the ideal. I think he's going to want to wait a little bit, cash out Ixtal, unlock Warwick, and then go for a deeper roll down on 3-6. But if he wins this round, it would be pretty good news for him.
Yeah, this is actually a very rough situation. He would have wanted at least to get one of those 2 stars online. The good thing about this is he does have the Brahms early, which typically rounds out your composition on 7 very nicely, allows you to get the 3 Freljord in.
He also has the crash test dummies, which you could see be the perfect thing to stop that damage for at least a couple seconds, but it's not going to completely pay off for this fight.
It's a really good combination with the hefty rolls because you do get the extra HP as well. One of the most favored augment combinations, especially with Freljord in as well.
So this has to be the cash out for H-stall on whatever quest he's on. Otherwise, he's in very deep trouble considering he's on 23 HP playing around a comp that is not necessarily the highest cap comp with Jinx Warwick. Okay, it is a cash out. 320, not too bad for some extra resources if you forecast come in, and now the big roll-on has to come through. We need to see an incredibly stable board for this next fight. He cannot lose any more HP at this point.
Positioning first and then figure out everything else later.
Wow, he's incredibly patient, to be honest. Taking his sweet time with the positioning.
Ooh.
Knows that he will
Fast and clean, though. Gonna itemize the Warwick here, the first unit he's hit over that Jinx, and now we have to see what the matchmaking is. He is facing Reddy, who is still on Darius 1, so that should be a win here for Li Xiao, and can finally stop the bleeding.
I don't know if Reddy, is he really going to go for the reroll?
No, I think he's going 8.
Yeah.
Darius 1 here, the fact he's still level 750 on 3-6.
The Mbessa?
Yep. If he hasn't already killed off the Mbessa for the melt unlock, or like preloaded it, he'll do it now on PvE. And I think it's a good call from Reddy. I think you can still get value from Legion of 3 from the emblem, and the 3 costs are going to be in your comp anyway.
And this is where Royal should be cashing out already, getting the extra gold. We'll see what line he actually decides to take. We were angling more towards the Demacia. Oh, gold earned. Oh, okay. He's already got the cash out from savings.
Well, he is level 8, 50 gold. I mean, Scuttle Puddle is good, but it's not that good.
Yeah.
I think it's smart to roll a little bit here. As confident and cocky as you can be as a player, it's hard to maybe do so much on just one turn when you are relatively low on HP after the 5 loss streak. So keeping it humble, rolling a little bit on PV.
We've all been there. And it's just a lot to have to manage, moving your items, actually buying champions. Maybe you've ended up actually loading things into your team planner so you know what to buy.
Oh, even it gets an additional cash out here. First copy of Garen coming online. Really needs the Lux or Lyssandra's.
Kind of awkward items can really make a good third AP item for the eventual Lux. Has to keep rolling here, I imagine. Maybe he wants to greed, but...
Wow.
That is a ballsy move. He is on 47 points, so he does need to take some amount of risk in these next 2 games to survive the cutoff and make it to that Game 7.
I think he did some scouting. I mean, you could roll a little bit deeper, but you saw that Oppo actually did hit the Lysandra too. So how many copies are realistically left for you to actually 2-star that? Maybe you do wait, you do get greedy, and then you go to level 9 and roll.
And there's no Garants out from AQ1H yet as well. AQ1H is still 7, so maybe this was the time that Royal could have really pushed for it. But I guess he's waiting until the 4-2 augment. If he hits some kind of econ, he can maybe just push directly to 9, gets the Galio unlock in the first place, and just plays for the win out instead.
Unsealed for steel would... Oop, never mind. Rolls it
Just rolls
instantly.
once. He's like, nah, I'm picking Spirit no matter what. It's
Fair
time
enough.
to roll.
Give yourself as much time as possible to actually do the roll down. So he's selling off those critical pieces that he knows he doesn't want to have on the board for later. It's going to be a find of the Shyvana, so that's pretty nice.
Doesn't buy the Annie at all is very interesting from this position when he has not even a single Lux yet. So really interesting, risky plays here from Royal.
Yeah, he actually skipped over the Lux completely, just not even taking the unit. So it does look like he's going to end up with some Freljord Rise board. At his position, I kind of understand that.
Oh, it's just like, you have 21 HP. That's the thing that really scares me.
Necra?
Yes.
You see there's a Noxus emblem?
I do.
You see there's another spat?
I sure do. Is it going to happen?
It's up to you. You're the caster blesser, apparently. Let us know when you decide.
For Reddy's sake, I hope that he gets this Noxus 10 online. I really, really do.
That is the entire game plan. Obviously, the 4-2 augment pickup is angling this direction. He is level 8, 46 gold here. He's on 54 HP, so relatively healthy. If he can kind of cheese his way through this stage, win some of these fights on this 8 Noxus board right now, it becomes more and more realistic. It's obviously tough and difficult to make it to 10 in an attack round lobby where everyone is trying to build the strongest board possible, but it's not impossible from this position.
I like the small detail of hiding the spat on one of your units. Of course, your augment kind of gives it away.
We haven't heard a ping yet, Clemens, so it's working, you know?
True.
Exactly. Last game, 2-3, ping's already going down. This time around, good hide, good hide.
Let's just say Necra has better vision than all the players in this lobby.
Where are my wards? All right, we got a Mel unlock. Li Xiao on last life. 15 HP. No Sejuani, no Loris. cannot find the upgrades necessary to actually get this board online, and several copies of the Jinx are missing.
Malicious into losing that last fight is definitely not where you want to be. He is on 60 points, so one of the players that I think can get an 8th here and not feel too bad about it.
I don't know.
Takes an 8th and then goes a top 4 the next game, he still has a pretty good chance of making it in, but this game barely looks salvageable. He needs some great hits.
We got some rejuice.
Just a couple more coins to go, but as we look at where everybody is in terms of their board progression, it's still just going to be hard to imagine that this board is going to be able to stack up.
There is that sword. Where are the pings? Come on, guys.
Now, does Reddy want the spatula or the sword? That's the big question.
Oh my gosh. No, he's not going to get it. What if he just...
Oh,
they're going to leave the sword! No way!
Oh, no. AQ1H, AQ1H, okay.
He got the vision, he got the Necro Ward online. We're seeing the top right there, as you mentioned earlier, Clement. If Saya wins this game, it would be the record 4 wins in a row.
Wow.
I said that.
Or you said that, Necro.
Not Clement.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
A Tier 2 is a birthday reunion hit for Saya. A bit more of a damage carry now after the buffs on these last 2 patches. Does stop a LeBlanc immediately. You don't really have the ideal items for the Azir. He's more of an attack speed, auto-attacking AP carry, not so much a caster himself. But should be good enough to win some fights here in Stage 4.
Yeah, I think it's just a holdover. This composition is very hard to play with Freljord. You need the Nasus, you need the Seraphine. It's probably just better to go for the Rise in his spot and wait for that to come online. In the meantime, serviceable carry will pulverize what Bin Bin has for a front line.
This is just an interesting position for Bin Bin. I wonder, like, at this point, he's pretty poor. He can't really go to level 9, and he doesn't have any upgrades. He's stuck on Kindred Senna.
He is playing an innovative Kindred Senna game with AP items, which is not sure if that's where I want to be. Lee Sao does hit his first big 3-cost upgrade. The Loris comes through still, 2 off of the Jinx, 1 off of Sejuani. Looking at his matchmaking pool, I mean, 15 HP should be 2 lives still on Stage 4 at least, even if he loses here.
And I do have to call out Royal. He did go straight level 9 in order to get the Rise online like I predicted, but that was unfortunately not the play to stabilize. So he goes out in 8th, had to take a big risk, respects to that play there.
And from that kind of position, it's very likely to go 8th again, simply because you are just playing into this coin flip style that you kind of have to go for with how the points shake out.
Yeah, it's very tough, but 48 points is going to be mathematically pretty hard to get out of that elimination zone. So now we turn our attention to the players that are doing just a little bit better, have some higher hopes of staving that off. The Jinx is going to be doing some good work here against the Skarner, and the Lure is certainly helping out against that. So while that Loris makes its way into the backline, I think this is going to be a good win for Lee Sao, but you still have to actually put together a couple more of those as you get closer from getting eliminated.
And Bin Bin really just does not want to have these 3 items on the Fiddle. Fiddle is kind of a utility unit. He's very good, but he's not really a carry all by himself. Ideally, this is a Silas, but we're just so far away from that happening. We're on 10 HP now as well. The 6th loss streak for Bin Bin, so things have not quite turned out the way he expected coming into this game.
In the meantime, for Saya, chasing after the Takron best, 4 straight wins. Do you guys want to guess who also had 4 straight wins in the TPC, holding the highest record? This is fun trivia time.
YBY1?
No.
Title?
No.
Ironbog?
It's actually Zembai.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Just wanted to throw that trivia out. Currently the highest record for just the regular season.
We got 2 Noxus emblems online.
How
2 for Reddy.
Still level 8. Hopefully he has 100 gold to work with, or I might be worried.
76.
Okay, that's good enough. I'll take that one.
47 currently is the lowest points. If Reddy could pull it off, it would be the saving grace for Americas, as they have lost a lot of players here. I know there is the weight of the region waiting on him. It does look like he has enough gold.
Yeah, I think at the very latest 5-5, maybe earlier.
It's really impressive because this is Reddy's first Tactician's crown. made it to his first regional finals for Lauren Legends, ended up making it to the grand finals, which secured his spot here to compete at the Lore and Legends Tactician's crown. Somebody that's kind of been the underdog, kind of like the dark horse of the competition, since he has been playing TFT for a couple of sets now, but this is the one where I don't know, you kind of like hope for the newcomer. He's got a bit of that beginner's luck.
A good loss here, Mel pair as well. I will say, before we get too excited for Ready, I believe in the Americas, Setsuko did go 6th with 10 Noxus.
He did
in one
lose
game. So I will just
getting-
say it's not an insta win. The cannons are not there from Bilgewater with the Noxus line. There's a window of time where you can't quite do it, but we'll see if Ready can win all of these fights. The key thing is surviving until the Atakan goes drain mode and just swipes in everything.
Yeah, it takes 10 seconds for that to happen. Looking across the boards, we haven't really seen that super high cap, maybe 3-star 4 cost or Bilgewater line that could throw a wrench into Ready's game plan here. So I do expect him to be able to deal with most of these boards. I haven't really seen a very quick win board yet.
I think we saw, especially Jinx locking into the Atakan early is what has been a loss sometimes with this 10 Noxus.
Especially if she has like crit items, then that Atakan is certainly getting burst down before it gets the cast off. You saw just how long that took. Bin though, down and out. Han Xing, Li Cao, both now on their last lives as they are hoping they do not run into this Noxus 10 board.
Han Xing does have Ready in his pool. This is going to be very critical. A couple placements saved.
Very smart from Han Xing. Sells the Mel, wants to play on the Rise instead because there's so many players playing around Mel. It's just going to be harder to hit that Mel too. Can't quite find the Rise upgrade though.
Waiting with bated breath as the Jinx from Li Cao is actually going to go up against Ready's Noxus 10. Can this Jinx actually get the target onto the Atakan and stop it from casting?
The Atakan does take a while to come out onto the board there, finally getting the 15% damage off the enemy board, but it's very far away from the Jinx. I think it's going to make it to the 10 seconds. There's not enough burst damage here. And there we go. Ruin across the board. The Vortex of Hate takes Li Cao down to just a sliver of HP.
Han Xing also going to be out here. The AP flex not working for a lot of our players who decided to opt out of the Darius reroll, instead try and find their way to those level 9 boards.
There's a Void Spat. Unfortunately, nobody has gone into the vertical route. I was thinking if you wanted to, if you were AQ1H, you could try to actually tech it in, but it's going to end up just being emblem fodder. But that you can kind of see here, Li Cao goes reroll. Everybody else taking a different stylistic approach, hoping that they can actually make it to these big 2-star Fast 9 carries.
It's been a while since we've seen Obo's board here, checking in with him. 7 Freljord, 4 Invoker. Most other lobbies, this should be enough to just straight out win the game.
Very cool board here. With the 7 Freljord, the Freljord towers will have board-wide stuns when they do get taken down, so really interesting addition with the 7 Freljord you don't reach very often. Plus a Shyvana too as well, getting a lot of the extra HP here.
I like the Silas. Very cool, but still not upgraded, and you're going into Ready's board. And so, well, the Mel 2 now actually at play. I feel like this is just going to be another tail, but maybe Obo is the best test.
A lot of units being taken out quite early, but again, you need to focus the Atakan as much as possible, and it's not going to happen in time.
It's all about HP preservation now.
Oh,
just trying, wow,
we're
we timed that one,
brothers!
Clement. And especially in a lobby like this, you have to be cognizant of when this is going to happen from stage 4, end of stage 4, that this is coming, to then play for less greed and play for more rolldowns.
Saya just hit level 10. So Saya is hoping that maybe the level 10 is going to be good to at least secure a second place that would guarantee his spot in the grand finals on Sunday. So that's what you're playing for right now. If you're Li Cao, get as many points on the table as possible. You want to hit that 68-point threshold. That's where we expect the promotion point to be. But Li Cao up against Obo, maybe this is going to be a matchup you can win.
See if the Volibear can sneak onto that Jinx once he does get his cast off. The Braum is holding on for as long as possible. Volibear is now targeted by the Jinx, so I think that's probably spell defeat here. We're seeing Lissandra now the backline carry. The Shyvana still holding on, but the Jinx is starting to do so much damage, and there's so much more HP thanks to the hefty rolls on Li Xiao's side. He's scaling into the late game.
Yeah, really good item build with the QSS there. He knows there's a Freljord player in your pool that stops the 7. Freljord from stunning your units, allowing that faster charge up. And now I think AQ1H has run out of leeway here. Those Warlords full tempo.
Reddy's playing whack-a-mole now. Everyone's just trying to dodge Reddy. Like, please let me not see the 2 swords next to his name coming into stage 6. Just one time, Mort Dog.
This is where you're like, you kind of wish that you could run away from the Tactician's damage.
Oh, that used to be the case. You could delay it.
Ah, I know.
It was terrifying, to say the least.
Okay, AQ1H gets the Rise unlocked. And we will also be able to check in on Saya, who is able to go that level 10. With the Shurima units in, he does actually get the Renekton, but he still has a bit to go before he can actually upgrade the rest of the board.
One of the worst feelings when you hit your max cap board and then you see Reddy's in your pool. It's like, all that work for this.
Well, at least you're guaranteeing yourself potentially a second place.
Obo does have Reddy in his board. Only 1 sword.
It will be Li Xiao against Reddy, so the one reroll player here. The Jinx, well, we talked about it, maybe a matchup that can favor the Jinx killing off the Otacon early if it spawns next to the Jinx. And it's kind of central.
Timer's ticking, but the lock-on is way too late. There's still that Radiant Warboss.
Look at the Wukong. Li Xiao taken down. Unfortunate matchmaking there against the boogeyman of the lobby. Reddy holding down the fort. Holding Kai'Sa's as well to stop any kind of 3-star 4-cost shenanigans on his bench. AQ1H also going down with a long shot game plan. Only 2 players now remain.
And it's the historic 4 streak versus the historic comeback. Can Saya actually find an answer to this? I actually thought there might have been a chance that he was able to flex a Damasha onto his board with the execute, but with his current units, it's all about stalling, right? Shurima, Freljord, Yordles, all of those are just kind of slow stalling traits. Not really what you need against Reddy.
Yeah, it's still going to be a Lissandra 1 and a Volibear 1 to go up against this huge Otacon. There's going to be a lot of targeted damage there on the left side of the board, so when the Otacon comes in, maybe you're able to strike it.
It's also a big clump for the Sylas, though. 2 stuns on that top left corner. The Otacon is still holding on for dear life. The drain comes through, the units are sucked in, and Reddy with a huge performance in this game, just dominating the lobby.
I want to see if Saya does something fun. He can't win on a standard board, so he is selling everything. Yep. He is going to go for the 3-star.
Well, he has the volley unlocked. Volley unlocked. Maybe the Azir is also going to be uncontested. You could try to go for the Rise, but you got to start selling these units in fast.
Already skipped an Azir, and now is starting to buy them. It's a very hard APM to do this all in one round, and you're so far away as well. It's unlikely, but you have to try something. You know you're losing regardless otherwise. So no record here from Saya, unfortunately, but at the very least, it's a huge comeback from Reddy, the one America's player in this lobby.
Let's just watch the cinema at the end. Reddy knows he's done it. He is just going to take a bow. That is a first place for Reddy with Noxus 10, and what a great performance.
It's not Acel, but I'll take it.
From bottom of the standings to 56 points now. Wow, what a way to make a marker and just hold the region on his shoulders. So many American greats just fell down in the last cut. Robinson's gone, Weijin gone. Reddy on board at your service.
Oh, that's just so exciting. And we're going to get a chance to actually showcase some of the highlights from the other game. In fact, actually, maybe just completely go in because they are still playing. Here are the big players at hand. We got Dasik, Midfeed, and Aaliyah that are going to be towards the middle of the pack. But it's Mori who is sitting there at a 4-win streak, hoping that this is going to be the big clutch moment that he needs.
And this is kind of a lobby setup we've seen time and time again today from Mori, leading the pack coming into the late game, playing around these fast 9 AP boards. In this case now, again, a huge HP gap, 58 HP for the APAC player.
This is something that I feel like Mori deserves more recognition. He did play a lot of rerolls, but he's definitely not a reroll-only player. Found himself very strong on certain lines like the Ishtal, and he does a very, very good Freljord Invoker as well.
Unfortunately for Aaliyah here, actually getting caught by the GA, so sending the Freljord Volibear back, but it still should be enough.
Front line's still standing. The Rise is still up as well. This is an angle, a comp, a line that Aaliyah played a lot of during regionals to become EMEA champion, lifting competition into Freljord Rise. So he must have been ecstatic to see this augment offered on 2-1. Another top 3 for Aaliyah here.
Mori actually loses over in the other board, so Midfeed being able to take the win over there.
Yep, Mori still has 73 gold. We haven't seen what exactly he's playing, but looks like he's just biding time with how much HP he still has.
If it's Fast 9 AP, then I'm just the believer of this guy being the strongest Fast 9 AP player in APAC right now. All day today, he's been clutching it up on these. Well, it looks like it's Fast 10. He has 70 gold to work with. What's going on with this guy?
And this is the strongest version. After the nerf to Sylas and Rise, you really want more damage. And what players have been doing is they've been flexing the Demacia back into the Freljord Rise line. It does give you that execute, so it deals with a lot of those bruiser type of carries a lot better.
Fascinating to see what Mori is actually prioritizing with this roll down. You've got the Galio 2, that's going to be a huge hit. You unlock the Sylas, and so you're hoping to upgrade the rest of these 5 costs. This is going to be where I think he stops it for now to make sure that he doesn't run out of time to actually position for these fights.
Has still an Anvil as well, wants to finish off the items on this Braum. It is going to be the Freljord showdown, but I mean, both players are level 10. Aaliyah has Know Your Enemy, so maybe a bit of an edge going in his favor.
But Augment he didn't pick, by the way. Just Destiny gave that to him.
See how Galio can impact this fight. Flying in at exactly
Look at the Volibear as well.
Oh no, Volley jumps the Galio!
Oh my god, the perfect jump from the Volibear onto the backline. Lissandra and Rise both taken down. A good win for Aaliyah to try and even out the HP in this lobby.
Midfeed, though, takes a win against a Ghost board, so this is quite close. About 30 HP for everybody. Everybody's level 10.
And
you get a level 10.
They have your favorite augment, Necra, as well, the Golden Dragon, a.k.a. Dragon Armor.
Listen, they do. I think the Mogul's Mail is the armor, and it just is easier to say 2 words than
You're
3.
absolutely right. It's much more intuitive.
But regardless, wow, 2 Freljord Rise boards, 1 vertical Void board with the Baron. Everything is upgraded on this Void board, essentially, so this is going to be a pretty epic showdown. Volibear on the left-hand side.
These fights are going to be turned to 10. Let's see if, I believe it's Aaliyah on the top side here, can get some executing power over here. It's really good against these high HP units.
Like the Baron, but he's trying his best. The Kaisa is also going to start ramping up there with the Rage Blade as the Baron is going to hopefully try to unleash a cast, but it can't! This Rise is just too powerful!
Not quite enough, though. I think the Baron has met his match here from Midfeed.
Let's see. I don't know. Maybe you're able to turn it around some way. I mean, you're holding on to these Garens, but for what? To unlock Sylas to put on your board?
You only have one less flex spot, right, with the Golden Dragon as well, is one of the things.
That's true. I wonder, do you ever actually take out the Mogul's Mail to fit a 10th champion on your board?
If you have a Reforger.
Yeah, it's sometimes the right play in the very, very late game.
Yep.
If you have like a 2-star 5 cost to fit that last slot in particular. And you want to just Gamba your Reforger in the last few fights of Stage 6.
Well, now is not the right time, but Midfeed is going up against another Rise.
I do favor Mori here. I believe he has a higher captive board with the Demacia in. Sorry to misspoke about Aaliyah's state. And we do see the execute coming down from the Rise onto the front line, but wait a minute. Okay.
It looks close, but the Rise is just pumping out damage, and Midfeed will survive for one more fight. The hope is still there.
Wow, Aaliyah, though, is on a tear. It's very difficult to tell these 2 boards apart since you're still playing around the Rise. But I guess that Galio is kind of a difference there.
And both Mori and Aaliyah have the more impactful last item slot available on the Lissandra here. Shyvana, too, no items for Midfeed, but really that's all you can itemize at this point. So a little bit further ahead after this carousel for the Freljord players.
I do think Aaliyah actually has a slight advantage in the head-to-head matchup. He does have the Targon in, which does slow the damage down, makes his Volibear much harder to kill, and also grants him extra MR. That's kind of the difference between these 2 boards. One's Demacia and one has the Targon in.
Wow, actually, we saw midfeed get a Silas. So there is, I guess, an opportunity there for you to put it in at some point, but you would actually have to just remove the Mogul's Mail. He has not done that.
Not a good set of rolls for Mori onto the top side here. He really wanted a Hextech Gunblade onto the Silas. Let's see if the tank items works out enough for him.
And the Volibear was the impactful unit last fight for Aaliyah. This time not jumping into that top left clump, so potentially this could swing in Mori's favor. The Volibear is still left alive, dealing damage. Rise is still relatively healthy, but it's going to come down to that very last moment. Aaliyah does get taken down a notch as well, now in his last life.
Wow.
Midfeed won.
Still alive. Can't believe how close to the wire it's getting between these last 3 players.
Last time to position here. He is going up against midfeed. So a couple things he needs to pay attention to. If midfeed does have the Silas on his board, grouping up for stuns is very dangerous, but also quite hard to avoid for him.
And this positioning mirrored on either side, I think, is what allows the Volibear to jump into that backline. So you have to sacrifice somewhere with the positioning.
Is going to be Baron straight onto the front line. Let's see where the Baron goes. It is going to start on the weak side, chomping down a lot of those units. I believe this is favorable for midfeed. What do you want it?
Volibear is also very far away from the Kaisa, so should be able to scale slowly into that late game of the fight. The Baron has burrowed. He's now potentially in danger, but can also dish out a lot of damage onto the backline now. Kaisa is being targeted. The Baron's left alive. He's able to clutch it up here. Midfeed is going to win this fight, knock out Aaliyah. And now it's Baron versus Mori's Freljord board. 8-pack, 1 and 2 again in this game 5.
Let's go, boys.
Cool.
Really good positioning by midfeed there. You could see the difference between the last couple of fights. He does go onto the weak side first and then has the Baron stun into the big clump. Keeps his carries alive from Volibear, basically checking all the boxes that he needed to.
But with Aaliyah eliminated, this opens up a couple of champions for Mori to pick from. The Volibear 2 now online. There's not really anything else that I think we can do here for Mori. And in fact, now I recognize it. Midfeed is holding Silas's so that Mori can't get a Silas 3. What? There's 5 copies of Silas on this guy's board.
You can play the Silas. I think Silas is a good cap for the Void line as well because you have Kog'Maw to kind of link it over. But I'm not even sure Mori is thinking about Silas 3. Maybe he is though. But I think I would read that actually Mori is defending against midfeed.
You have some gold to work with, so you're right. Maybe you do not put that in, but midfeed still has the Mogul's Mail, so you are limited in the number of spots that you can actually fill on your board. You're still at the Wukong 1.
I picked 0 3-star 5 cost on my pick'em, so hopefully no Silas 3 here, but...
Does that even count, actually, as a 3-star 5 cost?
Yeah, it does. What could be the final fight, though, here from Mori. If he's able to eliminate midfeed now, he's able to win this fight. It's a 4-win streak for Mori. It's looking okay, but the Baron's still alive and healing. The final 1v1 is lost. Midfeed gets taken down, and Mori, for the 3rd time today, at the very least, maybe more, wins a game with this Fast 9 AP Flex, this time with Rise.
So cool. What a close fight. It came down to just a couple of HP on those units, but it is going to be Mori that ends up taking it. And yeah, what an amazing player. You talk about players that have kind of the weight of the world on their shoulders. Mori is the only Japanese player that is a part of this Tactician's Crown coalition, and it's cool to see Mori show up in this way.
And he's keeping the Japanese lineage alive. They have been present in every single TAC round from the start of time all the way down. Zeta's not here. Reject's not here. Another hometown hero steps up. Didn't have a very good TPC, but showed up at regional, showcased everyone how to play Darius LeBlanc in scrims, and now he also shows that he has some other tricks up his sleeve.
I think Mori had a record day 1 in regionals where he had 43 points, if I'm not wrong. So we know that this player, when he's hot, when he locks in, when he feels confident, he can do some spectacular stuff as well.
Talking about records, even though Saya didn't break the 4 consecutive wins, he can still go past 72 in 12 games, which is the record that has been set by Setsuko and Dasik in the past.
Well, we got a chance to actually catch the final moments of the lobby shown off screen, but I want to know more about how we even got there. So that's where we turn to CLE and Makes to catch us up to speed.
Yes, thank you, Desk. It was an incredible game, and as we saw in the final section of this lobby, there was 2 Rise players, but in fact there was 3, and one of them ended in 8th place in that lobby, and that would be Double. He was, two-way contested. It really didn't work out in his favor. He wasn't able to stabilize, ran into a Rise 2 on 5-1, and that spelled disaster, leading him to an 8th place.
A little bit unfortunate, but of course, you did see the other players in the bottom 4 standings there, and one of them is Reven, who, for a change, took a 5th place, but we have confirmation that mathematically he has made it to day 3 already, and that means not only will you be seeing him again tomorrow, that also means he's got his TPC spot back. Yes, that's all that was on the lines. That's what mattered for him, to claim back the relegated TPC spot, and he's done it. We were saying it as a joke, but it happened.
This is the clause I don't think they ever thought they were going to have to use of the, hey, if this guy doesn't happen to make week 2 regionals and then goes, maybe we'll give him the top 8. If they get top 8, then they can go back to TPC because they prove that they deserve it. And Reven has not only done it, he's done it in style. He is absolutely dominating and might actually also break that 72 mark that was set previously. He is on a record pace.
Very exciting. Thank you so much for catching us up and also for breaking the news. That is very much worth noting there. And congratulations to Reven. Panda, you must be pleased.
I am. Step 1 of the content plan has been accomplished. Now we get the first Spanish player to ever make an attack round, potentially also winning it. That would be a story for the ages. But Reven has absolutely deserved his success.
Are you guys buying this, that he did it for the content?
Listen, I will say, he's saying it's step 1, but I checked and it's like step 5 or so, because the first step was getting into TPC. Then the next step was actually staying in there, winning a cup, which he did, making it to regionals, which he did. And now he's just taken kind of a detour to make it to the Tactician's Crown day 3. So in my book, he's filling all the content pages.
I love it. Well, we're all smiles over here for Reven as he is able to reclaim a spot in the TFT Pro circuit. CLE Makes, thank you so much. We'll be hearing from you a little bit later as we get ready for the next game. Before we do that, though, time to update you on where our players sit for their points. At this point in the competition, we have 16 players left. If you are in the 13th to 16th place, you don't want to be there. That's where you really want to avoid for this next game.
And we can see no one is actually mathematically eliminated just yet, but of course Royal is going to be the closest one out. You can still catch up to 7 points. There are some very, very weird niche scenarios that you can come back in.
And some players can still make it if they're able to get those really, really strong performances in this next game, to survive 1 cut and then potentially make on that game 7.
Wow.
Mori, first time into the top 8 so far. 3 Apex, legendary run from him.
Well, remember that graph we saw at the beginning of the day talking about the regional performance, where their AVP was? APAC was one of the regions that was scaling. They had a little bit of difficulty to start off day 1 of the Tactician's Crown, but now it feels like they've really hit their groove. They're figuring out a way that they can make it into that grand finals. So exciting to see 3 players so far make it into the top 8, but it's not over for everyone else that's still in that top 16.
And we did kind of expect this from APAC as well, because a lot of them are traveling over to Guangzhou. Obviously, the CN players are going to be more familiar with that sort of setting, all the food, and all the
lights, the cameras, the people.
The action.
So I'm glad that APAC is finally catching up after getting acclimated.
Really crazy setup between the first 2 players in the standings as well. I have to mention it with Reven and Saya, the fact that they can both potentially break records in terms of the amount of points they're able to acquire in the 12 games. The absolute record historically, not including just TAC but regionals as well, is from Enzo in EMEA back in set 8. He had 80 points in 12 games. That is out of reach, but at least the TAC round record, as you mentioned earlier, Clement, is still there.
Yeah, and I have to feel like it is going to be broken either way, right? As long as Reven doesn't take an 8th, as long as I'll stop saying
Famous
it.
last word.
Everybody is trying to caster curse Revan except for Panda and
I am
me.
just zen, moisturized, in my lane, hydrated, not trying to say anything about Revan.
I will be patiently waiting for the game update from Celium Mix after we conclude game number 12. But it's going to be very exciting. Both lobbies waiting patiently before we get started because this one is make or break. Everything on the line. Bottom 4 eliminated. Top 4 moving on to the grand finals on Sunday where that Tactician's crown is waiting for someone to cement their mark in TFT history. Let's dive into it. Saya, one of the players that we are definitely keeping our eyes on to be able to break that point record, but there are a lot of other competitors that after that game, like Ready for example, have given themselves a pretty good shot to actually make it into the grand finals too.
And for a lot of these players on the bottom of the point totem pole, it is about finding those alternative win conditions, just like Ready did. You know, there are a lot of game plans that can be blocked. You're hoping for a lot of prismatic openings that can allow those maybe World Zone or Trade Tree win cons. Alternative win cons can allow you to avoid being just griefed by holding units.
And the estimated cutoff for the bottom cut after this game is going to be around 58 points. And for the top 4 cut will be 65. So keep that in mind depending on what player you're rooting for in this lobby in terms of what kind of placement, what kind of game plan they have to develop in this game 6 to make it through the line.
So Li Cao, Saya, pretty much mathematically guaranteed.
Yep.
So we're going to really be paying attention to Ready, Hanxing, Binbin, and Obo as the players that need that top 4. That's really all that they're looking for.
Even AQ1H with a really standout game can potentially get his way into that top 4 cut and just make it directly and skip that game 7 altogether. And this is a player, Clement, who started off very low in the point totals today. So really strong comeback from AQ1H, a player who came up into the attack round stage in a big way on his first debut and is coming back now.
Yeah, a lot of players did have him in the S-tier rankings. AQ1H, day 1 was in the 17th to 19th range, moved up 10 rankings after just 4 games, going into the final top 8. And I think he's one of those players that, because he is in my study group, after day 1 is just like, you know what? We really need to study these EMEA rerollers. Something's up with them. It's working better than expected.
Oh my gosh, does Saya just pick the fun option and go Ishtal Expeditionist?
Yes!
Yes!
Crowd favorite. I like this from Saya.
He's going for the record.
I wish you could get like a prize for beating the record. I guess it's the legacy points, but also it would be cool if there was something that they could, hunt for, like an achievement.
I feel like Setsuko should need to give you something.
I do believe the points, the tiebreaker tomorrow, even if you don't win in checkmate, if you somehow tie in second or third for the prize pool, is going to be total points in day 1 and 2. So that could end up being a pretty big prize. I think that's going to be enough for
Fair
Saya.
enough. That's a couple $1,000s difference for sure.
Oh, Hanxing with a very good start here. Actually, one of the strongest reroll augments you could hope for, and just given to him by Destiny with extra econ.
One thing to consider for this game, Prismatic Finale, is our encounter. Certain comps really benefit from having a Prismatic on 4-2, so players have to work with this information already. They have to consider what it is they want to try and play for in this game.
Yeah, there's a couple ways you could go. You could fish for very strong combat augments that fit specifically your composition, or you could go for a huge amount of econ, something like, just getting the 50 extra HP growth spurts.
Let's be honest, players are just thinking about the Call to Chaos. No matter what comp they're playing, they're just like, yep, it's time to Gamba. Obo's going for the econ. The Magician starts selling off his entire board, going for a loose streak here. He's one of the players who doesn't really need the craziest result to survive the first cut, can't make it from the top 4 cut, so going to try and play a relatively clean kind of 3rd, 4th angle in this game.
And Binbin also just making his intentions clear right here is going to go for the lifting into most likely the Rise composition. We have seen this quite a lot from our players. I will say there are 2 current full open forters in Obo and Li Cao. Them running into each other could determine how their economic fortunes shake out.
And Lee Xiao does have Stars Are Born, so I'm very curious to see what he ends up doing with this combination of open forwarding and Stars Are Born. Maybe he wants the Bard roll and find the right 2-cost upgrade as well.
Yeah, I think this round for Obo and Lee Xiao are going to be critical. So we want to see if their boards, what they find during that roll down for Bard.
Will be Bard roll as well for Hanqing here. Makes a lot of sense with Hefty roll. You get the extra roll from the Bard himself.
Okay, is leaning a little bit more towards Damasha long shots for Obo.
Has a Cho'Gath pair, has a Kog'Maw 2. Could be a Void line as well.
Ferretti just vibing with the best 2 costs you could get. Very strong power because nobody has a front line. You can reach the back line quite easily with Rek'Sai.
Do we see a Void game from Reddy after the Nuxus 10 game?
He's just the level 10, the fast 10 player. He skips fast 9. It's a new region
unlock.
altogether. The Ready region.
That would be a cool augment to have to craft around. If a player is just like styling on everybody, going level 10.
Every single game. Where's my ace hole though? That's what I'm looking for.
True.
It's very interesting for Reddy here. He's so strong, hasn't slammed any items yet. So would be forced to slam some kind of awkward items for the Rek'Sai 2 he has now. So has made it as far as these first 3 rounds with just that belt slam on the Rek'Sai for now.
Maybe you could make like, well, at least like you could make something looking at the carousel.
Is it a Rek'Sai reroll game?
We actually have seen that.
I know it was Brosif's Dark Tech coming into this tournament.
The Slayer Rek'Sai.
He also really liked the Aphelios reroll, so seeing 2-cost reroll does not surprise me too much.
It's the America's philosophy. If you can reroll, reroll. Don't play macro. Too hard.
Was thinking about the BF sword for maybe a Sterak slam, but it is on a 1-cost. Opts to go for the cloak instead here.
Do want to see what the Ionia path is going to be, because currently Lee Xiao and Obo both trending towards that Ionia line. Interesting enough, Lee Xiao actually not going to go for the Bard roll. He's just straight up putting some Ionia here, so that leads me to believe it's potentially just Econ.
He's got Stars Are Born, and he was waiting to actually kind of pick something, but decides to lock into the Yone.
Okay, so we're going to have basically a samurai duel at the end of this. Obo and Lee Xiao both going towards this. This has actually very interesting, been one of the best lines for both of these players. They're both top 4 oriented, really good on melee carries.
We just saw it today actually in the game 4. YBY1 and Lee Xiao both played the Yone. Both were able to play for the top 2 for YBY and a 3rd place for Lee Xiao. So they played less around the Ahri and more around just using Yone as a way to get to 9.
Yeah, and in the APAC regionals, we saw that Obo really liked to cap around the set, Silas, and the Yone, basically a triple bruiser threat that goes into the enemy backline quite frequently.
I didn't expect that fight to be as close as it was, given that the Rek'Sai actually had items.
Lee Xiao's like, good loss, all calculated, let's go.
Yes, for sure.
I wonder if we actually see a Slayers game here from Reddy. He's done the hard work of playing for the Giga Cap Out first place last game. Now doesn't really require that crazy of a result to make it through this cut.
But it would be cool. You know that you're getting the Thieves Gloves at some point, so you could technically itemize 2 different Slayer carries.
Yeah.
Just gotta hope that the gloves rolls are good to you.
And it's a line that is much easier to play when you're coming from ahead, from high tempo. It's really the only way I think I would be playing Slayers in this meta.
Let's see if that Rek'Sai can find a way into the back line here. Both players on full win streaks. Rek'Sai going in, hits both units. Guinsoo not enough to save AQ1H.
So a dream spot here from Reddy off of that birthday reunion. Sometimes you get given a Teemo and you just insta-sell it, but other times you get a Rek'Sai who, with no item, she's able to carry a lot of these fights in Stage 2, as you mentioned earlier, Clement.
And is also holding on to the Yasuo, so I do think that means that he is potentially leaning into that line. Also, it would put a damper on some of these other players. If you can contest the Yasuo, it's harder for Obo to find it. He's not had the Yasuo 2 just yet. And Saya, what is
Kiana
this build?
3?
It's time. The forbidden technology.
What? Wow,
This
he
is
really is
how-
just having a fun game.
This is how you get 70 points in the Kakarot stage. You must have the Giga Forbidden technology, Kiana 3-on-2-7. It does give you a lot of Sun Charge if you find the Kiana 3 quest. This is a way to get some pretty insane cash outs.
I wanted to say this is how you end up on 71 points.
Whoa, shots fired from Clement.
We'll see. I mean, you imagine that like the Kiana can do the 3,000 damage, right?
If she doesn't, I will walk away from the cast as I threatened in day one.
IE plus blue buff, actually really good items on her.
You can already set up the, it's just a much easier transition into the Brock items as well, having this Kiana as a truly viable AD carry throughout most of this Ishtal game plan.
I have to say, I love Saya's game plan. He's the player to watch for me. 2 hero augment games, playing 3-star Kiana as a quest.
So fun.
We thought this patch was figured out after 4 weeks, and Saya's like, nah, actually everything's playable.
I really hope that Obo picked getting losses as the Ishtal quest on the other side.
Ooh, super fun from Obo as well. He was holding on to a Yasuo pair, but it looks like he's going to pivot away from that game plan. Now going into a late Ishtal.
And Obo's quest will be for a full bench for 4 turns, so one of the easier ones to go for when you have the extra gold from your first augment.
Oh, he didn't do it because he won the game.
Okay, I'm walking off. Wait, this is the actual caster
Bye-bye,
card. But every
Panda.
time I say this, the very obvious thing to get completed doesn't. It's because he faced a player who has no board, so there's not even enough HP to get there.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, you said you were going to walk off. I don't care.
All right. Well, enjoy
Show
the
him the
dual
exit.
cast. I'll get some food, get some snacks.
No, you can stay. You can stay. You can stay.
Thank you,
Chill,
Clement.
chill.
Oh,
Permission.
the magic roll gives him 4 bows. What?
I mean, you get your red buff. That's step 1 in a strong board in TFT. You have your final item for this Giga Chad Kiana 3 as well.
All right, the key here is actually don't give that red buff to any of your units. You want the Kiana to get 3k damage. You don't want them to steal damage accidentally.
Surely this time.
I'm not going to say anything anymore.
Surely
I'm
this
just going to
time
be quiet.
He will get the 3,000 damage in the fight.
And Obo goes for the care package here, so we're going to get some extra items, extra components. Most likely, looks like he's going to be playing to the Demacia line. He's played already quite a few times today. Just needs, again, that stable performance. It's kind of like what we saw from YBY1 earlier, where you play the Ixtal, get the extra resource, you can guarantee you stabilize on Demacia if you hit your upgrades.
Already using his bench quest to kind of hold on to some of those Demacia units. Full bench, yep. And already continues to win streak. Wow, this is very interesting. If he does that enough, he can actually go for the Baron play.
Does have 3 items on that Rek'Sai now. He's got that big grab bag, so he was able to itemize the Rek'Sai fully, as well as starting to put some tank items together.
And this is one of the key things with Birthday Reunion. If you're able to win streak until you get the TG is able to prolong that win streak even further, and that's where you have these really magical games where Birthday Reunion makes so much sense. It's similar to Birthday Present in the path of Prismatic, where you need to have this tempo way that you stay ahead of the rest of the lobby. If you manage it, you're going to have a really good game, but if you falter a little bit even, it becomes a bit messy.
This has been my favorite augment to play around with.
And
it's
now,
just so much value.
all the 5 costs are pretty good, so
Yeah.
there's not really any bad hits.
Fiddle would like to war with you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You good. You good.
You're manifesting destiny. Clement, be careful.
Big moves here. If Reddy can actually maintain this win streak, looks like that should be pretty good. You know, this poor Scion is going to be able to get at least a little bit more HP in here, but now it is getting ganged up on, so... Wow, oh, but Li Cao and Obo both trying to maintain a loss streak. I wonder if they were both successful at that.
Looks like at least Obo has secured his loss. We'll see if Li Cao can get that. He's looking to spike a little bit sooner.
Obo might be in trouble. 36 HP at this point is just very, very low. If he loses the next 2 fights, he might be, barely 2 lives coming to stage 4.
Yeah, he really needs that quick cash out. Obo does have an Ambessa for him.
Can consider the Melflex pivot. Not fully locked into the Demacia at all. And no Garen here as well, which would have been huge. And there's two Demacia players we're seeing, right? AQ1H has a very good setup for playing Demacia, the double Spirit Visage, and the Declaw already built. As well as Han Sheng looks like he does have some kind of AP Demacia angle, and GD Royal, especially with the Slammin.
It's not going to be good for at least one of the players. It's going to triple contest that.
Well, Han Sheng is rewarded, does have a Garen in the shop, but looks like he might be leaning a bit more towards the Leona with the Gargoyle Stoneplate Slam. Definitely not the best item on the Garen, and he has already quite a few copies of Malzahar and the Zoe.
Obo just looking to get the Mel game plan on board. You can't let the Mel die early, and then you will still get the unlock onto level 8. So just making sure he gets all the details correctly in order. But this will have to be a very, very big roll down. Coming in for him, 36 HP, might be ending up with another loss here, most likely, with the Yone unlock from Lee Sao.
It's been tough because you picked that quest to keep your bench full, but now you're also going to be missing out on some pretty big econ breakpoints. You're holding a lot of gold on that bench.
Just some really big losses here as well. It's going to be a really scary stage 4 for a player who didn't need to swing for the fences for a first place. He was just content with maybe a 4th or a 3rd. Maybe some regrets in terms of how risky this game plan now has become.
Felt like once you locked into it, though, it was so hard to pivot away.
Yeah, I feel like unfortunately he was forced off his line by how strong Reddy's board was. He was angling for Slayers, holding Yasuo's, and definitely Lee Sao doing the same thing as well. So had to pivot into Ishtal, more econ, get the AP line on board. Second one should be...
Yep, if he wants to commit to playing the Zoe Miles reroll, you can level 7 here, keep Ishtal in for one more turn for a cash out, and have just a later roll down on 4-1.
Oh, let's go.
Imagine Ishtal said, deal 3,000 player damage.
Okay, so he does need to win this one, is going to use his... This is very unorthodox. Typically, you go to 7, you roll very heavily for Nidalee. He's using the Kiana 3 to get that 280 quest.
Oh my god.
Facing the Yone.
You might win.
Oh, and the position
Kiana gets stunned, and she can't really get a good wrap on the Yone himself. This is scary. The stun comes through at just the right time, though. Yone does get stunned, can't stack the Rage Blade further. But now that Kiana's getting targeted here.
Kiana's not facing the right direction. He needs the win to take it down, or he has to restart.
The Emilio got us. He got it.
I was very worried there for how low the Kiana was getting, but I was like, no, you know what? Saya is fully locked in for a fun game. He's
Are you
got
not
this.
entertained? Saya is definitely my player to watch.
I'm so entertained.
Obo is my player to watch. 10 HP coming into stage 4. You are essentially 1 life, even on stage 4.
He's got a lot of work to do, too. Surely, you lose 4-player combat.
You're going to have to reroll here on level 8 early.
Oh, no, he just sold it.
Yeah, you already cashed out and is getting rid of it.
What is he looking for here?
Gonna go for the Mel. Already had the Mbessa die last turn, and now it's just gonna be a Mel flex roll down with around 40 gold to work with. So it's a dicey position to be in.
I think he should try to build for the backline Skarnar.
Maybe he finds a lot of these extra Garens to eventually unlock Silas as well, but it's all about surviving at this point in time.
Okay, well, there's going to be an Mbessa 2 Lux if you want it, as you are able to at least get the Noxus in with the Draven. But there's so much else that you've got to consider with what else is available. Do you actually get a Mel 2 here? How possible is that?
It doesn't save you because you actually need the front line to survive. Garen 2 or Swain 2 are probably his best bets.
Tarek 2 as well would be kind of big. Has to roll more here. There's the Garen at the very
there we go, there we go.
A lot of items
get your items
to work through now as well.
Let's see if he gets some reforges going down. Probably has too many swords he can't use.
He itemizes Garen.
Actually just uses it on the Mbessa. Knight's Edge.
There's a fight win, so we'll wait to slam that last item. We'll see what his augment will be on 4-2, but Obo has an uphill battle throughout this stage 4. And the scary thing is you're 1 life, so if there's anyone that kind of Exodias into some strong setup, you're in trouble. We knew it was Prismatic with the Prismatic Finale, the encounter, so he's maybe playing around this condition.
I'm just so excited. Oh, the call to chaos for Saya gives him so much gold.
Does he have the quest for it? Lose 3-player combat.
He's 70 HP. He's good to go.
Okay, he's going to get a massive cash out right there. If he has the 80 level EXP, it should shoot him way over 625.
RNG Golem for Obo. He has some more backline damage at least. There's a Seraphine too as well. You have to sacrifice some of your pairs to get there. Probably not the hit that Obo was looking for. He needed more econ most likely.
AQ1H also got called to chaos, so got a nice big reward in the golden egg. Oh no!
He has HP, yeah, I believe. 70 HP to work with.
Still.
There's a lot of insane spikes happening all across the board right here. Bin Bin also with a huge turn. Zillion on 8.
Volibear with 2 items as well. And potentially ult onto that Golem or onto the Mel. The Swain is not going to cast, it looks like. That's kind of bad news for Obo here. He is on 1 life, but the Volibear is being targeted early. Should be a strong enough board here from Obo to win this fight. This RNG Golem has hands.
Very rapid hands.
With AQ1H on the golden egg, you have to assume that he's going to spike incredibly hard in that round. So Obo doesn't want to face him. That's probably the player that you want to avoid the most.
Saya is trying to make sure he loses these fights. He's like, damn, some of the boards in stage 4 are kind of weak.
Could you guys try harder, please?
I wonder at what point. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was like, oh, wait. Can Reddy actually go? He did take Growth Mindset. He has the Void in play. He's going for Baron.
The back-to-back Fast 10 game plan from the America's Giga Chat. No Acel, but I mean, good. I think the second best and third best options. 10 Noxus and now Baron coming online as well.
Acel is for the finale. If he makes it to the grand finals, that's going to be.
Got it.
Yeah, the winning comp. That's the style.
He has so much HP. He's going to get there regardless. It's just about what the other boards can cap with at this point. I feel like Saya, you have to give him like the best current position in the field.
What a tournament from Reddy. Very impressive on his debut in really a tier 1 competition in terms of making it to regionals and making a big showing, and now TechCron as well. Playing so confidently around his game plans, not settling for just re-rolling every game, instead really pushing the envelope.
Obo looking for another tank item. Lisa is going to take the belt away, so that's going to mean no wound for Obo.
We'll check with Hanxing as well on the loss streak now starting, but he's playing around the AP reroll with Leona, Miles, and Zoe. We'll see how far away he is from hitting these spikes. He has hefty rolls, so can scale into the late game as he rolls more and more. Still very far away from Leona, and similar to Darius in Noxus reroll, that is really the important one to hit, because once Leona goes down, your entire board crumbles.
He is finding some great hits over here. We can see he's still taking his time. He's still trying to filter the pool with some of the other units.
He has 2 duplicators as well, so he's just waiting to find a few more natural copies.
It's tough because Sai has 100 gold. Oh my word.
He's just freestyling. This is great to watch.
It's going up against him, and I mean, Saya needs to lose.
Vanilli's in the back line, but she's not doing enough, thankfully. The Malzahar's healing.
I was so worried. Okay, well, that's going to be a huge cash out for Saya. And we'll see a fun Brock come to the field in just a bit.
Fun Brock for Saya. For everyone else, I think it's not going to be very fun.
Well, I feel like Reddy could probably keep up with that.
Especially not for Obo. We talked about Obo being the player that is on essentially 1 life in stage 4, definitely 1 life in stage 5, which means that if Saya gets a little bit too strong for him, even with Mel 2, that might not be enough to stay alive in this lobby.
Oh my god, Brock survives 5-player combats would be crazy.
He's just going to cash out here. He was really hoping for like a level up since he has so much gold.
Yeah.
Can he just like push 9 now?
He's waiting to get 14 interest by holding 140
I see. Gold. I'm waiting to see the interest savings account.
Oh, this is a great find as well with the Radiant Hodge being selected. He probably thinks he's strong enough on this stage, so he's just gonna...
he's trying to see if he gets the gold again next turn to try and get some more resources, which makes sense, I think. You wouldn't be able to do too much by just pushing 9 and adding an extra unit. You don't want to roll your gold here when you have still a lot of HP to work with. So really min-maxing this game to try and come out ahead, to try and break some records in this Game 6.
I see what you did there. He has a golden remover, but he didn't get it from that. But nice nod.
Yeah. All right, does he get the right quest
Oh,
here? And
no.
Bobo goes down.
Oh, that's hard.
An AQ1H with the golden egg, 6 loss streak, does not look like he's in a very good position. It typically takes 11 ticks on that golden egg.
He would have liked to have won a round
Rewarded.
in this stage.
Gets the buy 80 XP quest, so some extra 80 extra Sun Shard cash out awaiting Saya here on his huge level 9 roll down.
Pure flex. Pure flex. 70-point flex on the rest of the lobby.
I want to bring up that somebody else that is really hoping that this could be a game that is able to move them forward is AQ1H.
Yep.
59 points. Very, very low in the standings here for the HP. But Reddy's going to be doing the big roll down here for his board to stabilize.
He still needs to find a Belva.
He has one now.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Had to roll a bit on 9 before going 10 just to guarantee he has all the Void units in line. He does have a golden duplicator, so potentially that could be a much easier access to that Baron 2 once he does go 10.
I fear for AQ1H right now.
I fear for Hanqing as well. Only 6 copies of Leon has already used the duplicators on the back line.
Oof. Rolls to 0 on Kaisa 1. Unfortunately denied by Reddy, I would assume. Not even the Vayne 2 is just... Oh, that's just disgusting luck, unfortunately.
Was fighting to get promoted out of this tournament into the grand finals with 59 points. Going out in 7th here would only mean 61, probably just shy of the mathematical promotion range. And so very unfortunate roll there from the Call to Chaos to get the golden egg, where other people were able to get immediate value from their prismatic augment.
It could be worse. He should still be through to that Game 7, so has a second chance or a final game at least to try and make it to that final lobby.
He's not out of he's not out of it. He's got the Kaisa. He has to roll past a Galio, though.
Have you seen the rest of the boards in this stage 5? I am not hopeful. There's a Brock cash out.
Come on.
Reddy is going for Baron.
What? He's level 10. Saya's level 10.
Where's that Brock 2? That's all he's looking for.
Oh my goodness. He's going for Nidalee 3, actually.
Reddy and Saya just looking at each other's boards and be like, yeah, a man of culture. The fast 10 game plans.
Oh no, I think pretty big 07 to AQ1H.
Oh, this could be one of the boards he could actually take down if he does get the lock onto the Yone. Yone walks back toward the middle of the board, and there goes the Kaisa.
Kaisa is locked onto the Yone now as well, so potentially the Titans has already proc, so the Skarner cannot stun it. The Yone's down.
The Yone's down?
Yeah, AQ1H can do this.
Okay, well, that is going to be a huge fight win for him. Every point would matter. Like, if he's able to hold the line here with Li Cao and Bin Bin going out before him.
I think he needs at least one more win, I have to imagine. There's the Baron pair. The cell comes through. The duplicator comes through. Now we've reached full capacity for Reddy. The item swap over to the Baron. Another Grim Reaper has entered the fray.
You have to feel so bad for the players, not Saya and Reddy in this lobby. Reddy's already smiling here.
Hanqing, Bin Bin at that threshold where you are trying to avoid that elimination. So it's not going to feel great. Royal as well at 48 points. Really needed a big game out of this one, but already kind of back against the wall for the points.
Yeah, Royal is still looking for the Silas and potentially the Zillion to cap his board, but he's going to be meeting up against one of these big bruisers, and without Zillion, you just don't have the strength. Oof. AQ1H going to get knocked down. 7th place.
At the finish line, just barely not able to proc that golden egg. I think it is one of the risks you take picking Call to Chaos. It's not always that great result you're hoping for. And
someone got 40 gold, he got a golden egg, and the other one ended up getting a golem.
Exactly. I mean, the risk is there. This is what the augment enables. If you want to open yourself up to that risk, that's on you. In this case, it didn't quite work out for AQ1H.
Also just a really bad roll. Not even getting Vayne 2 on level 8, rolling to 0. So
I'm getting word Revan went 8th in his lobby.
Oh,
he will
no,
be
Lemon.
unable to attain the record. Saya can still do
Saya
it.
is already guaranteed to do it. So we're good. We're good. He's 73 right now.
That's true.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, he's 73. So we have new record holders. Setsuko has to give him something.
Okay,
That's
no, well,
my rule.
but but my point is that, like, is it going to be 73 or is it going to be 78 points?
Let's go 78. Let's go, Saya.
Push it to the limit.
Absolutely crazy performance for someone on his first TAC round.
It's always that, you know, at least once the end player really has this breakthrough performance, usually on the international stage when the lights are at their brightest.
And it's not the well-known TOC ones, unfortunately.
Exactly. There's that one surprise breakout player.
Another knockout as Bin Bin and Li Cao. One of them is guaranteed to go out in this game.
Yeah, it does look like Bin Bin Boards has already came online. The Volibear 2 is his main carry that he was looking for.
There's a few boards that I think have met their cap. We saw them really take over in stage 4, but both Li Xiao, someone like GD Royal as well, I think these are boards that can't really fight against the behemoths that have been assembled by the rest of the players currently in the top 4, especially that top 2, of course, with the Fast 10 players.
Fast 10.
And Hanxing still holding on despite not finding the Leona 3, only with the upgrades on the Zoe and the Malzahar. And the fact that he has a hefty roll is still good enough to stay alive in this lobby.
Royal and Bin Bin stare down, potentially getting knocked out. Royal is somebody that's been kind of interesting because we actually did see Royal before at Cyber City. Ended up getting 31st, so not the best performance, but still being able to make it to the Tactician's Crown stage. I'm excited to see them return here. Has been a pretty big competitor over there in the regional finals, so I'm hopeful that, like, you can at least go out with a bang here.
He needs a first place for any chance to move on, and it just looks kind of impossible in this lobby. In fact, he's going to get knocked out by Hanxing's Ghost board here.
But you do get to say that you improved on your Tactician's Crown performance. This is a guaranteed top 16.
And a top 16 in a field as competitive as the one we've had in this year, I think is definitely an achievement to be very proud of.
The key for Royal is he beat YBY1, because that was the person that was always suppressing him on the VN ladder. It was always YBY1 number 1 and then Royal number 2. So at least he gets that edge over his nemesis.
Now for the epic showdown, though, as Reddy and Saya make the final preparations before they enter into this 1v1. Reddy with the vertical void board and Saya with the fun, most unique Ishtal board we have seen. He is going to unlock the Silas as well. Oh my goodness, the radiant items, he has the duplicators. He can do anything here. I think this is his game to take.
It's the same exact showdown we saw at the end of Game 4 as well, before we moved into the block of 2 here. Baron versus Brock. The Brock did take it in that occasion. I have to assume with the cash as we saw from Sai that he'll be taking here as well.
Yeah, Radiant items is just way too much of a buff on big units like the Brock 2. He also has the dupe, as was mentioned. There is a chance for him to just go for the Nidalee 3 win-out condition if he wants to. However, a focus fire onto the Brock early. Never mind, Kaisa gets one shot.
The Zillion 2 as well with a damage amp on level 10. You still have an open duplicator to work with. I mean, just a smashing win here. 20 HP taken down in just one fight by Saya with that Kiana 3 at the very start of stage 3. That was the big winner, in my opinion.
He doesn't even smile. Business as usual here for Saya as he casually gets a first place in the most fun way and breaks a record at the Tactician's Crown.
What's there to smile about? Job's not done. Looking at the finals.
Fair enough.
And Reddy as well, we have to give him props. What a fantastic block of 2 games, both into those Fast 10.
Let's hop into the final moments of the other lobby. It's Darth Nub versus Dasik, and another final 1v1 showdown. We do have this incredible board from Darth Nub with the Rise, but you do also have a level 9 board from Dasik.
Very important for both players. For Dasik, there is a chance that he goes directly into the finals after this game. For Darthnub, he's clawing for every single point he needs.
Looks like a pretty big win from Darthnub there. I'm not sure if anything can swing this matchup in Dasik's favor, considering we are now down to his last life.
I was thinking maybe you're able to get some like additional upgrades, but you're so low on your gold. I do think that it's just like a level 10 difference.
And there's not any real big upside with positioning from this Build comp as well. Maybe what Tom Kench is able to swallow in a fight could marginally affect the matchup, but there's no real melee carry going to the backline, for example, or wrapping in.
Can feed him and allow eat? Nope, never mind. Get some combat power, I guess, and leave the Tom Kench hungry.
It'd have to be Volibear getting targeted early and just trying to melt the front line as quick as possible.
Yeah, that seems to be the only win con. Let's see if Dasik can set up a positioning for that, because Rise is pretty immobile.
Maybe the Wukong being consumed here can open up a lot of burst damage onto the Volibear. That could be the only way to put Dasik all his backline carries on that right side, hoping for the best. The Kindred scaling, double Kraken. Volibear now is maybe in line for some damage from the MF here.
Really tough call.
Coming through kind of slow, and Volibear already onto the backline. That's going to be Darthnub snatching a much needed win here. 62 points.
67 for Dasik. We'll see if that'll be enough for him, but a very close matchup at the end there. Darthnub just a little bit too strong, it seemed like.
Chuckling at our analysts goofing off to the side after saying he has 67 points. Yeah, okay. Steely's saying Chad is probably doing it too. Well, you're right, because we said maybe the cutoff for promotion would be 68 points. So the standings being totaled will be very telling to see which of our players will be able to move forward to the grand finals tomorrow, and which four will have their dreams end here for the Tactician's crown for Lore and Legends. But I'm very curious to know exactly how we got to a point where Dasik and Darthnub were battling it out in that 1v1 scenario, and we will have to see where our points end up falling. So tell us, please.
Oh, I would love to. And we'll start off with this. Megs, tell everyone, what's the name of this event?
Yes, it is the Tactician's Crown.
Well, very good, because that's what every single one of our players got heading into Stage 5 from Loot Sub. And so that's why some of these boards were absolutely insane. Specifically, as you guys saw at the end of that game, Darthnub played from the beginning knowing that, hey, I need to send it for this first place. Calc loss into Freljord Rise, one of the highest caps we can see.
Absolutely, but he wasn't the only player trying to do just that, because at the very bottom of her standings, Revan, trying to fly high, soared to the floor, trying to play around that Ishtal line, didn't work out, too little too late, everything a little bit wonky there, and then the lobby pressure got to him.
Listen, just trying to show that he has some flexibility, practicing some checkmate maybe, playing around the Ishtal, getting ready to roll, that, right, Panda?
He's getting the reps in for tomorrow.
Yeah, it sounds good. We also had some re-rollers, and it may not have worked out exactly the way they would have liked, specifically Aaliyah and Double.
Yeah, it was actually a bit awkward because both of them were holding hands early on, trying to decide between Targon and Noxus, having a Draven, having a Leona, having a Zoe. Both of them were kind of looking at each other going like, where are you going? Where can I go? How do we solve this? And I feel like it took them a little bit too long. Eventually, they found themselves in those respective lines, Double on the Targon and Aaliyah on the Noxus. But Aaliyah got a little bit contested too.
Well, another player that sent it to try and win the game would be Setsuko. He took Warpath, which very high-risk augment. He wasn't even able to put a 5 streak together on Stage 2, and so not a great start for that augment, was able to figure it out. Did cash it out, got him a 3rd place, but where he was at in the standings, I don't believe that's enough unless it's some crazy tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the final cutoff lines, but a lot of these players have put themselves exactly on where we predicted cutoffs to be, Mori and Aaliyah in this lobby notably. So I'm really curious on how the scores are shaking out.
Yeah, well, thankfully, we have an analyst desk, and thankfully, I know scores will be coming up soon, and I'm personally really excited to see them, to see who will make it even promoted and who will be cut off here shortly.
If you had to pick a comp that you're looking forward to seeing for the rest of the day, what would it be?
I'm going to say this for one person on this desk and one person on this desk only, and that will be Veigar for you.
Listen,
I don't want to see it anymore.
no more for you.
Too late.
I want some tons of Voltamos. That's what I want. Some
Okay.
Freljord, Warwick. I want to see it do better. It has not done great so far this tournament, so we need to see that Jinx and Warwick pop off.
Hopefully you two have blessed us. Thank you so much for filling us in with the details of that final game. We are ready to show you the standings. 4 players eliminated, 4 players moving forward to the grand finals. We will start with the bottom.
Oh no.
What a tough day for Double. Starting off the tournament so strong, and today just was not his day.
3 wins in a row in day 1. We thought he was really a foot in already with that kind of potential to make it to the final lobby yet another time in his career. Maybe fight for that second tag round he was looking for so many sets now in a row, but couldn't quite clutch up in these last 2 games. 56 points is not going to cut it.
Only a 19-point day 2 coming out from him. In the other places, Obo and Royal were also eliminated. Big thing for Midfeed actually sneaking into the top 8 back again through the tiebreakers here.
But it's going to be Saya, Revan, Litzao, and Dasik booking their ticket to the grand finals tomorrow. Congratulations. CN is going to have 2 competitors already locked in, and EMEA taking 2 spots as well.
Great news for Dasik. Last time he was at TAC Round, he made it to final lobby as well, ended up 6th. That was his goal for this tournament, has accomplished that for now. He's a player who's very good playing for top 4 oriented playstyle. We'll have to see how he pivots his game plan tomorrow in Checkmate.
And unlikely heroes for North America, I would have to say. Darth Nup and Reddy sneaking it back into the last game. They were actually outside of the top 8, but great performances from both of them. Just showing the depth of the region as well. Unlikely heroes coming in from them. And I will say this, I think the hero that we all expected to do well from CN, Lee Sao. At least he's still holding down the fort. One of the coolest cats to play in the tournaments.
It's been cool because I feel like the last time we got a chance to see Li Cao was at a previous Tactician's crown, and this was kind of where we said, oh, maybe CN is on the comeback. Maybe they're going to be back on the rise, and I really felt like Li Cao was going to be one of those players to do that.
He's not a player that's going to get fan voting into the TPC circuit, so it has been a bit difficult for him, doesn't stream as much, but he did set a record for 4th place in the Inkborn Fables. Again, going back to the finals, I think he's going to be one of the most dangerous players at that final lobby.
It's really cool to see the story of these repeat finalists, players who have made it that far before, who have what it takes, they have a mental composure to fight through these strenuous days of competition and still make a final lobby. So really happy for both Lee Sao and Daisy.
It's so tough because there is a specific type of pressure that comes with competing at the Tactician's crown. A lot of our competitors here were competing in the TFT Pro Circuit where they got a taste of what this Checkmate format will bring. But can they do it when there's the lights, the global stage, just the fans cheering for you, and you know that the stakes are at their highest? We know for 4 players, they get a chance to show whether or not they can prove it tomorrow, but we still have to lock in 4 more spots. For that, we have 1 more game left to play. 8 players left. 1 lobby, 1 game, 1 life. You gotta win here in order to make it to the grand finals, or your journey will end. Let's look at the competitors that are ready to go.
And taking a look across the field here, 61 is going to be the number where a lot of these players are currently tie-breaked at, from Hanxing all the way to AQ1H. And for Binbin, he has to go for a first place. Basically, 3 points across from the field. Aaliyah, on the other hand, playing safe, playing humble.
Really cool to see the possibility for players like AQ1H to return to a final lobby again. Someone like Midfeed as well, who finished top 4, right behind his good friend YBY1 in the past as well. For Mori to carry that mantle of the Japanese players from Tidal to Summertimer, and now potentially to Mori as well, if he can clutch up this final game.
But also for Hanqing, who I feel like has started to kind of put a legacy together for himself. Being able to be within striking distance of making it to this final lobby. Maybe he's able to get redemption. I think that's kind of the story right now for a lot of these competitors is they started towards the bottom and now they're here. They might be able to make it into the grand finals. The $150,000 first place prize and the Tactician's crown in their sights.
And you can see how these players are reacting to pressure right now. You know, Mori doing some meditation, Reddy laughing to himself, Darthnub most likely going to the water closet. It's taking a while to come back here. I think this is when we see all of our players at their core of who they are, how they deal with the pressure.
For Aaliyah and Reddy, I feel like there might be something else at play for them. Maybe something where they have a little bit of the weight taken off of their shoulders. For Reddy, he's coming in and he's saying, okay, well, regional finals was fine, but this is my first time at a Tactician's crown. I don't know what to expect going into this environment, and I'm really here with the house money. Similarly with Aaliyah, he said, I won the regional finals. Do I really care that much about being able to make it into the grand finals and winning the Tactician's crown? Both of them now, less stress, maybe less pressure, getting a chance to play fun TFT, good TFT.
And Aaliyah as well just got outplaced by his good friend Daysik, so at least he knows one of his prep partners is already there waiting for him if he ends up making it. Aaliyah's a player who got relegated from TPC last set. He has fought through Tier 2, into Regionals, into TAC Crown, now potentially on this Game 7 trying to make the final lobbies. It's an insane story from him.
So much pressure because you saw just how close those point totals were. We're expecting that basically if you get a top 4 in this lobby, you've basically guaranteed yourself a ticket into the grand finals tomorrow. But if you don't, there are a couple of players there that like, that's it, they're going to be out.
For every player over 61, playing top 4 is probably a correct move. And for the players in the bottom, you're going to have to see some really risky things. The bottom line is that everyone technically can still drop out. So even for Aaliyah, there is no time to contemplate too much, no time to be nervous. You have to finish the job.
But there's something that's at stake with that. Sometimes we take a look at players and we look at their point totals and they go, okay, you just have to avoid going 8th. That sounds easy enough. But when you look at it through that lens, sometimes that can actually come back to bite you. It isn't just about don't go 8th. It's about get top 4. Switch the mindset. Look at it from a different lens.
Time and time again, it almost seems like the most dangerous position when you are in this spot where you just need to avoid the 8th. We've seen it happen time and time again in TAC Round. Like Coco, I remember a few sets ago. Gobo losing that tiebreaker as well last set. It's just about playing your same game. Don't let the point totals and where you are in the standings warp your game plan, is my opinion.
So then when you think about just going for a top 4, we've seen a couple of different approaches to this. Obviously, that's going to change a lot based on the encounter that we get, what kind of augments that get given, or you're going to be a lot of resources that are injected into the game, because that might change your decision to either go for something like a 3-cost reroll or playing around 4 costs on level 8 to a, okay, maybe actually I can go fast 9, and it's a bit of a safer top 4 than I think of because that's where the lobby tempo is pushing me.
I think that's a great point about the lobby tempo. What we've seen in this tournament is landing on 4 costs on level 8 just has not been a very good path. You either want a full loss streak, big econ, go straight 9, or you actually want to go with the reroll kind of tempo lobbies right there. What I'm praying for is just please no rise encounter. No Rise.
I second that.
No Rise, no Emblem.
We can hold hands if you want, Clement, as we load in.
I feel like our curse might be too strong if we touch.
Okay.
Okay,
no curse.
What are some of the encounters then that we are looking for? Because obviously you're trying to take like the big variance things off the table. Maybe no Zoe, maybe no Seraphine. But when we look at things that we're like, okay, yes, as a player, I like this.
Bye.
No encounter.
No. A calm day in
You're asking the wrong people, Necra.
No, I am asking you the right I think you guys are the right people to ask about this.
As
though.
little variance
You
as
want
possible,
a boring game. Right, but then what is that? You said Vi, maybe just some component anvils. You said absolutely no encounter, no thank you. I'm also thinking like maybe Annie, that might be kind of good.
I think Prismatic Finale is also quite nice. I think having the knowledge that everyone has the same amount of knowledge you're playing for Prismatic Augment, and it adds some excitement. It adds some variance with Cult of Chaos as we saw this last game, for example. So I think that's pushing the line of how much variance I
Okay,
want.
that's the goal line.
Yes, exactly. Anything further than that? No, not for me.
Oh, well, I know all of our players, they are just going to be taking a couple of seconds so that they can collect themselves and then hit the ground running for this final game of the day. Want to take this time to remind you that once the game concludes, Pick'ems, powered by AWS, will be back open. So make sure that you go, you lock in your thoughts, your opinions, and you chase those treasure tokens and all of the goodies that come with being the smartest person in the room. And also make sure that you kind of join in on the conversation with that. I think the update that we gave at the beginning of the day was that the shortest game went to 6-1, and the longest game was 7-1. But tomorrow, it's all about putting the players in the right order, and that's why we don't open it up until we know which 8 players are in the grand finals.
And it's hard to do that sometimes because some of the players, to make it to final lobby in the first place, they have a very specific game plan. I mentioned Dasik earlier, of playing only for top 4s, not trying to swing high, not playing like Reddy does for fast 10 every game. But the moment checkmate comes around, especially after that game 3 mark or so, you have to essentially play for a first place if you want to win it all. And that's where players will be kind of asked the question, can you pivot that game plan? We saw Cam, for example, in his first time making to final lobby in set 14. He couldn't quite do that. Same for Robin, for example. They couldn't quite change their style into that first or 8th play style. So that's the big question for tomorrow's players as well.
A lot of the best players are great at getting those extra resources, just like Without You did. Went to stage 4 on high HP and then decided to tech into the Crystal Ash line to get a little bit more juice for his eventual Lee Sin finish right there. Tactician Champions is very challenging because it tests you in different ways. You have to get those Ionia paths in, get some Enlightenment, get some Ishtal when you can. It's about finding those higher caps on a lot of times standard compositions.
Think about the part of TFT history that you get to be in when you win a Tactician's Crown. Got a chance to see some of the beautiful art that was created for this stage by Wanda. If you remember at the Paris Open, she did this amazing mural to commemorate our finalists that made it to the TFT Paris Open Grand Finals. And you're also getting a chance to see our previous Tactician's Crown competitors and winners immortalized in the art behind us. And Without You, just one in a long list of players now that has been able to stake their mark in history.
Immortalized not just in the art, but also in the augments in-game. So a few extra things to play for in tomorrow's day 3 for sure.
When I'm thinking about Tactician, I always think about Title, finishing it off in 4, Huanmin as well. But now we go into the final test. Who can make it?
It's going to be Zillion as our encounter. So you talked about maybe wanting to have a prismatic. This is the line.
We got it. That's exactly where you had to end the line. So I'm happy with this one.
No
we
wrong.
see here
We
the
did it.
first of 9 Kianas potentially for Bin Bin if he wants to follow Saiha's game plan.
Oh man, that would surely be a way to go. Either it works out for you or it doesn't.
I do want to mention for someone like Elia, his most comfortable game to be played here in Game 7 would be if he's offered lifting competition on 2-1. That has been by far his best performing augment across regionals and the TAC round stage.
It would be interesting to see where the lobby gets pushed. As we noticed, this final 8 that are vying for the last couple of spots in the grand finals got a lot of APAC, a lot of CN. That is going to be players that are very comfortable with being able to play coin flippy. So where do you go if you are Darth Noob, Aaliyah, Reddy, like the players that they've been able to catch back up, but it's really the wheelhouse of these APAC and CN players.
Well, it certainly would be if we go into the final stages, where checkmate is super important. I feel like for a lot of these players, they're trying to de-stress themselves and say, hey, just go for a top 3. Top 3 is really all you need to secure your way here, especially if you're on 61 or 60. Aaliyah is going to go for the big loss streak into... I'm getting a little bit nervous, but it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
I always get nervous when I see just like a 1-star
Listen,
Kiana.
Aaliyah is a very emotive person. If he is this calm, I think there's a guarantee he's winning this PvE round. No beds are being smashed here. Unfortunately, silver augments onto 1. No lifting competition, but we do have Efficient Shopper here for Aaliyah, the Yorick unlock as well. This is one of the lines that some of the players from the Cooking Brownies EMEA side of things have played a lot of in regionals and in attack round. Dasik in particular, Aaliyah as well on the final day of regionals, and someone like Raiko as well. So we'll see if he wants to commit to actually playing Shadow Owls.
And AQ1H actually does the flip. What does he get here? Champions Girl. This is not really the one you want. This is a very weak combat early on.
Look how big that Rumble is, though.
It does kind of bait you to level, which is the most dangerous part of a game like this.
Well, because you have the Alawi too, so it almost feels like you
must.
You could. You can. You should.
Level 5 here from Bim Bim. Super aggressive on 2-1, trying to play for the win streak thanks to the Silver Spoon. Has a Scion, has the LeBlanc already unlocked on stage 1 before he moves here into 2-1. So really hoping to win most of these fights here in stage 2.
This might have been a close call if AQ1H had actually leveled.
No, don't give him those ideas. It's a really weak combat.
First, Necrom makes our players play Veigar. Now she wants them to level, and they shouldn't.
Don't do the Veigar anymore. Look, I work and vote for the chaos. That's what I want to see.
The Call to Chaos,
Yes.
Thematic Finale. We already got the low rolls out of the way last game. I don't think anyone will be hitting the Golems or the Golden Egg, hopefully, if they find that again.
Don't say that. You also were like, I will walk off this stage if we don't get 3,000 damage from this Kiana 3.
Wukong on 2-2.
That's
What a
insane.
reward for leveling to 5. I think that's one of the big high rolls from Silver Spoon in the first place.
That is
Fine for
insane.
Bim. This sets him up very well for like a Mel Fast 9.
Yep.
Full win streak into that one. And Mori going to start with, this is my favorite axiom, of water, gives you extra mana regen, great with invokers. Looks very much like a an invoker Freljord type of line where he's building some items just for the tank items slash Volibear later on.
I'm going to be really curious to follow these APAC players. Currently, none of them in the top 8. No APAC players also, of course, locked into that 4th top player that already made it to day 3. I don't think we've ever had a final lobby without APAC represented since the inception of the region. Correct me if I'm wrong, Clement. So hopefully that's not going to be the case here. We have 3 chances, of course, for some of these players to make that cut.
Yep, always had an APAC representative going into there after set 11, which was when APAC and Americas technically were formed.
A lot on the line as we look at our competitors like Hunching at 61 points. Got an early Vayne, so you can actually get this Demacia on board, but is kind of looking at the state of the lobby and really wants to secure this loss streak. Maybe thought that mid feed in the pool, that might be somebody he doesn't want to actually try to play against and win.
Yeah, trying to keep his loss streak because he wants to gamble on that Vayne showing up on the carousel. It'll be absolutely massive for him. Even better if he can even find a sword. No pings going down. I guess it was the EMEA players pinging then.
I would ping if I see a board with a Wukong and a Taric on 2-3. I'd ping more than once as well.
I don't think pinging that board does anything though.
Can't really
Just
do
to let
anything
everyone know where the high rolls are coming through.
I guess so.
Vayne.
No Vayne, unfortunately. Looking at the bottom, though, we are seeing the angles our players are potentially taking. Midfeed is pretty openly signaling he will be playing towards a Jinx reroll potentially with that Jinx right now. The bow pickup here on the Draven as well as that Vi pair and the Bard as well.
We see Reddy going for a very similar game plan, actually getting into the Bilgewater line, wants a full win streak, is going to play as strong as possible, even with an early Thief's Glove slam to get those extra black market items. Oh, Midfeed is thinking about it. There could be a world where he just goes onto the Draven route instead.
Halia found a Mundo 2. And 4 copies.
Mundo 3, CN Mundo 3 with double Archangels in the corner is the tech clearly. Don't talk to me or my son ever again on this front line. Buying some time for this Aphelios to hopefully deal some damage. I think he might be forced to slam Bramble here alongside the Rage Blade potentially, but that does lock him in quite a lot.
Oh, he is going to commit to it. So staking his claim on potentially Zwan into Jinx, that's kind of an interesting way to do it.
And midfield is kind of angling that Jinx line quite a bit, so we'll see what ends up happening here.
For now, it's just going to be Bard giving some gifts over to a couple of our players as we can check back in with Bin Bin. Has decided to bench the Taric for now, but did end up finding a LeBlanc too. And so I wonder, is this something where you think you can econ back up? Or are you trying to go for 3-cost reroll?
It's kind of where you have a lot of tempo. You have some forecast as well. It really doesn't make sense to, I think, go into a reroll line. You don't have the Draven yet to unlock the Darius, for example, as well. You should use this strong frontline high rolls on the 2 singular forecast plus the LeBlanc 2 upgrade to just push levels to ideally find an Ambessa, maybe play around Mel, maybe just skip stage 4 altogether if you can win streak most of the stage 2 and 3. And you should be able to with this setup, let's be honest.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially when we have a Prismatic on 4-2. There's a chance to just completely go straight for level 9 as well. Play for the high rolls offered. A big hit for Reddy, though, as he loses his win streak.
And Bin Bin's a player who's on 59 points. He is the player who needs to take the most risk to go for the highest cap game plan possible to try and lock in his spot in tomorrow's top 8.
And we are having some interesting game plans coming out. AQ1H actually dabbling into the Yordles after a very nebulous start here. Wait. Another 4-cost for Bin Bin? Oh, okay.
It's almost like he got the luxury subscription.
Straight Fast 9 we go. Let's go.
I feel like maybe do we see midfeed actually try to lock into Jinx? It does appear to be a couple of 3-cost rerolls have started to take shape.
He wants to see what he gets here, but the Scion pickups will be the short tell. Yeah, with the Freljord being signaled by Mortdog, personally, I believe it will be on the Jinx line.
Nice Sejuani pair. That would be a great upgrade to have.
Oh, another Jinx coming out. The direction is clear.
So it shall be. Midfeed is locking into the Jinx reroll for sure at this point after having the pairs get gifted from the gods.
And Aaliyah is maybe not happy to see that happen with his Mundo setup. I'm curious to see where he ends up going. For now, you can just use Mundo, obviously, as frontline. Maybe Rageblade Zoe's the answer here, apparently.
Zoe with bruisers. That's the new tech.
This was one of the OG variations of the Bruiser flex line with Bard, with the Felios, and the Zoe potentially as well as the backline carry at the very start of the set.
But Mori would love to play this LeBlanc, but we already have a couple LeBlanc out too.
But I don't think it'll be rerolls, so this is still a potentially very good line for Mori here. Has a perfect setup to lose these next 3 fights with the Ixtal in, cash out on 3-5, and go for a roll down. It's going to sequence quite well. We'll see what his 3-2 augment is. I think it's going to kind of decide his direction.
Yeah, currently in the lobby, it's really between him and Darthnub to see who will stick to this Darius LeBlanc line. I do think Mori actually has a little bit better of a setup. He's going to get some extra cash outs. He's already slammed his item. Very strong signaling with a good combat for it as well. Meanwhile, Darthnub, he could still go in a lot of different directions.
So double silver into Prismatic is going to be the name of the game for this Game 7.
He has to hunt for it. If I'm Bin Bin, I'm hunting for it. Nah, never mind.
You already picked an Axiom.
Oh, that would have been really fun though. Just to get those legendary units already with the gift from the TFT gods, the 4-cost.
Potentially Titanic Titan for Darthnub. He was thinking about it. Nope, going to go for components instead. But branching out, Ionia +1 for Hanxing. Maybe not the option he was hoping for. He hasn't slammed any items yet, so he can still pivot his entire game plan, of course.
Yeah, usually not a critical emblem to be searching for. Aaliyah, I like this game plan for him. He's just flexing around several possibilities. He had a Jinx for a while, and now he's saying, I just need to play full tempo anyway, so just getting this Zoe to tempo for me is good enough.
But you can see that midfeed has already started to put items together for that Jinx with the pair and also the Sejuanis. I feel like at least Aaliyah can know, oh, well, do I feel confident to actually contest this, or do I want to try to pivot into something else?
Yeah,
is this an ace ult? Is this an ace ult time?
No, it's not.
Surely not.
Necro, please, withhold your power, okay?
for the sake of EMEA, I hope not.
I'm thinking I see the Zoe, I see maybe a Leona, I see the Aphelios being held.
He's just holding all his possible outs. He did get Silver Destiny into on a roll, so maybe forced into more of an awkward line to try and get value from the augment. Can, of course, just ignore it altogether and not play into reroll at all. Can use this Mundo as just a Leona for now and then kind of pivot into the combo he's played a lot of today and yesterday, which is the Leona Mal's reroll.
I wonder if Darthnub and Mori will hold hands. I think Mori is more locked into it, but Darthnub actually has the higher point total, so he's actually less susceptible to being contested here. What is this hit from Reddy?
Wait, it's a misfortune already, what?
And this is the coin flip you have to win when you're a Bilgewater player. Finding a misfortune early in stage 3. You have just the chance to stabilize a little bit harder in stage 3, not lose too much HP, and just have that 7 Bilgewater online for stage 4.
It's crazy because, I mean, look, you can get the Fizz already. Like, what is stopping you from being able to just put 7 Bilgewater in and stacking up the Serpents now?
It'll probably be next turn. Second win as well, I think a fairly good augment for Bilgewater, just buying time. You have a pretty beefy front line in the first place. Big carousel coming up, and Besta is up and offered for any player trying to consider the Melflex line. Lux as well to have some earlier chance to have the upgrade for Demacia boards. And maybe a Mundo for Aaliyah if you want to go for the Mundo 3. The Jinx stolen from midfeed, unfortunately, here.
The Ambessa is still available. Darthnub and Bin probably chasing it down.
And Aaliyah, really good pickup actually. With the efficient shopper, picks up the Leona. I think this is going to probably seal the deal in terms of him trying to go for the Leona reroll with a Zoe 2 already. Does have the Rage Blade Slam. I think it's not the end of the world. It's just extra attack speed with the Shojin.
There's the Fizz. 7 Bilgewater. Reddy is just styling on people. He really likes these vertical traits. 10 Noxus, Vertical Void, maybe even able to hit a Prismatic Augment that's going to actually allow you to get to like Bilge 10 or just like the Bilgewater max cap.
I hope that augment does not exist is my only consideration. If he gets another fast 10 game, that would be too much for these competitors to handle.
Get all the emblems. That's all I'm saying.
Really rough situation for AQ1H. Bleeding out tons of HP there. Does pick up a Seraphine onto the board, but it's still not clear where he's going at this moment. Some form of AP line on the docket for him. I feel like he has to get bailed out by his 4-2 Prismatic, and we'll probably see the direction afterwards.
We see the Ambessa here already for Darthnub, so definitely he has a chance to play for Melflex if he wants it. She hasn't died yet, but there is a chance still in this next fight. Or you can just delay your roll down until 4-2 and play it out in a more natural game, considering Darthnub is very healthy right now.
Yep, and AQ1H did have the chance to go for a potential Rod on the carousel, skipped that, so we know he's judged that his tempo is too low to get stacks on the Vigar. Is just going to have to bank on the level 4 roll down, level 8 roll down, excuse me. Nidfeed now trying to get his Jinxes online. Does get so. Kind of slow on the copies, to be honest, but does get there. No one's ever building Tristana 2. Don't cheat yourself.
He was thinking about it. But why would he hold the copies at all then? That's a gunslinger trait?
Gotta stay flex.
I suppose.
Mori as well hasn't got to 7 yet. He's a player that we're also thinking might be a reroll player. This is the point where midfield has to win this round and the next one. Ideally, this is kind of the tempo plan you're prescribing to with this 3-cost reroll. Does end up doing so here, taxing Reddy a tiny bit at the end of this stage 3.
Yeah, absolutely critical to not let Bilgewater players run away. Reddy has a really good setup because he has tank items from the 7 Bilgewater on his first one. That's typically the best result that you want for. Just enough time to scale up on the Senna and the Kindred later game.
I really want to check on Mori. He's still level 6. He's on a 4 loss streak now. He's a player who is playing on H-stall. I think maybe he must have, pushed a little bit more with his H-stall quest. He's a player who played Fast 9 pretty much all day today. This is why he's in this position now to potentially qualify to day 3. I wonder if he ever says, I am not a reroller. I just want to push levels despite having perfect Darius items. There's a few LeBlancs out of the pool as well from Darthnub, and maybe just plays into the type of game plan he's more comfortable on, which is pushing for Fast 9, Fast 10.
I think it depends on the final augment. That's maybe why we're seeing him wait. The fact that we are going to get that Prismatic at the very end, You know what's coming. You just have to hope that it's going to be the augment that's going to enable you to either go further or just have you settle on a reroll.
It's a stirring contest between him and Darthnub that we will only find out on 4-2. In the meantime, Aaliyah hunting for copies early here is a little bit light on the Malzahars.
Efficient shopper from Aaliyah. If he finds one of these key 3 costs on the stage 4 carousel, it will be really good news for him as well. We have to remind our viewers, prismatic augments are coming up very soon, so players have to consider what kind of augments they can really pick up on 4-2 to transform their game plans.
A lot of players that have low roll do need some good saves here, as we see a good Loris push, taking Leona out of the action, making sure that she doesn't get full value out of the Gargoyle Stoneploit. But Aaliyah's backline should still be plenty to deal with at this moment. Just the frequent casting of the Zoe is going to get him through, and here we go. Big prismatic, big moments. The fates of these players and their chances at the Tactician champion. Down to this.
How many Call to Chaoses will we see? That is the big question. Soul Awakening already picked up by Han Xing.
Oh,
Radiant Relic.
Darthnub.
Radiant Void Staff is picked up. You already have the Shred from the Zoe, but I think it's really the only option, or the Stone Plate potentially for the Leona as well.
Okay, invested for Bin Bin. Growth Mindset for AQ1H. Darthnub did end up getting called to Chaos, and it's going to be the lucky item chest.
He high rolls, no low rolls. They all got taken out of the way in Game 6.
Mori also ended up taking call to Chaos, and he got the RNG Golem for the front line.
You would have maybe been happier with the backline one, considering you want Darius to be your Giga Tank, but he is going to have some extra help in stage 5 to tank some more damage to get that heal coming through.
Oh, this feels so rough for AQ1H. He has Growth Mindset because he needed the instant roll down, but doesn't get the Azir, which would have been a big save for him.
Aaliyah has hit the Zoe 3. Also has the Seraphine to at least get the Disruptor enabled with the Malzahar, but you can see where he's starting to lack in that front line. AQ1H at level 8 has been able to put together quite a strong board with that Skarner, but maybe this Rage Blade will stack up enough that the Zoe can do it.
One more cash should do it. Leona's still alive as well. The Radiant Stoneplate was the pickup in the end. Aaliyah very smartly rolls down heavily here. He doesn't need to play for first, doesn't need to play for fourth even. He's currently in the lead on the standings, just needs a consistent amount of points to make it to day 3. So rolls down heavily, needs to win this stage 4.
Tom Kench for ready.
Yep, and he sees that his front line is solid enough, goes for the backline black market item here. Cutthroat Cutlass, still a pretty good one, 35% enhanced damage. We're looking at the rerollers and their positions. Actually only one off Jinx, so a decent position for midfeed.
Desperation roll down, trying to spike and continue the win streak here, but not quite able to hit the power upgrades that he needed. If he loses here, it would be kind of tragic considering he rolled down to 0 gold, was really counting on the win streak gold to keep him up and alive.
It's going to be an unfortunate loss here for Darthnub as midfeed. It just gets closer and closer to elimination. And remember, if you're eliminated in this game, you are not making it to the grand finals.
Look at the tempo of the lobby. 5 players have rolled to 0 on this turn, trying to win these next few fights. They don't want to fall into the dangerous territory. It's only Bin Bin, who's currently sitting on 80 gold, trying to push 9, really playing for that fast 9 CN strategy. Aaliyah, who's already hit a big power spike with the Zoe, can stop now on 30, and Mori as well, who's slowly trying to push levels.
2 4 costs in stage 2 will do that for you. So straight to fast 9. In the meantime, for AQ1H, he does pick up a Shyvana to round out a little bit more of his defenses into the front line. He is on a Mel pair, so that is the best possible scenario that he's looking for, waiting for him in his shop. But otherwise, I feel like he is in very, very tough spot.
I'm a little bit worried for Reddy. 29 HP, 4 loss streak, MF1 still, has rolled to 0, has a Tahm Kench online, sure, but Tahm Kench is not that strong right now. You need to get this Tahm Kench to scale. You need the Tahm Kench 2 in particular. You have really only the Braum 2 and the Soul Awakening as your power plays. Mel 2 for AQ1H.
What? At 4-5.
And he's contested by Darthnub as well, so a huge pickup for AQ1H. I did not expect that prediction to come true.
Clement just throwing out his blessings. Too powerful of a caster here on the deck.
Oh, and Darth Nub has to see it. He's the first one across from the Mel too.
He has the items for it as well, still missing the crit, but this does mean he has a potential angle to come back a little bit faster in stage 5.
I don't know, frontline it seems like still for AQ1H.
It's gonna be close.
He can't deal with the
Wukong.
Wukong there. And this burst should take his backline out. He could be going down to
No
just
way.
2
Oh,
HP.
he's still alive here. 2 HP and a dream for our APAC player. Currently, all 4 APAC players in the bottom 4 of the HP totals. There is finally the Jinx 3 for midfeed. There is the Jinx 3, or the Leona 3, sorry, for Elia as well. So the 3-cost rulers are coming up into their power spike a little bit early. Usually we have, a stage 5-1, 5-2 where they're mostly hit.
Yep, Moria is the only one pretty much behind the curve when it comes to those rerolls. Still not able to find his Darius, as there are 2 other Mel players that might be taking them out of the pool here.
That's tough, but that's why you have to consider a secondary front line, and I think that's why you don't feel as bad being able to get another tank. But I think for Binbin, this is just a kind of a tough draw. Binbin, of course, at 59 points, really needs to have a third, maybe a second place in order to actually get into the grand finals with the 59 points.
Expected loss here for Binbin. He's obviously greeting the invested, so this is the one player that, he doesn't care who he faces. He knows it should normally be a loss here in stage 4 still.
Tough road ahead. Ready is at 16 HP, so also the next likely player to get eliminated. The 7 Bilgewater was online so quickly, but it's been a little bit slow going to be able to get everything else that you would want. Want to feed the Tom Kent, but you also want to have enough gold to actually roll and try to get these upgrades.
I do think he actually leveled very aggressively on 3-2 for the Misfortune, for extra cash outs, but it's always a kind of tug and pull. If you want to keep just the 5 Bilgewater in, continue to win streak. He went onto the lost streak route, kind of got baited a little bit. And this is why Bilgewater, a lot of players say it's a very flippy composition. You either do get the natural tempo and you can high roll, or otherwise this is more of the standard outcome.
From this spot, it's still going to be 2 lives, but Reddy says he's rolling here, so he's not thinking about going level 9 at all. I think Reddy needs around a 3rd place to guarantee he makes it through potentially where he is currently in the point totals. So a long way to go still here, and not quite close to any extra Bilgewater items either. AQ1H is the real surprise, right? It's very unexpected to hit the Mel 2 on 8, so he's someone that can throw a wrench into everyone's game plans as they face him in stage 5.
But this is a very tough matchup. If he doesn't actually get the burst damage into the backline onto the Jinx, and I don't think he will get it.
Oh, I think Reddy's also going to be facing elimination. Binbin has a Rise 2 fully itemized already at level 9. And so I think Reddy's going to take a huge hit. And
Reddy's
that's
out.
elimination.
AQ1H will survive, able to tax midfeed a tiny bit there as well. What a fight from Reddy to make it this far. Great, confident showings across this day, but not quite able to clutch it up in this Game 7.
But to say you made it into the top 12 at your very first Tactician's crown is a huge achievement that you should be proud of. And we get to look forward to seeing more of Reddy throughout the TFT Pro circuit for set 17.
It's going to be Binbin the Grim Reaper knocking on the doors of potentially some of these APAC players here. Binbin pretty much decides everyone's fate. How many points are you going to end up? Who is the first to face him?
Darth Nub is going to be on the other side, and so this is going to be still a Mel 1 as Darth Nub was contested for this big upgrade. And so I think we should know that this is going to be a Binbin win.
And Darth is level 8, has rolled to 0, has no chance to spike anymore as well. So he is just trying to fight for placements, trying to fight for a top 4. Similar case for Hanjin here, but Hanjin getting taken down a notch. AQ1H continues the win streak. He has to continue this win streak all of stage 5 essentially to have any chance of staying alive, getting enough points.
Top 4 players in the lobby. That is his fight pool there. Very dire situation. Everyone trying to avoid Binbin.
Would there be a possibility of, Bin Bin's Rise 2 to beat the Mel 2 that AQ1H has?
I think you have to give it to Bin Bin at this point. Level 9, Galio 2, Rise 2. There shouldn't be a scenario where he wins.
Potentially even Aaliyah as well could be strong enough with all of his 3 stars now hit.
Let's find out. Aaliyah going up against AQ1H as Mori stares down mid-feed. Mid-feed and AQ1H at the brink of elimination.
Huge fight for our APAC players right here. We do have a stun going down into the back line there, and the front line is starting to get chipped away, but even faster falling.
Huge Leona stun as well. Does it buy enough time for the Malzahar for the Zoe? Looks like it does. The Zoe cast again, the Malzahar cast again, the Seraphine can't cast, and AQ1H is taken down. Cannot repeat his showing in the final lobby. Midfeed as well in 6th place.
Unfortunately means that likely not going to make it into that grand finals lobby. All eyes now on Hanxing at 4 HP. Can he actually do it with these long shots? Or is it going to be a long shot for him to actually get the point totals he needs with Mori and Bin Bin right on his tails in the totals, keeping strong in these top 4s?
And this top 5 also guarantees Aaliyah is going to show up in that day 3 for us. So 3 players from EMEA now locked in for tomorrow's grand finals. And Aaliyah played a great game, exactly what he needed to do. He fought for the right power spikes, exactly when he needed to preserve HP. Didn't need to play for first, didn't need to take any big risks. Played one of the reroll comps he's played most of in day 1 and day 2 with the Leona and the Mals.
Mori could potentially be the only APAC player into the finals, sitting now at only 22 HP, and I have to say this does not look like a particularly high cap board considering that the third option was a prismatic. Just needs good fight RNG to dodge a couple more rounds.
This is going to be Darth Nub on the other side of Mori, potentially a ghost. So the other player that's going to be on the brink of Elim is Hanxing. 61 points with a bottom 4 is not safe enough. And it looks like Hanxing has been eliminated. That's going to be our top 4 secured for this game. Bin Bin earning himself a ton of points. So now that bar has shifted with Bin Bin at 59 securing a top 4.
Bin Bin and Mori have to get as many points as possible in these next few rounds. Time and time again, the hopes of APAC on a Japanese player's shoulders. It was Title, it was Summertime, and now potentially it's going to be Mori trying to make that grand finals.
Yeah, midfeed is also mathematically eliminated, so it's all down to Mori. Bin Bin, he was the lowest point leader, but if he makes it in the top 3, he will also be in. Judging his position, it's very, very strong. Darth Nub just vibing right here. He's feeling it. He knows that he's punched his ticket here, at least 66 points. He is going to be above the 4 members on the bottom. 67 points, actually. Very important, 67 points.
We're seeing the fight from Darth Nub here. If he can do it with just this Mel 1, it's a big loss. He's going to be eliminated, but I think, as you mentioned, Clement, with a smile on his face, he is probably guaranteed to be making it through to the grand finals. A player who came in low-rated despite his his cup win in TPC Cup number 2. Did not have the best end of the set, but really locked in for this TAC round and has shown up in a huge way, playing so many unconventional lines. Aaliyah clearly happy with his results, flexing on the rest of the competitors. Don't break your bet, Aaliyah, please.
He might break his camera.
Save that one for tomorrow.
Darth Nub through, Aaliyah through, and with the 4th place eliminated, Bin Bin will now also be through as well.
So the top 4 in this lobby are the 4 players that will be making it through, it seems like, with how the math has shaken up. And very happy to have a Japanese player, an APAC player especially, in the grand finals.
We all are now praying on Mori from 6 to 1. Last man standing. Bring it home.
Same story, different TAC round.
Yep.
Bin Bin actually needs to get a 2nd place to avoid tiebreakers. But so
his board, I think, I'm pretty confident he's going to accomplish that. 5 win streak, Rise 2, Volley 2.
But, you know, Bin Bin and Mori, those are going to be the 2 competitors that are actually facing each other right now. So that might determine his fate. If Bin Bin is able to win this match versus Mori, this should guarantee him a 2nd place bare minimum, which would be what he needs to avoid the tiebreakers. Let's see how it plays out.
I'd be very surprised if that board actually loses to Aaliyah, but anything can happen. Mori here, the HP totals is going to be critical. Is it going to be 66 points total or 67?
Aaliyah is knocked out in the end as well. Third place for Aaliyah. Bin on a 6-win streak, truly taking over. What a ballsy move to go for the invested, to skip stage 4, to play for as much econ as possible. Even from the very beginning, remember that level to 5 with Silver Spoon finding the early Wukong and Tarek to set up this Fast 9 from Bin, and he has been rewarded for those risks.
Beautiful line selection, doesn't get baited by the potential loggerheads with all the other Mel players here, and now he is just going to complete the impossible comeback. Lowest points before this game, making it to his first Tactician's Crown final, representative of the JOC, the only one there.
And Mori as well, despite playing so much Fast 9 AP today, he had the spot to reroll. He said, I'm going to play the best game of TFT that I can from this position, playing for the Darius reroll in the end. And a very good top 2 from his position as well. Finally eliminated, but Bin, what a showing in this Game 7 from the CN player.
Impressive finish for somebody who needed that first place in order to qualify. Based on how those points shook out, even a second place would have done it. But congratulations to our competitors that will be joining our top 4 from the standings from the last game in the grand finals tomorrow. What an exciting finish to our second day of competition.
This is what they've all been working towards. A lot of people coming into TAC round first try, they just put it as an afterthought of making it into the finals. Now they're approaching their dreams and the mentality changes, the adrenaline starts pumping. This is what players who are competitive and on the edge have been working towards their entire lives.
And also in a set, and I think a patch and a meta as good as this one, as complicated as this one with so many different lines, a very wide meta indeed, and kind of 3 very big overarching game plans you can settle into throughout a game, with the 3-cost reroll being strong, the 4-cost being strong, and of course the Fast 9. I think it's especially great for these players to make it here into the S-Grand Finals. And I think one of the strongest fields of players we've ever seen in a TAC round stage.
But we've learned a lot from watching these first 2 days of competition. It is going to be tomorrow about finding Rise, finding Mel, finding these explosive ways to be able to cap out that board going Fast 9, maybe even getting a little lucky and playing Ishtal Expeditionist. I can't wait to see what tomorrow is going to hold.
My question is, how many games of Darius reroll does Brevin play? That is the big question on my mind, to be honest.
It could be a lot. It really could be.
He could go to 8. That's the technically largest possibility.
Well, let's go ahead and show you the scores for the final time. After an incredible 13-game stage, we will be able to show you our top 8 competitors moving on to the grand finals. We will congratulate, of course, AQ1H, Mori, Bin, Ready, Double, Albo, Setsuko, and Royal for making it into the top 16. But unfortunately, they fell just 1 or 2 games short.
This hasn't updated just yet, so Mori and Bin should have made it into the finals. We will be waiting until the final calculations make sure of that, but from our side, Mori and Bin
Oh
67
yes, no, you're right.
in.
This is not going to show us the exact lobby. You're totally right about that. Yeah, the top 4 from the last game that we had will have made it into the grand finals tomorrow. So we'll make sure that that all looks nice for you guys, and then we will go back to it. But I think it has been very exciting because this is going to be 3 EMEA players in the grand finals.
And also a ton of CN players. These are 2 regions who have not won a TAC round in 8 sets. So maybe finally that dry streak is broken for one of the 2 regions. Obviously, my bias is towards EMEA. It's been a little bit too long, but we'll see what ends up happening in that grand final.
I just want to say this is a terrible day for tier listers because only 2 finalists have reappeared so far. Lee Shao and Dasik are the only two to make it as those contender status. A lot of new faces joining the fray.
It goes to show, I think, what TPC has done in terms of introducing new players into this Tier 1, able to get that perfect prep against elite competition, and now starting to form that new wave of talent in TFT who are able to debut on a stage like this one and still push into a grand finals on their first chance.
Well, for Darth Nub, this is the second chance. After actually having a 40th place at his last Tactician's Crown that was at Into the Arcane, he's completely rewritten that history for himself. Going from maybe like last place to first place in Attack Crown would be pretty big.
Especially the way he's done it. I think he's a player who I will tell some players that he played a lot of Vayne, Demacia long shots and scrims. That got reverted. I was kind of worried for him in terms of what he would do with his game plan, but it's really popped off about this day too.
Okay, we've got our standings for you, and so you can see, unfortunately, the bottom four of that last game, AQ1H, Ready, Midfeed, and Hunshing, have been eliminated from the competition, but again, top 12, really nothing to scoff at in a field of competition like this. But tomorrow, the players that will be going to the grand finals, feast your eyes on this, a 78-point bomb from Saya to take a world record at a Tactician's Crown. Joining the fray will be one more player from EMEA, APAC, CN, and Americas, all to round it out.
46 points in just 6 games. Saya, no competitive history before this set. I feel like he suddenly is the player to beat. That storyline is absolutely insane, and the way he did it too was so unexpected. Completely in style, completely free form.
We were talking about the chance to have 4 wins in a row, and you might think, oh, the games that are not wins are maybe bot 4s. No, they're 2 seconds as well. So probably the most dominant game or day of TFT we have ever seen. Almost a perfect day across 6 games.
Last record was 73 points. Even Revan was just 1 point shy from being able to break it.
Until Clement cursed him with an 8th place.
Okay, so CLE couldn't do it, but Clement did.
Clement is a little bit more powerful. He's been around for a little bit too long.
But it's just so exciting because at least we have one representative from each region in the grand finals tomorrow. Last set, Americas was missing. So now they at least have one person that they can get behind in Darth Nub. APAC as well is not going to be missing from this list. They've got 2, but really EMEA and CN are going to be the big winners from this.
It's our time to shine. I'm looking especially at Aaliyah and Dasik, 2 prep partners, 2 very good friends as well in their journeys in TFT, and both of them making it together into this grand finals. It's a truly special moment for these competitors.
And what's so interesting is our field is mainly consisted of consistent top 4 players. Actually, a lot of the well-known 1st or 8th players do not make it here. Lee Sao is known as the most consistent tournament performer from CN as well. Revan in the same kind of category. The flippers did not flip themselves in.
With consistent top 4s comes with the reward of being able to go to the Tactician's Crown and also to reclaim a spot in the TFT Pro Circuit. We are so excited to be joined by Revan, one of the big points earners from today. Revan, how are you? Congratulations.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm super happy for the achievement. So yeah, really happy.
So what was the mindset coming into this weekend? You know, talk to me a little bit about how were you kind of starting to quiet the haters that might have put you in D tier for their tier lists?
I was feeling really confident, even though I didn't have in the last tournaments good results. I don't know why, but well, I actually know why. But lately on scrims, I was playing way better than before. Also on a mental way, I was also feeling really good that I really believed in myself that I could achieve this. So, yeah, my feelings were really good before the tournament.
So how does it feel now that you not only accomplished your goal of being able to make it back to the pro circuit, but you get to play in a grand finals of a Tactician's Crown tomorrow?
It feels amazing, definitely. I'm super happy, as I said, because the first goal was to get into the finals so I could get back my tier 1 place and also play into the finals. That was actually like a big achievement. But definitely what feels crazy is the way I did it. Like, I got into the finals and I still had 2 games to play. Like, that was a strange feeling because when you are playing, you are having like a big cortisol, you are like with adrenaline, you are like huge excitement. And then keeping on playing the tournament, but having already qualified for 2 games, I don't know, it felt so weird because it was like, okay, I don't give a fuck about these next 2 games. Like, even though I can get top 1 or top 2, I couldn't care. So it was nice.
Did you know that you were a point away from breaking a Tactician's Crown point record?
Yeah, I knew. But that's what they told me, because my chat was telling me, no, try to get the record, let's go for it. And I was like, yeah, I mean, if I get the record, nice. But like, for me, getting into the TFT World Championship Finals, it's an achievement from 1 to 100, level 99, like super big achievement in my life, super important. And breaking that record from 1 to 10, it's maybe a 7. So I just did a 99 achievement. I couldn't care less about a 7 to 100 achievement. You know what I mean?
Of course. I mean, you have been a competitor through and through, especially going back to your League of Legends days. So what is it that about TFT that has been something that just makes you excited to compete?
I just enjoy the game. I'm like a really competitive person on everything. I've been playing games all my life, but I only play competitive games because I like the competition. So what I like most about TFT is that there is a pro circuit, that you can compete on tournaments and you can try to be the best and show it up.
You've definitely done that. I mean, Revan, watching your performance yesterday, it was so fun to be able to see you get the first. Today as well, you just put on an expert display. But let's talk about how you did that. You had so many Noxus reroll games. Was that like, okay, your game plan going into this, or was it just you see the spots given to you in game and you said, well, I'm uncontested?
I think, I mean, I knew that comp was good, and that was, for me, one of the prio comps to play. But definitely, I just think that I had the right spots to play them. And over the tournament, I was feeling even more confident on the comp because I was getting good results. So tomorrow, as soon as I have a little bit of an angle to play Darius, I will play Darius. So if any of the other guys that are playing in the finals are hearing this interview or will hear it later, just saying I'm going Darius. If you want to contest me, okay, we both go 8. I already won, so I don't care about losing one placement or two. But maybe you win, have more to lose than me. Just saying. I'm going Darius.
I love the confidence. You're staking your claim now on the Noxus reroll so that other people don't contest you. But Revan, you also showed us that it's not just the reroll that you're able to be successful with. We saw a game where you got contested by Bin, who picked the no scout, no pivot with the Noxus units, and you showed off. You're like, okay, I guess I'm just going to end up winning with a flex board. So talk to us about that. How's your confidence level having to play checkmate format tomorrow, knowing that those firsts are inevitable?
I mean, to be honest, I feel confident in all meta comps. I think I can play everything because I've been preparing for this for a long time and I put it in so much effort. But I don't know. I just will play and will go as it goes. We will see. But I feel really confident for tomorrow. I think I can do it.
Last thing I want to ask you about is just how much pressure do you feel, or how much support have you felt from the Spanish community? You are the first Spanish player to ever make it to a Tactician's Crown. You have a huge community that is backing and supporting you. And I heard that you had a bunch of nice messages come through from your friends who were supporting you directly yesterday ahead of the competition. So is there anything you want to say to them? And yeah.
That's always awesome because I feel like every time I get into a big achievement on TFT, a lot of the Spanish community comes to cheer for me, even though they don't even play TFT, or maybe they played a few sets ago. So I'm sure today I had like more than 15K viewers, and I'm sure like half of them didn't play a single game this set, but they are just here to feel the vibes, to see what happens, to see if we achieve something important. There are most of them Koi fans that they just really like to see how Koi goes in every esport. So I'm really happy for them. I'm also especially happy for those guys that are cheering me, even though if I'm not playing for qualifying to the World Finals, like they are here every day on the streams. Those guys are even more important because they are on a daily basis every time with me. And also, I'm super happy as well for the whole TFT community because I came back to TFT after 2 years without playing on the last set. And I felt really, I don't know the word in English, but like hacks, you know, everyone just, not only the Spanish community, like the French community as well. Everyone just treated me so well. So I really appreciate it.
You were embraced. As
Yeah,
everybody, I think,
embraced.
really does support you and also believe in you. Any final words that you want to say to those people and friends before we let you go for tomorrow?
Yeah, I want to thank all my study group, especially Wasian and Kambuli, because they didn't make to the finals, and I'm sure they had the level to make it, but TFT, it's all luck, so they were unlucky. I'm happy that Darnoob actually made it, so we will be 2 of the study group in there. Also, I want to thank the Spanish community because they helped me as well to get way better on the game, especially in the early set, in the middle set, now that they weren't really into TFT anymore because they weren't competing, they didn't put it that much time. And the big thank you, it's actually to my chat because they are the number 1 influencer on me to be good on the game because until like 1 week ago, I was always playing while reading the chat because I don't know, if I don't read the chat while playing TFT and streaming, I'm getting bored. So there was one moment and I said, okay, let's actually stop. From now on, I won't ever read the chat in game. And since I did that, the beast is unleashed. I'm playing, not gonna lie, like twice better. I'm playing so much better because I don't read like 100 opinions and 99 of them are horrible. So thank you for my chat. Right now I'm the player I am because I've been playing all times, all tournaments, everything with like Rock Lee things in the
training weights.
like 100 kilograms inside me, you know. So now I'm unleashed. I'm without the chat and I'm gonna be the best.
I love that. Gracias, Reven's chat, for giving him this new opportunity.
Yeah.
And gracias, Reven, para tu tiempo. Felicidades and buena suerte para mañana.
Muchas
Adiós.
gracias, amiga. Que vaya bien. Cuidarse. Bye bye.
I love that. Oh my gosh, that was the secret. It wasn't even just for the content. It was the content, the stream, the chat. It was holding him back this whole time.
He mentioned it when prepping for scrims that he just finally decided it's time to let go of this, and he became just so much better throughout the scrims. We even saw it in the results throughout the scrims, getting better and better leading into TAC round and really showcasing the peak form he can reach when he's on his A game.
I feel like Robin Songs might need to change his meta a little bit. You know, he takes a lot more suggestions from chat, and in terms of the results, that's not how you do it at TAC round.
He's usually pretty locked in, I feel like. But yes, there is something to be said about the fact that you have so many things you need to think about. And I think a lot of players will say that streaming, while it is awesome to be able to share your first-person perspective and your experience with the fans, that's another component that is just taking your attention away from the board and the game, what's in front of you.
I think really cool insight to hear as well from Reven. I was not aware, as a Reven superfan, that he actually prepped for this tournament with Weijin, with Cam, and with Darthnoob. This is maybe like the 3rd starter group that has been formed. And it goes to show the respect Reven has earned from his peers in TFT in just 2 sets to prep with some of these star players from the Americas.
Yeah, I feel like the chat thing, the really important part is you have to play your own game. There's a lot of good opinions, there's a lot of horrible ones, but you want to find the opinion that you can execute throughout without deviating, that fits the APM level that you currently have. A lot of players in study groups, and a big reason why I think the big 2 study groups didn't really show up as we anticipated was that there was too many opinions. There's a lot of times conflicting what path that you wanted to take there. So hearing Reven say that, just focusing is a great way to prepare for the finals in the TAC rounds.
I think all of our players can take a page out of that book. There's going to be intense focus required for tomorrow's grand finals. We have 8 amazing tacticians that will be taking the stage to see if they can take home the $150,000 grand prize, the tactician's crown, and of course, the title of grand champion. Before we get into that action, please make sure that you stay tuned as we are going to show you a show match featuring set 17 Space Gods. And also make sure that you go check out your pick'ems powered by AWS so you can lock in your thoughts on how you think that this final day is going to go. That's going to do it for us here at the Tactician's Crown broadcast in Alicante, Spain. Thank you all so much for watching and for tuning in to cheer on our players. And we hope that you'll join us tomorrow to continue to do that as we say goodbye soon to Set 16 Lore and Legends. Good night.